Yeah, he didn't even chat in Coke Dish.
Was he chatting in Cogdis?
No, we, he would have been great in Coke Dish, but no. Guess he didn't like it.
And Pandax? Who's Panda X? Is that somebody I need to know? Three hours. I'm so late to all these. Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is Cac Deli? Wad's over there in Cogdis. Let you ever learn. Doghouse. So hey, Mod. So do you sit in Cogdis with all of them, trying to educate them, and then just listen to the YouTube stream?
No, no, I haven't been on Discord for a while. I was just browsing YouTube and then was like, oh, I can listen to the live stream. I get sucked in.
Dude, man, what a time to come in. I think I remember meeting you in the very beginning. For me, for my very beginning, not your very beginning. I think I came in here like October or November of last year.
Well, yeah, sometimes I just need a break from everything.
I did that for like 5 or 6 months. Come in here, see what's new going on. Figure out how to be temperamental and not, like that. See if there's any good new evidence out there. Meet some new people. Go back in the world. Live my life.
Yeah, well, today for me, I was to go to uh, what's it called? Uh, damn, an amusement park. That's what it's called. But I got a flu, so you know, going into a roller coaster with a thumping head wasn't the best idea. So now I'm stuck at home. No, I was just killing some time, you know, and then, yeah, you hear some idiot talk. Yeah, well, you cannot have that, you know.
Yeah. Well, I hope you feel better, man. Hope feel better quickly.
Yeah, well, I hope that this evening I can have a good meal, and then I'll probably be up and running again. But
Where are you from?
Holland, the Netherlands.
I met a couple of back in the day. I met a couple of Anons in that area. Not in person, just online talking to them. Nice, nice people. Nice people all over the world. Uh, One of the things I learned when I was learning and went to Iraq was that if you take away politics and religion, there's only two types of people in this world. There's good people and there's bad people. And that's
Yeah, I think, you know, people are pretty easy to categorize. You know, like you said, if you take away politics, religion, then yeah, most of them are good people, and then you have a few rotten apples. The moment you get politics involved, yeah, you know, you're gonna place more rotten apples in the bunch.
yeah. Politics are selfish. You can have religion and have morals, and like that's your own personal opinion and belief kind of thing. But when it comes to politics, it's a selfish ideology where like you have an agenda and it's your mission to bring it to fruition. That's all politics is.
Yeah, to me, politics is like the voice of the people that want to have power over other people.
Yeah, not necessarily the voice, but they want someone to bring servitude to them. They want servitude brought into their life. They don't want to be serving. They want to serve. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I agree with you.
it's like, you know, I do not want power over other people, even though I'm a moderator and I can ban. But the once you start in politics, you know, if you cast a vote for one party or another, it automatically means you're casting a vote against someone else. Um, and why would that be? You know, can you not live your life limited to your own little life? You know, why do you have to influence the lives of others?
Right. But it seems like every time I'm around politics, that's just what it is. You're trying to influence others to increase your own personal good. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I work for what I do, and then I do what I do for the hope, I guess, or the desire for a certain reward, so that way I can, you know, make myself feel a little bit better about living in this world that is something different than what I always thought it was. But
Just understand that it's not the world that has changed. It is you that is undergoing the change.
oh yeah,
Again.
oh yeah. No, I had this conversation with these two old ladies today. They're telling me about how, like, uh, the news is talking about these fentanyl pills, or the fentanyl drug being injected into these Skittles, and I'm like, that's always been going on. She's like, well, it seems to be getting worse. I'm like, no, you're just seeing it more. There's a difference. It was always there. It was always happening. They just weren't reporting it. Now they're reporting it. And they kind of looked at me and just didn't have anything to say after that. I mean, we talked about other things after that, but it's true. Like even with the whole flat Earth thing, it's like you're not you're not hearing anything new. You're just hearing more of it. It's being exposed for what it is. And there's nothing that can account for it other than the fact that it was always there. Can't deny the truth. If you want evil to go away, you gotta stand up and face it. What's this 24/7 ovulate steroid thing? I don't even remember signing up for this.
I have no clue. Maybe you clicked the wrong link.
No, Hoimar is a moderator there. Funny. I'm learning more and more about this place every day, man. And I feel kind of like weird because I'm like around all you famous people, dude. I come across people on social media. Have you heard of this person or that person? Cracks me up.
Yeah, well, I can tell you one thing about famous flat earthers. They eat the same as that you do. So, they're just normal people.
People try to put me on a pedestal because I'm a paramedic, and it's like, dude, I get lucky. That's all it is. I was trained on how to get lucky. That's it.
At least you do something for people.
I try. Doesn't always work. You'd be surprised. Like, I mean, there's times where you go like months or even years without getting a save, dude, and you're just like, it becomes almost like a routine robot kind of thing, and you're doing everything you can, and if God wants them saved to come back and breathe another breath, then that's what He'll do. But I believe that once somebody's gone, they're gone, and we're just like we're doing something that is consistent with how our bodies function in life, and praying that basically God gives them another opportunity if that's what they need. That's it. God's doing all the work, dude. Kind of like when you before you start your weed eater, you got to prime the motor. All I'm doing is priming the motor. God's the one starting the weed eater. Starting the weed eater. That's a crude example.
Yeah, but it's at least better than you know being a cheerful mom in the 90s, and then 9/11 happens, and then roots for her son to go off to war. Like
Yeah,
what the fuck.
I did that too. I did that too.
That was some real mental gymnastics.
Yeah, especially after it's all happened and everything. It's like, yeah, like I didn't think anything of it. And then when all the conspiracy theories were coming out about 9/11 and Iraq and everything like that, like when they were talking about all that money that went missing, yeah, like I just remember all of the little like missions that I was on. And everything. Fuck man, we were involved in that. But yeah, like a lot of people, unnecessary people died.
I was browsing through my old VHS tapes, and I still got like Discovery documentaries from '97 and '96,
Mm-hmm.
and they are all about priming the world for Osama bin Laden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the worst thing is, you get the whole story, like the whole Zygmunt Brzezinski stuff, and the Mujahideen and the whole Afghan war, the whole run up. And then 9/11 happens,
Mm-hmm.
and people are like, yeah, let's kill some people that don't have anything to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found it amazing how, and you see that with Globers, but with Globers it's less militant, so to say. But
Yeah.
people are like, if you know where that emotional trigger is, they will go from peaceful to full-on war mode.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, whoa.
I mean, for us though, like it's when they're lying. That's when we get pissed off, or when they avoid the question. I mean, the way I see it, every excuse they give for the globe, and then they ask for the rebuttal for an example on flat Earth. I say fucking give it to them. Whatever the fucking belief is that you think it is, from your reasonable understanding, because as it stands, they're assuming a fucking globe to begin with, so you might as well fucking assume a flat Earth and give your interpretation. And then when they say, well, let's stop assuming then, and say, okay, the radius is 3959. Now fucking what?
I just want to know how they measure spherical radius.
Well, you could get a spherical radius technically if you measure the circumference of that sphere. But like you would have to know how high off the ground you are, because obviously you'd have to go over topography. You'd have to stay at that altitude all the way around.
But you have to go fully around the sphere.
Right.
So how do you got to go for radius. Each, you need multiple angles measured. Well, no one dug a hole to the core, let alone dug it from different places.
If you went the circumference around a sphere, right, you'd get
Yeah, but the circumference is a circle.
And then from that perimeter, you can get a diameter. From that diameter, you can get a radius.
Yeah, but then you still assume a sphere. Well, because a circumference is a circle.
Right, but so their assumption, it's not that they're assuming a sphere. If they're saying that there is a circumference, then they measure the circumference, which means there's a fucking radius. We don't need to assume anything on that point. They're assuming the sphere because that's what their fucking science tells them to do.
Yeah, because, and that's what I wanted to go at with the Satan I worship guy. Eratosthenes only assumed a sphere because his little Greek philosophy group was of the mindset that the perfect shape was a sphere. Therefore, Earth had to be a sphere. That's the whole basis of the Earth being a sphere, because some Greek philosophers thought that a sphere was the perfect geometry.
And like, if you want to tell me that you went around the entire perimeter of the Earth and then you came up with a circumferential number, and then from that you devised the diameter because you drew a line from one point to the other point at the farthest most points, and you take half of that and get the radius. Like, I'm perfectly fine with that. But you have to show me where the sphere is. Don't assume the sphere and then go up and measure. And I know that's what you've been saying. But you're giving me a number saying it's a sphere. We don't know it's a sphere. No one's ever circumferentially navigated south from north to south to north. And quite honestly, if you ask us what we think about is north, there's nothing wrong with the idea that north is in the center, South is away from the center, and east and west go circumferentially around north. Hey, Modular, did you hear my explanation about why PSI is different uh, in high altitudes versus low altitudes?
No, I don't think so.
So, if you go to the beach and it's in the summertime, right? How hot is it going to be at that beach? Probably in like the 90s or 100s, right? Well, what happens if you go to Mount Everest during the summertime? And I'm just using summer as a point of reference for to create the connection. It'd be colder up in Mount Everest, wouldn't it? So what happens when you're driving your car and you fill up the air in your tires in the summertime at 34 psi, and then you're driving your car, your tires, and then the wintertime come, what happens to the psi that's in the tire? Did they change in altitude? They changed the pressure changed because of the it got colder. So my theory at this moment is that the air up at Mount Everest is the same amount of air. Are probably using this wrong, but maybe the same density. It's just a different psi. It's a different when it's in hot air, air expands more, and when it's in cold air, air expands less. So that's why you don't get much expansion up there, because the air itself is not expanding. It's all condensed because it's cold and it's not expanding. So when they say that the PSI is different up at Mount Everest than it is down at the beach, it only has to do with expansion. It doesn't mean that there's less air up there. It just means that it's not expanding. It's colder. Quite honestly, we can't account for all of the seasons on this earth as beautifully as it was put together. What they can't account for is the pictures of Earth from space, and it shows one side of the Earth, even though more of it's lit up than what is being seen, let alone getting in space.
Yeah, one thing I would say, Gizbo, is that if we do propose an idea, that we preface it with speculation, because there is a study into that. So you can actually look at pressure differentials within the air above you. So there's one thing to state that that's what you're thinking, but if you're gonna dive into that topic, it really unfolds a lot more than just maybe just a simple theory. It's not too complicated, but it does involve a lot of like people that work in the field of meteorology.
Sure.
So that is something to be discovered with. I mean, I'm not talking about the entire rhetoric, What I do mean is the idea that pressure can change the temperature, because high and low pressure moving against each other create storm systems, and so that usually gives them an indication of how they're going to be able to dictate what is going to cause rain to happen. So yeah, I would
Right.
say I would lean on that information, and then kind of glean what you can off of that. If you're going to go that route, but it's not
I
more. It's not more in
right,
the way of like what I think or what you think. It's what can be known, right?
right,
So
right.
it's I would like on those topics, because that's something we can discover, as in we can test, and we can run a few things of like
Mhm,
different pressure differentials. But
mhm.
it's different if I'm just claiming something and then saying it in an open forum where
Sure.
I could be challenged by an opposing idea. So because like I would say this, you would say that, and a glober would come in and say, well, because of a globe, you know what I mean? And then they'll
Right.
use the idea of meteorology against you, and you'll lose ground, because you'll have just like a speculation idea, which is just a running thought in your mind, but they would have
Right.
something backed by people would that have studied that specific. It's not the globe; it's the fact that they would use that to reify the globe, because you're not
Right.
using technicals. Let's say
Right.
it's a
No,
bit,
I
yeah.
understand that. I use when I bring something new to the table, though. I use it as a reference point, and if I learn something along the way, then it gives me like something else to go and research. You know what I mean? And when I research what's going on with that, if I find any fallacy in that, cool. If not, like I try to, there's got to be other things out there, other tests out there that have been observed than just the one example that they've given. Like if you go to like if you want to observe medicine, how medicine works and how medicine is studied, you can go to PubMed or NCBI, and there's all kinds of research articles and stuff there. So I know how to read research articles really well, and I'm okay with somebody trying to say, "Well, this is an example," and I'm like, "Okay, this is an example. Let me go read up on that," because like I could do a Google search right now on what I believe is the difference between like cold air expansion versus hot air expansion, and that's going to be like a fucking 3 year rabbit hole that I may never even get any answers that I need out of it. I get a bunch of knowledge out of it, but then like you know
It'll
maybe or
be
maybe
coupled with
not.
pseudoscience. It'll be coupled with pseudos, because that's what it mostly the things that people are researching. It's coupled with like the deception of the globe. So
Right.
they use a lot of things. Like that's why I always say, like, when you do research, or if you're gonna look into this topic, most of the things that they use language wise is going to be coupled with something that reifies the globe.
Right.
So that would give a person who's of the globe mindset more ammunition to say, like, well, this can only happen on a globe, right? And so
Right.
that's why I would say, like, when these topics come up, and if you're proposing things, they have the so-called answers already, right? So
Right.
what they do is pull up articles, and within the research that the people that are studying this topic, like in the field, they would
Mhm.
have like specific answers to those things that you're putting like your theories to. And
Mhm.
so they would answer them more sufficiently, but not in the sense of like actually stating like the exact what should I call it? Like the exact plane of existence. It's
Mhm.
not going to give us that. It's just going to give us like the way that it happens with like pressure
Hard work.
differentials
Right.
and all that stuff. Like I mean, and you start realizing that these systems are predictable because of the
Right.
way they build up. So you'd be able to get into like meteorology and be able to start saying like, well, the reason why we're going to have rain in a couple of days is because of this pressure differential that's appearing over here, and it's going to
Right.
affect this other thing. And so you'd be able to do that like them, but minus the globe reification.
Right. No, and I get that. Like I understand weather systems and everything. I'm just saying like if you go to a high altitude like Mount Everest and you measure the air that's up there, it's the psi is a lot lower than say somewhere at a beach somewhere. But if you were to like take that air and inflate, like let's say a basketball to, I don't even know what the inflation rate is for a basketball. You know what it is? Or we can use a soccer ball if you know that. Um, think of like a standard inflation. But if you use a standard inflation rate up at that high altitude, and then you took that ball and you walked all the way down to a beach and took it down to a beach, my prediction, honestly, would be that it would probably explode before you got to the beach, like it would burst, because the expansion inside that ball would be so great that it would not be able to contain anymore because it would burst through the pressure inside would be greater than the pressure holding it together. But
Right. And
that's
the only
just
way to know that,
it's
is to
to
actually
test
run
it.
tests, right?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but to say that and then say, no, that's how it is. That's how it is. And then let's say you make a,
I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm just
no,
saying
no, I know, but
that
what
was a
I'm
good
saying
prediction.
is, yeah, it's what people say that they use, like, and everybody can do those things, right?
Right.
But it's really bringing something into like, okay, well, check this out, man. I've done this, and then you talk about a demonstration
Oh
that
yeah.
has more weight than somebody coming in with ideas and saying, hey, you know how this looks like to be, and then you say whatever. But if people that are really into topics, they like if you this is really a hot button issue for you, it would be something you would definitely look into and be like, I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna go try something.
I mean, it's something for me to actually look into because it's something that's very quite feasible. You know what I mean? Like it's not necessarily uh, like somebody out there would do like an actual physical test going from Mount Everest to uh, down to a beach. But I mean, like somebody could use like a dive chamber. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those what are those called? Those hyperbaric chambers. Someone could do a test through in that. That's quite feasible.
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what you have in mind, but I would say this, man. Like, with then the reason why I'm always talking with people in the flat Earth community as well as the globe is because I want the arguments to be refined. They have to
Right.
be, because
Right.
if we want to push the agenda to like the point where people are actually looking at this and not just saying, yeah, you got a bunch of guys here just throwing around ideas like there's four
Right.
suns, or there's superfluid helium up there, or you know what I
Right.
mean? Like, I
Yeah.
want them to actually say, hey man, this guy is actually, he went, like, everything he's saying, he went and did,
Yeah.
versus him just throwing little darts at a dartboard hoping he hits a target. Like, that's not, I don't like, that's a speculation chat stuff. Like, I mean, I don't know how healthy it is for, like, for people that are that want to know more. I think there's a lot of information out there,
Sure.
but like minus the reification of the globe. Like,
Right.
everything that we look, I mean, I'm talking about like solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we have the solar cycle, like all that stuff
Right.
was before the globe was there.
Right.
But they're using it to propel the globe, as in like that's a great way to predict things in the future about like lunar eclipses. And it's like, no, you guys didn't have the globe to do that. It was
Right.
already there before.
Right.
And that's what I mean. It's like, so if you're going to do that test with your idea of the hyperbaric chamber and move it from different elevations, then you'd have to
That's
assemble.
something I actually can do. I know where I can go to a hyperbaric chamber. Only problem is I got to come up with $275 to do a dive.
Yeah,
They say it's quite therapeutic because they pump it full of oxygen, and then when you dive, that oxygen is infused into your cells, and so you get saturated with oxygen.
yeah. There's a whole bunch of things that people say, but even people can say a lot of stuff, even in the field of like medicine and in the field of like health, like nutrition.
But
Like, there's
I could take a ball into that hyperbaric chamber and see if it deflates or expands.
yeah, you're talking about physical effects. Like, what are the
Right.
physical effects that happen? And yeah, you can test those things. That's definitely
Mhm.
something you can see and test. And I would say, yeah, but putting things out, like, I was hearing a question that you were asking, Modular Monkey,
Mhm.
like, what temperature do you think it's going to be like at a beach in the summertime? And it's like, well, nobody knows that because it's not even like, it could vary. Honestly, it could vary from like somewhere from in the range of 100. We're talking about Celsius, right?
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit, and then we're saying
Celsius would be like 30, probably 34 to 39 or something like that.
Right, but
on average.
What if that beach was near like a coast or there was a cool breeze? Like, you know what I mean? Like for you to say that it was like in the hundreds or 80s or 90s, what if it was in the 60s or 70s? You know what I mean? Like, so even in the summer. So it's hard to say like what the temperature would be just so you can get a point to the next, idea.
Right.
Because
no, I know what they're going to do. What you're saying is they're going to nitpick. They're going to nitpick everything.
I'm telling you, I was listening to it from the other side, and I was like, well, what if there was near the coast? And I know what you're trying to get to,
right.
But you have to, in the way of like when you start to think that way, you really have to think of your variables because there's a lot to change. A morning fog. I mean, I don't know. Like there's different things that could happen that would change the variable of what you're trying to get to, and it would not justify your idea. So you really have to be someone who's like not just thinking of how you would test something out, but also the variables you would encounter in such a scene. So whatever scene you go to, whatever place you are at, you'd have to include.
You'd have to take all the information down.
Yeah, the location, like what are the different varying temperatures throughout the year? Like what would you expect? Everything. Like it would be.
What was the dew point? What's the humidity there?
Yeah, everything. Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
And then when you present it's thorough, or at least as much information. Even if you left a few things out, it would still be more than adequate to run the test that you wanted to.
Right. No, I get that 100%. But my observation basically is saying that like in cold air, air or gas expands less than in warm air.
Yeah, there's
more expansion.
Absolutely, there's less work. But when it's hot, there's more work. Air is expanding, so there's more. Air does more things. So.
And the example that I used for that was Deflategate. When Tom Brady got busted for Deflategate,
right?
He was he said, we inflated the footballs. I have no doubt that he inflated the footballs to whatever the PSI was standard for that game. But I bet you they did it indoors where it was warm, and then when it was game time and it was cold and snowing, when they went outside, that shit deflated. And that's why they said it was Deflategate.
Yeah, of course. We see that. I think somebody did a test with that. There was a balloon that this guy in a classroom, like he put the same, was it helium and half air, and the thing was like floating, and then he heated it up. He put a little air, what do you call it? Hair dryer. He put a hair dryer to the balloon, and then the air inside it expanded, so it made it rise inside of the balloon, already tied up. So it started to rise and then after it cooled off again, it floated back down. But it was doing that because of the work that was put into it. So heat makes the air work more, and it expands, and expansion makes it lighter than the medium that it's sitting in. So that's why hot air rises, right? Because it becomes lighter than the colder air. So that's we all know that. That's
until it gets to a certain point, and then you got to wonder if the heat dissipates.
But if you have too much work, then it's harder to breathe. So it becomes like where too much heat, you can't breathe. It'll suffocate you.
Right.
So,
but at really high altitudes, I mean, you can look at Mount Everest and know that it's cold up there. And that was just my point that I was trying to make. Was like, what if it's they know that the higher you go, there's less PSI. So what if it's just a less heat factor? Like there's more heat down here, and there's less heat way up there. Like hot air rises, but up to a certain point, and then it gets convected off. It dissipates. The heat dissipates the higher up you go. So if it dissipates, then it means it's getting colder and colder and colder. So if you're up really, really high, if it's really cold, of course you're going to have a lower PSI. But that doesn't change how much gas is up there. It's all the same gas. You have a less PSI. It's really cold.
Yep. I thought something.
And you have a downward vector. But anyway, that was just like I was just working it out. and it was making sense, and so it kind of like it's something that I can understand, and so it'd be something for me to be able to easily research, and if it is sufficient for an explanation in physics, regardless of the globe or flat Earth model, then it'll explain a lot. You know, it it doesn't need a gradient. It's the
Yeah,
pressure for
people have
the
already
Earth's
walked
thing.
that. They've already walked that path. So I would say there's I would research Gizbo if you want to look into it.
Mhm.
So, I mean, instead of you reinventing the wheel or something, like you could just go look at what's already been done and look at how
Mhm.
they've, and then maybe you can try your own way of doing things. So, but like I would say, start with the information that's already been processed with what has been done, and then you can look at all of that, see if what they were saying even pans out. Like you can do a lot of tests, and then you'd be able to start, you know, coming up with something of your own. But you've already have a more studied look at it versus, just throwing darts at a dartboard hoping you'd hit something. Like, like
Right.
it's more it's a better foundation for you to, say that I'm going to study what the work that they've done that's applied, that you can actually test,
Right.
and then to see if whatever you're thinking is matches what they've done. So
Right. And I mean that's something like like you said, we have the evidence on our side. And something that I learned today, like everybody always keeps going Aristophanes, Aristophanes. It's like, and then, okay, what did Aristophanes do? Well, he assumed the globe. And every time I hear assumed, I'm like, does anybody have any fucking evidence?
no,
Is there any observation,
no.
physical observation that we can declare is like
Yeah, the only guys that
unmistakable?
say that are the ones that they say that would fly in a rocket and come back with the story to tell about how they were in a rocket looking
Hmm.
down on the earth. Those are the only, and then you have to take their word for it at that point,
Yeah.
or they show you some pictures from the magical realm that they were in, and then they show you at the entire earth and whatnot. But yeah, this is how they reify the model, and really they don't have a model because the concept of the globe Earth has it's a it's so weak. Now a lot of people would think, man, the globe is a really strong. Like we're talking about like the Earth, the globe, and it's like they don't realize when you talk about like when you see the globe as a depicted by whoever in let's say in a picture like the blue marble or in any like photo from space that they call photos from space, right? If you
Right.
compare the continent sizes and then you say, okay, what is this? What map is actually the one that represents the continents that it looks like when I'm looking at this image? And
Right.
there's like take a look at the maps that are out there. Type in Google, say like maps of the world, and you'll have like a veritable soup of different maps. And then
Right.
different maps, of course, were used for different purposes, but the what map actually represents the actual image of because the one when they took the picture of the globe and the blue marble, you would think that's the gold standard, right? We need a map that looks like that.
Right.
But it's funny because they don't use that continent size shaped earth the way it looks like on the blue marble. They actually are using like the Mercator or another cylindrical, it doesn't matter. Like they'll start pulling out different maps that are used for different purposes. It's like why? If the actual map of the world would be the one that comes from the blue marble. So you have if that was the true image of the what the earth looks like,
Right.
then we'd have the gold standard for a map. Isn't that funny? But we don't even have that. There is no gold standard map. So
Hey, whenever you get into your debates, whenever they start saying, "Will we assume the globe?" Like,
right.
do you ever ask them, "Well, do you assume a radius?"
No, I don't know if they've ever said we assume the globe. They actually pretty much say that we know it's a globe because of X, Y, and Z. I'm the one
Everybody
that
I
usually
heard today, everybody I heard today was saying that they assumed the globe because of Aristophanes.
That's a new one for me.
Yeah, they like we assume it's a globe. We assume it's a globe. If we assume it's a globe, then then we have these measurements. And it's like, okay, well, we're assuming, so now let's assume that there's a radius because you've assumed a globe.
Well, yeah, I would take it. I would take it to task immediately. But yeah, there's a guy named Stone that just joined. Stone, you have your server muted. I'm gonna mute you. So, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're talking about the shape of the Earth here, or lack thereof. So, if you want to chime in, do you believe the Earth is a globe, Stone? Hey, you're roboting, man. I heard you, but you're roboting. Check your connection.
Yeah.
You might be far away from your Wi-Fi connection. But try again. Yeah.
Hey,
jump in. Try again.
Hey, Miggy, you missed your astrophysicist earlier.
I saw that. He got banned. Modular banned him. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
And also Danny Faulkner, who's listening. Danny Faulkner's always listening. What's up, Danny? Yeah, he came in here and in the text chat said that he's not an astrophysicist.
Danny 57.
Yeah, he's Danny Faulkner. I already knew that the guy who claimed to be an astrophysicist is not, but if somebody says that they are, I'm not going to question their show me your diploma, show me your credit. I don't need to know that. If you're claiming you're a duck, then that's what you want to be, man. But I don't have to claim that's what you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to say by way of demonstration through the questions and answers that you're going to get, people will know what you are. That's how it goes. But you can claim to be whatever you want. It doesn't not going to change the fact that whenever you start answering, people are going to find you out. So you can say whatever you want to say, and it's going to puff you up, and you think that that's going to carry weight, and it really isn't. Because at the end of the day, truth is truth. So whoever speaks it, it doesn't matter what you do in life. If you're speaking truth, then that's all that really matters. But if you're lying, if you don't know what you're saying, then that's different. Stone, did you get that mic fixed, by the way?
I don't know, maybe.
Very good. What's up, dude?
I was just saying, I know there's not a globe.
I'll do it because I know a lot of people don't know him. But
left.
No,
You kicked him out?
Yeah, he got banned. He's a ban on site guy.
But yeah, your astrophysicist earlier, Matthew was in chat, and Matthew's like, I'm challenging the astrophysicist. So he's like, let me see your dissertation.
Oh, you talking about Matthew Learns?
Mm-hmm. He's like, I want to see your dissertation, or I want to hear what your dissertation was about. And the guy literally lost his marble and started screaming into his mic and left.
Matthew lost his stuff?
No, Satan I worship.
Oh, because Matthew questioned him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, man. And I said this when I was talking to him. I said, dude, you're giving astrophysicists people a bad name. Because I know some of them, and they don't talk like him. He's very remedial. He doesn't even, he stumbles. He's reading off a wiki. So it's a bad look either way. I mean, even if we say that the people that are talking about the globe, they just believe it, it's still a bad look for them, because it's he's a representation of people in the field of astrophysics. Astrophysics. And yeah. So it's just, I'm looking at it you're coming in here saying that, and then everybody's listening to you right now. He must be, and I knew he was upsetting some people, like in academia. He was probably making them upset
Yeah.
that he was in there. Because that's different when you hear somebody, and I tell you that, man. When you hear somebody that speaks when they're educated, they don't talk like the way he was. He's basically somebody who's just saying that just so he can get some attention, I guess. I don't know.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, just the way he was talking, he was just like lie after lie after lie, and then like if you asked him something, he would just literally he
How long
would
was he in here?
way longer than he needed to be. I couldn't do anything about it. There was no mods in here at the time, and then Modular came in, and he started talking to him, and I let it go for a little while, and then I was like, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I let it go on for a little while, and then eventually I started like calling it out to Modular. And I wouldn't let this dude talk. I was interrupting him all the time because it was just nonsensical BS. And I was like, man, Modular, you're like the nicest person in the world, because I would have like banned his ass a long time ago, or at least removed his perms, his VC perm. And
Modular's diplomatic though. He's gonna wait till the guy hangs himself. But I mean, obviously the guy did. You know, I mean, there's a point that you gotta IBAN him.
right.
So he got IBAN.
Yeah.
But Modular's been doing this for a minute, so he had like another thing too is like when people they get on here, they're gonna hang themselves if they're going on the wrong way. You know.
Yeah. Well, he did with me. The first thing he jumped to was the moon, and I let him go at it because I'm just like, whatever. Let's see what you got to say.
Lunar eclipse, right?
No, he was talking about the meteor impact on the moon, right? I know this story.
He went there.
Yeah, so he goes, yeah. So there's like shadowing on the meteor impact and everything like that. And I said, okay. So the meteor impacts. The reason why the moon has meteor impacts on it is because a whole bunch of asteroids meteors came shooting out at Earth, and the moon stood in between the meteors and the Earth. And he goes, yeah. And I said, so why aren't the meteor impacts on the other side of the moon? Why are they on our side? And he's like, he stumbled on himself a little bit, and then he's like, well, you see, he comes up with this explanation. Well, you see, the meteor impacts, they hit the moon, and then because they hit the moon with such force, it started spinning the moon. And I was like, okay, so let's talk about the laws of motion.
He said that?
He said that. I said, let's talk about the laws of motion. And I was like, what's the first law of motion? And he goes, an object in motion stays in motion. And I was like, no, that's the second law of motion. What's the first law of motion? And so he got upset with me because I kept interrupting him on that. And so I explained to him, first law of motion says that an object at rest stays at rest until it's set in motion. Basically. I was paraphrasing. I know there's more words used, and then the second law of motion is that an object in motion stays in motion until something acts upon it to return it back to rest. And so I asked him, I said, what stopped the moon from spinning? Like, it spun around 180 degrees. Now what stopped it? Since you're in a vacuum, the moon has no atmosphere. What stopped it?
Actually, there's a bit of liberation there with the moon. It wobbles a little bit.
Yeah. But not like a spin, it's a wobble.
Right. But it's still in motion, and I would say that it's not at rest, even by way of observation. So there's something to be said. Like, always remember when coming into a discussion, especially like when it comes to this, because it's a full topic sometimes.
Sure.
And if you're not armed with the right information, somebody will come back and say that there's you can visually see that it's doing this. And the cycles through the moon, like whenever the moon phases are, you can see a small bit of like how it does this wobble. And it doesn't spin around like in a sense of like it's on its axis. But what it does, they'll say that it does spin around on its axis because it's like as the moon goes around the earth, it's spinning on its axis. That's what I've heard is this argument before.
It's that locked in rotation where the rotation and the spin equal each other.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but that's what they're claiming. But it does do a bit of wobble as it goes through its moon phases.
But my rebuttal to that would be then it sped up enough to turn 180 degrees. If it was locked in a rotational spin or whatever, I can't remember what. It's like an equal spin rotation. I can't remember what the term was. I know what the term was. But it had to speed up in order to get all the way around with the 180. So you're already out right there because it sped up and then it had to slow down. So, and now you're telling me it's locked into that spin. It doesn't make sense. And then in 2, it had that spin, but the axis that is believed to be spinning on doesn't match the wall. Like it corks.
Yeah, if you just
it's like turning a doorknob. That's the kind of wobble it has.
Yeah, if you type in this, and it'll give you more info. Because this is just an observation; it has nothing to do with anything else. Just looking at how the moon's changing during its phases. Moon libration.
Vibration, yeah.
And then you type that into Google, and it's basically observation. It's nothing to do with like perceiving anything else but what you can see. And this is something that everyone can do. It's not like reifying the globe. It's just showing what was happening to the moon at certain phases and what you can see.
Yeah, I mean,
so there's no fear of like actually diving into this topic without feeling like you're gonna reify something. You're not. It's just basically an observation that's being made, and everybody can do this. So,
right. No, yeah, it just like you could tell he wasn't versed in it. I'm like, I'm not super well versed. I'm learning a lot here. I can tell you right now, the learning curve for me here has been tremendous.
It is. Well, Gizbo, you know what happens is because people are they're not in a forum like this, and let's say the more well-known flat earthers, the ones who like the big timers, and your Mark Sargents and all the big time guys,
right.
They are running with an old way of like flat earth debate style. I would say the bigger ones, because it's like this, man. When you're big time, whatever you came out with, you just got to hang on to it, because if you change and you can't evolve your conversation and it doesn't go forward, you're going to have egg on your face because you said something before and now it's changed. You know what I mean? Right. Whereas in here, you could be somebody that changes how your conversation goes. Like, let's say you previously thought there was an ice ring. Upon further understanding, you can't verify an ice ring. You can still say that there is a container. So your conversation just changed because you were saying before ice ring. Now you're saying container. But we don't know about an ice ring because it hasn't been verified. So therefore, your conversation has modified. So you're not saying what you used to say and before. And these big time guys, they're still saying what they were saying before when they first started. Their idea of it never changed. So when they go against like the globe, they're actually using straw man models. They're using the AE maps. They're using reified things. Like, it's crazy. So it's great that they're getting the word out there that's against the globe, but at the same time, they're not able to withstand the onslaught of like the ways that the globe has been like cunning to navigate around the conversation. Right? As in here, they get cut to the quick because there's no way that they can escape, a logically consistent demonstration where it's something that they have to perform in order for them to be valid. So this is basically like a learning academy for everyone. If you're in Flat Earth for the first time and you stumble upon this server, it's great because the people in here have been like seasoned in the conversation. We already know what these guys are going to say. I asked this question, and maybe it appears that when I ask it, there's not a lot of understanding for the flat earthers because they don't see when I start asking people. It's like I will tell this guy, like I told this other gentleman, Forte, who was in here. Forte, you guys know who Forte is, right? He was in here earlier.
Yeah, he's still in here. His mic is unmuted, but I think he's asleep.
Right. So I even told him, I was like, I need you to go and figure out if you can do, line of sight test. See if you can figure out the metrics, put it to the test. And it was like, he was a bit reluctant. I think he still is reluctant. He's not doing it. He's just in here for the funsies.
Yeah.
So he's not really doing the thing that I'm asking him to do. And so a lot of people were like, well, I mean, we're leading him on. Like, why don't we just tell him already? Like, he's not going to come up with an answer. Give him. And I'm like, that's great. We can do that. We can tell him that he's not going to find an answer. But the journey that everybody goes on when you're on the search, that's not going to take place for him. We're taking that one piece or that one element away. Whereas in that self-discovery of like him not able to find the information, he needs to run into that brick wall. Otherwise, we're giving him a cheat code for him to like not look. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, he's gotta find out if there is a spoon or if there is no spoon. He's gotta find out for himself.
Yeah, he's got to dig and dig and dig. And so, in other words, we're telling somebody it's like you got to do as much due diligence to this topic and go as far and wide as you can, and really search because we've all done it. So. For him, it's going to be a personal journey of it's like an adventure, right? Let me go check it out. I'm going to go look everywhere. I'll prove you guys wrong. And we're like, great, go out, go for it. Go everywhere you think you can. Go from, go to academia, go search in the internet, library, it doesn't matter where you go. Just go everywhere. And so what happens is, he might come back with like a journey and a story to tell, an adventure. He's like, man, guess what? I went to the library. I went, and then he'll start talking about his experience. And so we're giving him that experience. Now, if I take that experience away from him and I say, check it out, man, you're not going to find any answers for the earth being a globe. We've already checked. What's that doing to him?
Nothing, because why should he believe you? Because he hasn't had an experience for himself.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah. So the whole point is because we've all exhausted every single out for the globe. Like we've looked, and it's like, okay, like for me personally, it took like 2 weeks of like I was like up all night, man. Like I dug and dug, and I still even after that I was still digging, but like 2 weeks solid. I was all over everywhere. I wanted to find like there was like as long as there was something that would justify the the measurement,
and even today, I'll listen to your argument or I'll observe your findings, and you should be open to scrutiny and criticism because that's what science is all about. Is like once you bring your evidence, it's supposed to be critiqued and retested to see if that's what's going on.
Yeah, it has to be peer reviewed. Like people, we're not just gonna be like, "Oh, you did that? That's great. Good on you." Now we're all believing. No, it's like,
and if you're telling the truth, you shouldn't be afraid at all.
Exactly.
You should be like, "Holy shit! I fucking broke the bank."
Yeah, and then here's how I did it. And then he showed, that, and then because you're proud of it, right? It's work that you've done, you put in the effort, and
Yeah,
now you're
you get
glad.
a PhD right there on the spot too. Like somebody out there will give you a PhD.
Yeah, you're glad to share, and people would be, you know what? People would be, you're gonna advance the human race in a good way,
Yeah.
and like, you know what I mean? Like that would be optimal, but you don't get that, right? We don't get that. So,
Mm.
and I'm just I'm going back to the point. So like for everybody that's listening, all the flat earthers are out there that are listening. If you have the conversation with somebody and we already know the answer to it, right? You're gonna rob them of their experience of looking for those, like the same journey that you went on when you were like trying to question this when you first started. You'll take that away from them and give them a cheat code to say like, no, we've already looked, we've checked, there is no globe. And so it leaves the person with this idea of like, it's great for you, but like, I don't know, like I didn't verify, I didn't check it out. And so they're going to continue to leave the wall up of disbelief. They won't look into it at first because you've already told them, don't worry, man. We've looked everywhere on the internet, on the libraries, like there's nothing out there.
No.
So I want the person to really go through and examine all of the claims, everything, make sure that they have done an exhaustive research on it. And so they can feel like they've done it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. And I just want to make sure that like that's the reason why whenever I do tell them to go do this line of sight observation / test, that they're able to put it to the test. Like they're not just gonna, it's a measurement, right? They have to know whether they're gonna see something in the far distance or it's not gonna be there due to obstruction of the curvature of the earth.
And it's not like they have to physically go out there and like use a ruler or tape measure or whatever. Like reference points. Give us some reference points. Let us know where you're at on the Earth physically and what you're observing out in the distance and what reference points there are along the way as far as like how how far something is. Where's your 2 mile marker, your 4 mile marker, whatever it is.
Yeah, people can help you along the journey. Yeah, there's no doubt. People can help you along the journey. It's all good. But
there's nothing worse when I'm showed a sunset and I'm not given any
context.
Reference point.
You're not giving context of like how this was, where this was, like all that stuff. But yeah, we got Vlad Balan. Welcome to the chat.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, man?
Really well,
Thanks for
man.
having
How are
me
you
on.
doing?
I'm doing good. So I'm quite at the beginning of the journey of my kind of questioning of about everything that I was taught in school and stuff. It was quite interesting, but I probably just caught like the last maybe 3 minutes of what you guys were saying about reference points and stuff. And like, I was wondering if there would be any kind of practical ways in which I can kind of do that testing myself. The problem is I live in the UK, and I could technically access the coast that is like to the sea that borders with France. So I was wondering, like, what kind of insights do you guys have about that, and like, how can I kind of do testing? Am I right in saying that I should technically, actually, my question is like, why am I not able to actually see France in the distance?
All right. There's a couple of things you got to look at, right? So none of us can see forever if this Earth was, as we're claiming, with the flat plane of existence, right? So I'm gonna just give you some ideas to think about. Flat or globe, nobody can see forever. That's just the way it is, right? Perspective. So either way, the idea of if the Earth was a level plane of existence, you're not going to see forever either way, because there's a limitation to your sight. Now, I need you to like comprehend that in a way that it makes it easy to digest. Could you understand, like, if somebody got in a car, right, and you're waving bye to them, as they drive away, the car gets smaller in vision. Doesn't really get smaller in actual size. Like, it just in vision, how you perceive it. Would you agree with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just run through this with you. I know this might seem a bit redundant to you, Vlad, but
take your time.
All right. So the reason why I'm kind of expounding on this is so that you can see the concept a little bit clearer. And as the person that I'm speaking of in the car drives, let's say you had a clear distance for 100 miles, like there was a stretch of road that was just, it was there was no obstruction, there was no buildings, or it was just a road that goes 100 miles. So as the car drove away from you, it would go smaller until the point it actually disappears in your viewing distance. Now, is this practical? Is this a reality? Like, would you think this actually happens, or do you think we're making this up?
I mean, it would be reality, wouldn't it?
Right. So now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so your question was, on a flat plane of existence, would we see something in the far distance? Like, let's say I could see France from where the shore, wherever you say you are. And just by that way of example, we already know that something in the distance, due to perception, right, will start to change the way its appearance is. Now, that's agreeable by you because you understand the concept already.
Yeah, I see that. But
Okay.
would it then be quite a good kind of exercise if I was to kind of find more people that would be quite interested in this theory and invest
Well, it's not a theory.
some.
Sorry.
Well,
it's not a theory.
not the theory. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But would be interested in this kind of conversation then, and basically spend enough money to get a powerful enough source of light in order to kind of put it on one end of France and the other end of Britain. Would it then kind of be an accurate test to see France, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. What I would say is this: light dissipates at certain distance. So the oh gosh, I'm gonna forget what that effect is called, but like how light dissipates in a certain distance. Somebody needs to help me out with that. I forgot the name of it, but it is something that's you can quantify it. So it gradually spreads out.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
It's the name of like when light, like let's say I have a flashlight and I turn on a flashlight. That flashlight with its light will extend to a certain limit, and then it'll spread out because of the beam expansion. Like it'll
Dissipation?
Yeah, there's a term for it. It's escaping me right now. Somebody
Not the
might
inverse square law.
Inverse square law. That's why did it, thank you very much, Batman. All the way from
that
Australia.
inverse square law.
Yeah. So you do have to think about like how light travels, right? So okay, you want to do something like that and that way to test. People that have done this already within a 25-mile range used a very high powered laser.
Yeah.
It's what is it? The term was SALAD. Super laser aiming device, or it's there was a term to it. So this has to be understood because light does dissipate. You need a very high powered laser focus beam to even achieve such a feat. But if you're going to go at a farther distance, I would say the militaries of the world use certain things that use line of sight for distance, like let's say on the missile targeting systems, they would use, I would say, for applications such as maybe the one you're thinking about, would be more apt for something of like only militaries of the world have these type of technologies to achieve such a length. But if for a consumer or just a practical like test like that, you would probably get a good range of like 25 miles or so with a high powered laser. You couldn't do it with a light. That's just not feasible because of the inverse square law. The light would expand and it would divert and stuff, so you wouldn't have the beam hitting the target like if that's what you thought worked, how light works in your mind. Like I said, the inverse square law would break out the light, like it would break it up so much, and then like the beam that came out of where the light was from its point of origin would dissipate out from the target. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like, am I making sense?
Yeah. You're making perfect sense. But it sounds to me like it's pretty it would be pretty inaccessible for like a consumer or like someone such as myself to
For
kind
sure.
of access like such lasers or
Right,
any
that-
insane.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning to right now. Unless you know, like of, let's say a university that would lend you, that high powered equipment and then entrust you with the safety of it. But you'd have to get your hands on such a device. But I'm not saying that it's not possible. What I'm saying is,
what about a telescope?
Yeah. Okay. So telescope. We would look at sight distance, right? We always factor in sight distance within like the limitations of whatever optics we're using, and not to mention sight distance, but because of the fact that we're looking through so much of the air bends and it changes the perceived light that we see in the far distance, which of course changes the way we see things in the distance. I could give you examples of that. Clear visibility, like your weatherman's going to tell you, tomorrow you're going to be able to, visibility is going to be X, Y, and Z. And you go by that, you can know how far you're going to be able to see and all that good stuff. So you have visibility, sight distance. There's a bunch of variables. The temperature, ambient air temperature that's outside. What the focal length is for the optics that you're using. There's a lot to consider, right? What is the quality of the lens? You know what I mean? Like there's so many different things, and then you're gonna get a more or less kind of a distance gauged between like what distance you're gonna be able to see from the device that you're using. Okay, so with that, knowing the visibility distance, the ambient air temperature, all these good things, you're going to get a good sight distance, and it'll give you an approximation, more or less, right? So you'll be gauging between how far the distance you can see, which is great, but it'll still have its limitations, because sight, it doesn't matter what you're looking through, has its limitations. It always does. Okay, so even with high-powered binoculars, with a nice telescope, you'd have sight distance expanded, but it would only go for a certain reach, and then that would dissipate as well. It would be the same as you could see the car that was driven away from you. It would still pop into view, but then at some point it would drop out of view again from that optic that you're using. Does that make any sense, or do you want me to?
Yeah. I totally see what you're getting at. Yeah, so. That would probably be like quite the research task to find something that would be quite accurate, to be able to kind of condone that thing. I'm not sure whether other people are looking to ask questions, but I did have one last question that is not related to this particular subject, and I'm not sure whether it would be appropriate for the live stream. So please just mute me, and I'll get on my day otherwise. But I was wondering if from my personal background, so to speak, I became quite alienated in regards to the existence of the universe and the kind of great beyond and stuff, and I'm not quite sure where this community kind of stands with that. But my kind of question is like, how did you folks, or how did you, Miggy, in this instance? And please do DM me, or like we can extend this discussion over to text later on. But how did you guys get into the flat Earth community, and what was the main, the predominant thing that kind of got you to question it, but also to kind of join in to the community rather than staying on your own? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'll give you my point of view. If there's anybody else that wants to chime in after me, that's great.
That'll be great. Thank you.
I'll try to keep it concise, so I don't want to go over too much. But I stumbled upon it. I plainly stumbled upon it. It happened through just social media. Social media is a good and a bad thing, as you may know. You don't have to look into Flat Earth to actually know that, but it's a good and a bad thing. So I stumbled upon it through social media. It was a YouTube video that I seen about Flat Earth, and it was it was a bit of mockery because of the way they showed Flat Earth looking like a flying saucer in space. But at the same time, it was like Bruce Lee says that the water, or says that the Earth is flat, and then it had a cup of water on it on the thumbnail. And so I clicked on it and I went in and I started to look at like how water doesn't bend. You know, it's like it is. I mean, in the sense of like following the curvature of the Earth, meaning that water at rest. I'll give it to you this way: water at rest will have convexity to it, as in like definitely curving with the curvature of the Earth. That could be measurable. I mean, obviously, if the Earth is curving at a radius of 3959, we have metrics to the radius, diameter, and circumference, then the Earth would be curving. So water would be curving on the exterior of a globe. And so that was my entrance into like, and like I said, Flat Earth has many different topics, but the one that was really stood out to me and really changed my way of thinking was how water doesn't bend to the exterior of the Earth, which you got a lot of people that might get up in arms about like in the globe side of that, but like that's what started my journey. And so I just went into it, and there's a lot more that I uncovered, but that was my entrance. I stumbled upon it on a social media YouTube video, and it was just, I didn't just say, okay, the video exists, now I believe in Flat Earth. Like that's not how it went, but that was the entrance into it.
I see. Okay, so there was no like almost like a spiritual link to it. It was more the challenge of the pre-existing knowledge that we get taught at school, or it was more the challenging kind of science in itself, or what we were taught as growing up through a school system. So there was no kind of questioning of like self or.
I would say this, man. Like it's definitely a spiritual awakening for me. Because I did, it tied into, because I already believed in God, right? So for me, it was it enhanced what I already knew. It kind of brought it a bit more clarity. So I didn't have. For me, it was like I was just connecting the dots, and that's what happened to me. But it further enhanced that part of it. So because I believe that we're all spiritual beings with physical intertwined. And we're always searching, but like, and everybody manifests that in different ways. So I'm not going to say that there's one way that people manifest that, but that's how it was. I understood, the reality in which you and I exist. We exist in a physical and a spiritual realm. Both are intertwined. So they coexist. And so I just felt like
it is
enhance that.
It is quite interesting how, our whole existence can be put into question, and I think should be put into question because like you said, we are both here physically and spiritually, and it's interesting how the physical does affect the spiritual to some extent. Would anyone else on the live stream that would be willing to kind of share? Would anyone else say that they have had some sort of like spiritual awakening, or have kind of questioned their own significance on this earth, and did that relate in any way with Flat Earth and like how kind of why we're here and what we're doing here?
For me, the edifier, I've been in architecture for like 20 something years, and so I study architecture. As was said many years ago, that print would replace architecture in terms of our understanding of the world. We don't, in our building codes, recognize anything to do with a curve nor movement. We recognize sway on buildings, which is the movement caused by wind and things like that. But there is no accounting for the actual an apparent curve or movement. So that's just the professional outlook on it is there's no, in the building industry, there's nothing that we tip our hat to that speaks of a curve. The spiritual aspect of it is definitely there in terms of seeing the world for what it is and the fact that we are stable and there's nothing that's attacking our stance. That makes, I think that's it for me for now.
When you mean stance, do you mean like in the sense that, would you guys say that the idea of like being just a speck of dust amongst this huge, huge desert that is allegedly the universe, would you guys say that that kind of like removes a lot of our significance as human beings,
Those
and does the idea of like flat Earth kind of reinstate the fact that we are more than just like a speck of dust, and we are quite almost divine and special in.
That's exactly it. It's the idea that, don't look down, don't analyze what you're standing on, look up. And with that comes what I've always coined it as the destabilization of man, right? If we can make you think that the walls are closing in and, you're on a finite end, then you can fall into our, quote, trap a little easier. But that's getting into more of the motivation. But as I will say, the aspect of being stable and being able to observe and trust your senses, and the fact that there's nothing internally that tells you there's nothing internally in your senses that tells you and confirms the story that they tell you. If you listen to yourself, you literally confirm everything that they don't tell you.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks a lot for your really honest answers, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks for being so honest with your approach to looking into things. Sorry, Miggy, go ahead.
Yeah, this has been it does awaken a side of you that you start to, because I remember after the 2 weeks, I walked outside. I always tell people this because they hear my story. It's pretty the same. It doesn't never changes, with a little few nuances every now and again. I think about stuff, but I walked outside and I looked at like everything, and I was like enthralled with the majesty of everything that I understood. Because like I said, I was already a believer in God previous to this. So all it did was it super enhanced that understanding. So like now I get it. So when I looked in the Word, because I do look at the Bible and understand it in the context now, it all makes sense. It was the huge missing piece to everything that now I look at it and it's like, I get it. So Genesis, when it was talking about that the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day, I understand it wasn't a heliocentric globe Earth, because the Earth wasn't going around anything for 3 days. It would have been going around the sun in a heliocentric universe. But they were created, the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day, meaning, and it tells you what it was, the application of what the sun, moon, and stars were for. It's for times, for telling of the times and seasons. So basically, it's a sky clock telling you what time of day it is with the sun, what the month it is with the moon, time of the month it is with the moon, and what time of the season that it is with the stars, the constellations. So everything is a design and a purpose for you and for me on Earth. Go ahead.
Do you ever get into the same breakdown when you talk about day two's creation of the firmament? Because I know we make the reference, and I'm curious to know how you approach that.
Well, it says what it says, right? The Word does claim that. So this whole thing that the sun, moon, and stars were in the firmament, and people try to dissect that within the context of like flat Earth and like the creation of the story creation. Like how does that fit? Are they inside of the glass dome? Are they, and all of these ideas come into play. It's like, I don't claim the shape of what the firmament is. It could be just about anything, right? But I would say that because of the wording, it insinuates that the luminaries or the lights in the sky, those look to be like they're in some type of let's see, what medium. I guess it looks like they're in a medium.
But do you ever speak to the connection where closed system needing a container and the idea that the firmament is the lid to that container, or do you just not touch that?
I don't, because I'll be. It's okay when we start reaching. Like I always say against this with people that are actually studying the Word. There's a place where we can read what it says, and then there's a place where we start to reach.
Right.
When you start to reach, that's a dangerous place to be, because then I'm making up things that the Bible didn't say. So you know what I mean? I start going off of things. So I don't do that, like in that sense. So, but
Right.
what it does say, it says, and you just take it for what it says. And then when people start to twist it and then say it means this, then they're in the wrong. But it
So from
doesn't
your
mean what,
experience, then it's dangerous to make the claim that the firmament is the lid to the closed system.
I would say that it is what it says it is. I'm not going to speak for what the Bible says. I would say that if it claims to be the firmament, then that's what the firmament is. But the lid to the system is like already saying that it's something that is. Did it say the lid to the system? I would ask you.
Sorry, poor language choice. But no, or gosh, no.
Yeah,
It doesn't specifically say that. It just said that on day 2 the firmament was created.
yeah. That's my challenge to anybody. If you have a thing that that's an insinuation. That's like me saying, yeah, it's a lid to the system. That's me already putting a description to something it didn't say. So as long as you're in line, you're not taking out of context what it says, then you're good. So,
Thanks, brother.
yeah, I would say that's just any part of the word that people read into. But like, yeah, because flat Earth and the Bible side of things, like when people start looking into that, it gets mixed. So people start to use like, what's the lid to like that's, and it's not. Did it say that? I would say. And if you can confirm that it says that, then it says that. That's what it means. But if it doesn't say that, then you can't use it.
The tough part with the edification or the idea of the firmament being the lid to the system is that firmament is, I believe it's translates in Hebrew to something different. I think they say something about a pounding out, making flat. A lot of folks will try to say that there's room for negotiation on there, and as well in different versions of the Bible, the date to creation it's been written many different times as different things. So
yeah,
whether
it's
it's vault or space, gets hairy.
It's weird. It's weird because I've heard of like that pounding out to make flat, right? Isn't that weird? And then you hear things like the 4 corners of the earth, just different things like where people would say that dome is the only thing that could be. And it's like, well, if something was flattened out and that sounds like the firmament, and then you just start piecing like the 4 corners of the earth, you know what I'm saying? Just like
It adds up. If you allow yourself to add it up, but if you're playing like devil's advocate to it, you can also speak it down, right? Because there is versions of the Bible that talks about the second day that there was an expanse created, right, which totally leaves it up. And then I've heard about another potential version that's coming that talks about space was created on the second day. Now, obviously, are they going to come with space being space what NASA discovered, or are they going to talk about just space as an SPACE with no capital S, just indicated that a space was created?
Yeah.
So many interpretations.
Yeah, I was going to say, but then even that word right there doesn't insinuate outer space, which is it's the grand leap of logic where they want to take it to. It's like, an expanse doesn't mean outer space, does it? Like, where did it say that equate? Where does that word equate to outer space? Didn't say that. So people, they want to read into like either way, Kiwi. People want to read into the word to make it justify what their thought process on something is. And I would say once you do that, then you're doing more injustice to the word than you are justice, because you're changing it to fit a narrative, and it shouldn't. The only narrative it fits, it's the one that it was created to fit.
Which is the idea, is that's what narcissists do, right? They pick and choose what they need when it suits them and it suits their argument.
That's dangerous, right? Because it's like then you just made up a whole worldview, man, and now you're gonna push that worldview on others. Y'all take a look at like a dome. Like, it's people say, well, the Bible supports a dome. No, where does it, because you gotta, it has to say that, man. Like, in order for you to say that, that doesn't coexist. Fine, you can carry that idea on if you want, but try to justify it. Because either way, somebody says a term, it's gonna be like, okay, so firmament, that's dome. No, where did it, so. Because just like you said, it was beaten out. So something that's beaten out is like, if you get something that's in any type of curvature in it and you beat it out, what are you doing to it?
Flattening it.
Yeah.
That's what I would say, anyways.
And furthermore, when you start to read, even at the end, in the Book of Revelation, where the people were walking on this firmament, they weren't walking on a curved surface. There's a lot of things that you can glean, but that I'm saying, I wouldn't give you a way to, it's whatever it says. If it says, they walked on the curved firmament, or then it would be like, yeah, look, see. But a sea, I think they said a sea made of glass. I think that's the term that was used in the Book of Revelation.
Interesting.
And you might
either way, measure's flat.
Yeah, that's been that has been the what we've looked into, man. It definitely measures flat.
Undulations, if that, above sea level.
Yeah, people use undulation as a cover up for saying that there's curvature, but I would say this: the physics of water when at rest, because water's not going to change just for you and me to be like, well, at rest it has curvature. Well, then we got something. But at rest, if there's no curvature, then that's what we're saying. You got waves and stuff, which brings about undulation, but like, you're not going to have that if it's like a calm lake with no wind. It looks like glass. Like there's no deviation on it.
Yeah, shit. Sorry about the noise. Working out. Yeah, no, that's the, you take a lake, 5 o'clock in the morning, right? No movement. It's glass. There's nothing detected, and if the surface was in fact moving, you'd think that the lake itself would pick up movement. It would show something, but it doesn't.
All right, we got Ziploid that just joined us. I'm gonna mute your mic, Ziploid. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, bounce like a ball.
Yeah, if you guys want to come in here, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we're having a discussion this morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in this world, and you can talk to us about the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. And you're welcome to come in here. I'll unmute your mic if you're muted, and you can have a talk with us. Say shout out to AI. What's going on, brother?
Driving. Thriving.
He's Cyberdyne Systems Model 101. Metal endoskeleton over human living tissue, or human living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
Reporting for duty. Morning, Chris. Chris just popped up in the chat. Oh, he's here too. Sick.
What's up, Car?
More Maggie.
You're up and early, huh? Bright and early?
Oh, yeah. We started 4 o'clock.
Hey, man, I saw this really cool video, and this has happened a couple of times. Every time there's a hurricane near Florida, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I guess prior to the hurricane actually making landfall, there was a huge, massive pullback of the tide, like massive, and it almost seems scary tsunami type pullback. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There was a I don't know, it was a TikTok video or YouTube, but it like shows like this guy was walking along a pier, and like all of you could see all the land. There was no water.
Yeah.
Like that was before
The inhale.
hurricane landfall.
It's almost like the water takes a big breath. It inhales. It pulls all the water in together,
Yeah.
and then it exhales and pushes all the water onto shore.
Yeah,
The swell.
if you could put it in those terms, I would agree with it, because it does feel like that, like inhale and exhale. Yeah, and when you take a look at that, you were like, "Where's the moon, man?" There's just no moon.
Well, yeah, that's
So-
the big question that arises for me. Is that I thought full moons had to do with the tide. I really thought so.
Not in this instance. You know what? Now that you bring it up, Kiwi, we could even use that in a. You're like, hey man, we found something else that can pull the tides other than the moon with the hurricane. How do you explain that, huh? So, yeah, you and if that answer was something else, then you would say, you see, something else could be pulling the tide. Doesn't have to be the moon, right? Just something to kind of throw them off kilter, because they're always saying that that's the reason why you have rising and lowering of the tides. And be like, well, it didn't happen that way with a hurricane. Interesting, huh?
I was originally thinking that there was some kind of a connection with humans and the water, like the tides being full and the moon being full all at the same time. And then I thought, well, the only real connection between humans, salt water, and the moon being full, humans and salt and water itself, or salted water, is alkaline. The alkalinity that's in salt water and also in humans, because we're 70-80% water. So I thought that there was maybe some connection there, but I don't know, man. The idea of water, like, you can't introduce less and more water to a closed system. You can't just magically pour more water in and out. So that to me would indicate that there's like a deformation occurring, maybe in the basin of what holds the water, right? Maybe there's an underbelly that's potentially, as you say, or as I said, breathing, going up and down, that's causing that inhale and exhale to happen, that elevation change. Again, this is all speculation, obviously, as you can tell probably by I'm speaking.
I can see what you're saying, because it almost seems like when you look at like pockets of where you have like the hot springs, the water geysers out, so that you have geysers. And I just like, and I won't go too far into this, but I would say like within the biblical context, there was the waters that were by a certain portico, Solomon's portico, that would stir up like a geyser, and they described it as the angel stirring up the water that would release this potentially healing water to the people that were going to receive it, and it would heal those that would just go into that water. And so this is type of like a geyser type of idea, but the same type of understanding is like underneath us there's like these rivers, and there's water that flows beneath us, creating currents. And a lot of the old timey farmers would use like these dowel sticks to actually look for water. And some of them, you hear these guys like in the area of like people that claim science, right? Let's say that those guys were just like on about divination and whatnot, because it has nothing to do with like science or being able to locate something, like with two dowel sticks and be able to like locate where water was. But water that flows underneath you creates a current, and that current does attract, or repel, magnet fluctuations. So it would do something to, let's say, people like that don't really understand what I'm saying right now at the time, would start to see like the Earth and that we live in is extremely electrostatic. So there's always different types of forces like within electrostatics that work and repel, like, you know what I mean, with like whatever you're using. Like say, it's some of the Boy Scouts that were taught how to like find, make a makeshift compass. Were able to do it with like a leaf, and put it on water, and it would point to a specific way with, I think it was like a needle or a stick or something like on top of it. I don't know how that exact thing goes, but they were able to use just like what nature provided, and they were able to use it like a compass. But it was a great way to see that how nature works, with just the simple things that the earth provides. I don't know. Does anybody want to chime in on this? Because I know that is something.
I was going to say, I used to make that in Boy Scouts back in the day, and you had to use water too, to have this level frictionless pointer to be able to move. And
does it work, Chris, every time? Like you do?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's stumbly, because it's makeshift, and a lot of it has to do with leveling it on the ground first too, and but yeah, it works too. You can also look for the green side of the tree. Moss only grows on the north side of a tree because of that sun angle, right?
Isn't that crazy? But just like this is what the ancient people knew. They knew how to navigate the earth because they knew.
Oh yeah.
Like dowel sticks, like people, we talk about like when they would try to find water, because these sticks would like would move with the current underneath them. So once the current grew really strong, the dowel sticks would cross each other. You know what I mean? Like old-timey farmers use this method to find water for irrigation, and I mean just all kinds of, dude, I'm telling you, man.
Oh, my plumber used it the other day. He was like, I know this looks weird, but I'm going to pull out these 2 sticks. And I was like, no, I've seen those before. It's weird. They cross right when water's flowing.
Yep.
You can even do it to people. Like it works, on certain people that, I don't know, maybe have more water going through them. But it is kind of strange.
And like those skeptics would look at it and be like, man, you guys are just like trying to bring about divination and like witchcraft and all this. It's stupid, because it's
Absolutely
like
not.
it's how the world actually operates. It operates on currents. There's currents beneath us and currents above us.
I think
we
it's
already
all
know this. And currents
too.
Yeah, we're flowing. There's currents flowing through us right now. And so harnessing these currents, or learning how they operate, gives us an indication of how movement happens. So we have underwater currents, like in the oceans. There's a current that flows, and I know if you guys have seen this in like the cartoon with Little Nemo, where those turtles are going inside of a current and they're being taken on like a ride, like faster than they would if they were just swimming. Mm-hmm. That's an ocean current. Then there you have the jet stream, which is above us. Then that's an air current. It's always in constant motion. These currents are always in motion. So, and there's, electrostatic currents that happen like, whatever time of day. So there's all these forces that are acting on us and upon us, and, like why trees or flowers, or vines. Like if you take a look at nature and how it responds to different things, it bends towards sunlight, things bend towards and it's almost as if it's guiding, like the currents are guiding like the things to grow in a specific direction, or like they would, like if there's a flower that wants to get sunlight and it's in the shade, it'll like reach towards the sunlight, it'll bend toward, there's certain things that happen within nature that gives you like an indication of like there's something else happening that's coercing these things in nature to move and work the way they do.
Oh, golden ratio all day,
You know what I mean?
Especially in that spiraling of the growth. Yeah.
Yeah, 369. What there's a lot of information and the patterns of which nature actually flows through, the hexagonal pattern, as you see throughout all nature.
I mean, cymatics of water, alone.
Yeah. I mean, man.
It's crazy. It's beautiful, like that. It's everywhere, moving. You know.
But the ancient people, Chris, were actually harnessing. They were actually working with these within this environment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. Sometimes people are like, well, you know, those guys had it rough. Yeah, but they didn't have to put up with what we do. You know, like the toxicity of everything, information, health.
Lies.
You know, like everything. We're taught that for us to have a better life, this is how you need to eat and stuff. But it's like those guys back then, they would eat, they would navigate the earth a certain way. They didn't need what we need. We need GPS, man. Or else we get lost. Those guys had the earth and like traditions of what they were taught from their elders. They were able to. They didn't need any of the stuff we use.
They're like, man, do you have a watch? What? Why do you need a watch, man? You know, put a stick in the ground.
Yep.
Better yet, look at your own shadow. You know.
Look at your shadow. Yeah, you are the watch.
But yeah, no, I mean, a lot of things resonate with what you're saying just because, you know, being in like South Texas, there's a lot of history of like Native Americans. So not that we learned so much about that even, I think, truthfully, but clearly we've learned a lot of things of how we can live naturally just outside.
Damn, you're from South Texas, bro? That's where I was from.
Hell yeah, man. Represent.
Are you Corpus Christi or what?
No, I'm more like moved up to San Antonio.
Oh, you're San Antonio?
Yeah, I guess Central Texas, but I guess people assume Austin, so.
No worries. But yeah, it's definitely a beautiful place to be.
Corpus Christi
Texas
is definitely a vacation spot for sure.
Yeah, I love Texas, South Texas especially.
Yeah.
So are you Spanish descent?
No.
No? Okay.
I think I'm more like Louisiana, French, Cajun. I try not to pay attention to it much, but got plenty of Hispanic friends. You know, I wouldn't say my Spanish is that great, but I understand more of it than I do have the confidence to speak it.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, no, I'm I would say like me moving up to Iowa where I'm at now from Texas, like it was a journey for me, like not in the physical sense, but also in the like knowledge base, what I understand now from what I understood back then.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've grown so much from my understanding, so now I'm more well equipped to actually talk about topics, whereas previously, like where it comes to like nutrition or spiritual or even just the earth itself, I'm able to handle them better than I was before. And it's not so much of like I'm just spouting off just ideas. It's more of like,
did you get that from sort of that cultural shift, or did you feel a cultural shift from here to there?
Yeah, well, no, it's because I miss being around, you know, the culture, the Spanish culture, because in South Texas, that's what I got a lot of, and that's what I am, on Spanish descent. So,
oh, nice.
Well, actually Portuguese, but I feel like I miss a lot of that because there's a lot of kinship with like the people that are from your culture.
Oh yeah, and culture's heavy down here, you know.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like the stuff that I drew from that, but it only got me so far. It didn't allow me to breach parts of knowledge that I needed to. So it was kind of like a way good for me that I got away from that, because I would have been too in my comfort zone down there.
Yeah,
and I
know
would
exactly
allow myself to kind of like let myself learn other things, because I would be too conformed to just being one of the other guys, one of the other regular guys down there. But now that you know, I've been exposed to all this knowledge, man, it's like I know now like why I went wrong in the first place. I saw some videos just recently of myself as like starting from like nutrition. I didn't have anything down. Starting from like what I knew spiritually, nope, not even close. Or even the earth, nothing. I was like, man, I was really bad, in a bad shape, like physically, mentally, spiritually, like back then. Now it's like I feel great, like just how I am or what I think.
That's what it's about. Yeah, that constant improvement, no matter what it is. You know, you think about it, or at least when I do, I kind of like you know, I'm glad all those kind of things happened, and I realize them now because it goes back to what my dad said. You know, you wouldn't have good if you didn't know evil, and you wouldn't have evil if you didn't know good. So you kind of have to pull yourself out of it to know really what it is. You know.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey, man. But the end
That's
result
awesome,
is
man. Yeah.
now I can navigate conversations really, really well. And
Got
I
that kung
feel
fu.
yeah, I actually say that in one of the videos or
Yeah.
one of the audio clips, sound bites that they have of me. I actually say that.
It is a good one. Yeah.
There's one guy, because I did a 3-point takedown, because I'm the originator of it. I invented it, like the 3-point takedown. So, and people use it now, like very often in the server, the 3 points. But when I was actually proposing it to everyone, I was talking to them about how I'm going to achieve, like, taking down the paradigm. And so for me, it was like, I wanted to overcome it in a very simple and easy way to do it. So I devised it like in a very digestible way. So where it didn't have what it would accomplish, and my goal behind it was to make sure that the paradigm of the globe was going to be attacked on its main pillars. So the main pillars were curvature, you know, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space being the air pressure and the air that we breathe, you know, adjacent to that. So for me, it was like, make sure that you take it down in a way that it can't be propped up anymore. So when I came to the server and I was talking about it, I made it digestible, so where I taught everybody like a method in which you didn't have to do it like the way I did it. You could make it the way you want it. Like, it's just so long as the principles of the three questions were there. And it got labeled like the 3-point takedown, the 3-point exploding palm fist. Like, it was crazy when it first came out. People were like,
I use it now. You know, I mean, it's brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's taken root, and I'm glad for it. But now I've actually brought it to a different place. So I've created the Saitama one punch knockout. So the way that I've made it to where it's just one hit and that's it, right? So but you can do the three point, which is a little bit more thorough for somebody to, when you walk somebody through the 3 points, it gives them something to think about, right? The whole entire paradigm.
I get my students that are actually curious. I go, okay, well, just let me ask you these 3 questions, and it's solid every time.
It's good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was surprised because when I started using, because there's sound bites of me actually doing 3 points a couple times. But the one main one is this one guy who's like going along with me, but he's answering honestly at the 3 questions. And so, you know, when we complete it, I actually explained to him the reason why we went through it is because now he's agreeing. And then at some point, he started to realize that he had just agreed or conceded that he doesn't know. So it really rubbed him the wrong way.
Oh,
and so all he could do after that was call me names. So it's like, you're a rude a-hole. You know, like he was...
But it shows like cognitive dissonance too, because I would say 95% of the people I tell, that is their reaction, because they are usually being honest. You know, at least with me face to face, they're not going to try and lie to my face.
Yeah. So if the 3 points have helped you in any way, just keep using them, man, because like that's what they're there for. They're there for you, like, to able to, when you have conversation. One of the things, you know, it's hard to have conversation with somebody who's very staunch in a position, who thinks that the globe is the right way to go about it. But when you give them something they can't rebuttal, there's nothing they can do but kind of stew in those juices, right? That's it. They can only be like upset because they didn't have a rebuttal for them, which you can clearly, without easily breeze through and just be like, there is an answer for this or there isn't. But either way, you're going to be honest with this conversation and say that you know or you don't know.
Right.
And it's from the get-go, it's DOA for the person, because it's like, if they say they know, well, they're going to have to provide evidence that's not there. But if they say they don't know, then it shows their lack of understanding. And then it exposes them to like being somebody who's just a zealot and doesn't have any inkling of what they actually are believing in. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it gives you a superior high ground for the conversation. But also what it does, it builds a foundation. Because
Yeah.
if there's no base for your conversation, then they're gonna scattergun you all over the place. What's gravity? What's
Exactly.
Coriolis? Why do you think the
What
Earth
about
is
the
flat?
moon? Satellites. Oh, satellites is the number one thing. But
Yeah,
you know,
it
I
is.
rebuttal with that too. I go, okay, well, let's Google search satellites right now, and you tell me which one of those is real, and it's hilarious. You know, because not a single one is not CGI.
Yeah, most of the ones.
But you were saying that you had a one sort of
One
massive
punch, Saitama
takedown. Yeah.
knockout. Yeah. This technique is can only be performed for those highly No, I'm just kidding. It's pretty easy. It's just
Well,
simple.
I was gonna guess like curvature.
Yeah, that's it. So
'cause
what
there's
I
no way
what I
around it. Yeah.
yeah, I expound on it to being, and I'll say it this way: it's not elaborate, but it makes it a bit more palatable for the flat earther actually talking about it. When you say curvature, make sure that you talk about the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. This encumbers the idea of curvature, right? It's all about you being able to find these metrics, the metrics of how the globe was actually made to be what it is, through whatever means, right? Calculation, Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, I don't care. So long as you can get to the point where they're being honest about how the information was derived and how we know that the Earth has curvature. So this is the lesson for everybody, right? So this is the one punch takedown. This is the one hit, and that's it. So once after this, if they're gonna come back to you, because really the axial rotation and the the vacuum next to the air pressure, it doesn't need to happen. And I'll give you the good reason why. Because if they're able to tell you how the radius is even there in the first place, then those other conversations are able to be had. But as it is, they're derivatives.
Exactly.
So they're derivative conversations, and I'll put them as like tertiary to what you're going to be talking about. Because anything that precedes the curvature and the foundation of what flat Earth actually is resembling is really just secondary stuff. And if you go into any other topic, it's because now you're giving them the globe. So I'll take it like this. Let's say you have a conversation about satellites. That's giving them the globe. Let's say you have a conversation about gravity. That's giving them the globe. I'm going to sound a bit redundant like I was saying before, but the reason why is because any conversation that happens that you take on that challenge with whatever idea they have, the vacuum of space, robots on Mars, moon landings, Coriolis, let's see, what else? There's other topics. All derivatives, all secondary, they don't even need to take place. The only thing that will stifle them, the only thing that will get them stymie is curvature question. Is the one hit that they can't come back from, is the one thing that they need for this thing to be in existence. The foundation for their globe. Radius, and I said this before, is the one single thread on their sweater that when you tug on it, it unravels the entire sweater. It comes apart, it falls apart. It can't sustain itself. So it is the single most important part. It is the only thing. I used to say 3 hits, and now it's not. It's 1. So this one single thing, if they're able to get past it with a good demonstration, with a good way to verify, then they're able to go to the second, third, fourth, whatever else we got for them. But if they cannot sufficiently answer this, then you're not obligated to go any farther. You're really, what you're saying is without this one thing, you can't provide any more evidence. We're done here. So, but you say it as tactfully as you can possible within the context of your conversation, because your conversation with someone, your approach, it could be whatever it is, a friendly conversation. You guys were talking about like contemplating the universe, or you were mentioning aliens, or whatever, and you just came into this, then you go straight for, however you're presenting it in your own way. But so long as it's tactful and it's able to be presented in a way where you show them, okay, I need to know this information for it to be something that we establish in reality. The radius, the diameter, and the circumference of the earth in which you and I stand on. Now, however the curvature happens to be, it has to be measured. So the ball that you live on, and I, if that is what it is, it has to be able to be measured. Otherwise, how did they arrive at these calculations or these numbers without it being physically demonstrated? Did they just make something up in their own mind and say, hey, this sounds like good numbers, let's put it to this thing? No, they actually came up with it somehow. So like that's the one thing I would ask for them to demonstrate. And so yeah, that's what it is. And you go, you don't leave. You camp there. You make it your home. You make curvature, the radius, diameter, circumference. That is your battleground. That is the hill in which you will stand your high ground on. And I promise you, my friends, if you're a flat earther, you won't get moved. Not 1 inch. You'll stay there, and like scholars and pretender clowns and hamsters and whoever will come, sophists will come in here to try to debunk, to try to overcome you. They will all fall to the wayside. Every single one of them with ease. With ease. I mean, it would be the easiest fight of your... And so you really don't have to gloat. You don't have to make it like, hey, I just punked you, man. Like nothing. Like you don't have to do any of that. Just go straight up with them. Be as humble as you can possible and tactful. And just be, look, this is all I need. Do you have it? No? Okay, well, thanks very much. But I need that in order for this to exist. And they will be, it'll get them frustrated. They'll become angry. Might call you some names. Who knows? But they won't have an answer. That's the main point. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, well said. But I would say in reality too, like when I have the conversation with people, I mean, if somebody is even sort of starting to get an attitude and starting to get real frustrated, I try and talk it out with them. Like, these feelings are normal, and, I was there too, and we kind of do that online. But yeah, if it starts getting even worse, you go, look, man, if you can give me curvature, like, you win this conversation, like, almost give it to them. Like, because sometimes it has nothing to do with you. It's about them realizing that they've never seen it. And that is some huge cognitive dissonance, for some people. Because, they trust it so much. They trust the programming that they've always been told, respect the cops and, they're your friends. They're here to protect you and all this stuff. And they tell you that as a kid and, all the things as a kid. And that's why, I kind of feel bad for society. I try and be as patient as possible. So I don't get into a lot of confrontation, but, sometimes it's usually the random guy listening to me telling someone this information that they start to freak out. So then I got to explain to 2 students, and I'm like, hey guys, let's go over here. My coworkers wouldn't really like me telling you guys about this, but I'm a professor. I'm going to tell you the truth if you're going to ask, but only if you're going to ask, right?
One of the things I want to go back to the what I was saying before about with the radius, diameter, circumference. You could do this, and it would probably help arm you with a really good way of presenting it. List everything that the radius would include. Refraction, the formula, like when you look at the formula for refraction, the R value. Now, when you take a look at the R value, how many times is it used in almost every application coming towards how rockets are launched? Like everything needs an R value. So when you look at
brings up refraction over long distance, I go, okay, how did you get the radius for that refraction?
Yeah, exactly. So when I talk about the curvature of the Earth and the radius, diameter, circumference, all of that encumbers, think of the tentacles, right? How many different things shooting out from this one thing can that topic reach? Multitude, right? You could think of many. So you start pilots, how they navigate, sailors, everything. So you start taking a look at how people use the R value or radius, and that includes everything that they want to propose at the when you talk about the shape of the Earth. So that to you is going to be a good way to just make a list out. So okay, refraction uses it. People that are navigating use it. People that want to say that they live on a globe using a what you call it to navigate. Forget that. Not a compass, but what sailors use. The apparatus. What's the name of it?
Sextant.
Yeah, the sextant. But all these things, right? I forget some of the terms sometimes, man. Like the names of these things.
Oh, there's so many, honestly.
But that's the thing, though. When you start using like that kind of logical thinking, then it all ties in together, doesn't it?
It really is that single thread.
And think about it, everything, right? Because you have to have a ball to have Coriolis for the Earth to be spinning. You have to have a ball for, things to be floating around, like the way satellites to be going around the Earth, like the way they're claiming it does in low Earth orbit. And there's a lot of stuff that, and because you take a look at if they talk about a satellite, then you're like, how'd they get that out there without the R value? Don't you need the radius to launch this rocket to go into low Earth orbit? Doesn't it use orbital mechanics to get out there?
Oh no, they just guessed the first time, right? Failed. They were like,
Yeah,
let's try this one.
No, there was this one guy that I remember who was talking about. He's like, no, they just launch a rocket up in the air. I'm like, dude, don't be silly. They don't. That's not what goes on. You think they're going to spend millions of dollars on a piece of equipment, according to the rhetoric, launch something up in the air and just wing it? Like, well, we hope something happens. Like, like they're using these complicated calculations, mathematics, whatever you want to call them, according to them, to launch the thing with including the R value. It was used in the math somewhere. It has to be, right? Because it's a ball.
The trajectory math of that, like, oh my God. Multiple radiuses involved, over time, supposedly.
So that's like, well, it all comes back to one thing all the time. It always comes back to radius. Always comes back to diameter, circumference, like all that. And if that doesn't, like, that's the thing. So it doesn't matter who it is you talk to, like, really. Like, you could be the most intellect or the most common. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because
that's your weapon against, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great weapon. Couldn't agree more.
I always like that image, Kiwi. We had that discussion of the sun, like the way it appears in the far distance, like it's setting. But when you zoom in on it, it's like above the water, above the horizon.
I tell people too, like, even though we're having this conversation too, like, to do these things yourself, because that's when it actually hits you. Because, I saw Eric's 200 proofs and whatnot, but my immediate thing was like, oh my gosh, I have a temperature gauge or, an infrared scanner. I really want to test moonlight and water, and, it was about to be a full moon, so I was like, I'm totally doing this, going to test it. Ended up doing it and being like, oh my gosh, there's a 10-degree difference in this water in Lubbock, Texas, where, I should have known. It's like one of the flattest places ever, if you've ever been to Lubbock.
Lubbock, yeah.
Yeah.
Up by the Panhandle, no?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But it's one of those things you really have to test for yourself, which unfortunately a lot of people, they don't even search Google sometimes anymore. It's just, I don't know. Well, dude, like, you got to try.
Yeah, that's why I love this topic, man. Yeah. Because for me now, I find it interesting. Why would somebody think the Earth is a globe if there's no evidence for it? So before I was like, before I came up with the 3 points and like this way of actually talking about the radius, I was really like wanting to take every point out and just like gun it down, everything. Like, doesn't matter what it was. But, now, okay, you want to talk about gravity? Let's talk about it. Einsteinian, Newtonian, like, just different things. And it didn't really, it left me unsatisfied because they would still be arguing with me back and forward. But when I came to find out that when you don't have a rebuttal, it's so satisfying. It's almost like it's calming, because it's like a lot. I've heard this said before, and hopefully, flat earthers, if you're hearing this, please don't say these things, because it's like it gives. Man, if somebody just came out with the curvature, I would gladly go back to the globe. I would love to. I would love to think about, like, I've heard this said before. If this don't be saying that, man, because what happens is you start manifesting of an energy of like thinking that way. And I know that you don't think that that's going to happen, but even saying those things, you start to manifest an energy that could start convincing you to think differently. So, but that people have said that, if only somebody came out with it, and I wouldn't. I'm happy where I'm at now.
And
I'm totally content.
They're saying it facetiously, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you, Mickey, but I also agree with the other guy. It is a facetious, when you say it facetiously, because they think that we're not going to move. Which is true, because when you know
That's
something,
why I say Santa Claus,
Yeah.
Yeah, but you always got to remember, whatever energy you manifest, it becomes something. Like, you speak life or you speak death. So if I was to say all day long, you speak life or speak death. So you can speak death into something and always be down and out about it, and just be arguing and just like, man, it's such a crappy day. It's raining. Man, it's such a crappy day. It's hot out. Man, and you're manifesting that energy. And then you project that energy onto somebody else. So what you do is you speak life. You be like, no, the earth is flat, and I'm glad, I'm happy. I'm with truth, and truth is where I want to be. Whether or not, you feel the way you do, because, I don't care. It's flat. It's measures to be flat, and that's what it is, and that's the truth. So, but I mean, just within the context, and I know we do this a lot, but we should evolve into a different conversation, a different mindset. If this is truly our home, then we need to make it that. And say, welcome to it, not like, well, I wouldn't like to be made fun of every day. Like, and that's energy that you're amongst friends here, you're amongst brethren. So it does rub people the wrong way when I say these things, because of the fact that maybe you've been using this vernacular, but just so long as it becomes something that you're well aware of, when you do it, it just brings about that energy. And, you want to shift that energy to, and like I said, maybe it might be a little prideful sting when I say it, because of the fact that you might have been doing it. But at the same time, you should evaluate like the reason why. Because, the reality of it is that you project this energy, and other people hear you say it. Even if it's facetious, it could be turned into later on where you start becoming bitter, and you don't want to actually get there someday. We're not looking for the next guy. Come on, man. We're just hoping that you come in with the globe. I don't care. I'm glad that nobody does, because it's not. But you create that positive, energy towards it.
Yeah, I think I take that too far sometimes, because good morning, and I think about morning and why we say buenos dias in Spanish, which means actually good day, But even like the weak system, calling it the strong system, or just calling it the day that it is, it's hard to break some of these systems or even see them, right? The calendar system was, definitely one that still gets me to this day. Like, what time is it? Is it 2022? I'm not even really sure.
Oh, you mean the year? Yeah.
Right. I'm like, we could be so disconnected from spirituality, but that's kind of their point. I think, one man's opinion is that they do all these programs and these calends to control, but also sever our true power sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because it's like you start learning about Earth and how it goes into its different cycles. And its cycles sometimes don't seem to line up with some of the calendars that we have, like right now, the Roman calendar, I think is what we're utilizing at the moment.
Right.
You look at that Roman calendar, it's like, well, how come it's cold all the way up into like April, man, where it should be already warming up? Like it doesn't warm up until like freaking June.
Why is October, right? 8? Why is that the 10th month of the year? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, it was Flat Earth that honestly, like you were saying too, like nutrition and food is a really big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Gosh.
been following this guy with the proper human diet, and it's he's definitely, he talks about like, you know, well, we knew 10,000 years or like uses millions of years ago that ancestors used to eat this. Like I know his mindset is like thinking evolution and all that, but like that's just a rhetoric that he's adhered to because of what he's been taught. But the nutritional value of what he's saying is it's on point. At least of what I'm looking at. It might turn some bellies sour a little bit, but he was speaking of a carnivore diet and the way how to live off of like a no carb actually, low to no carb diet, no sugars, and the body what it needs is nutritional dense foods like an egg, you know, has a nutritional dense you know, all the nutrients that a human would need to survive. Also meats, you know, any types of meats that are grown. Like I'll give you an example. There's a different, like the cow that you eat today is not the same cow that your ancestor ate, you know, long ago.
Oh my God, no way. Yeah.
You can agree with that, right? Like that's for 100%.
I mean, that's Texas cows. I mean, all you got to do is look.
Yeah, they look muscular, super big. It's like, man, how'd they get that? Normal cows, they don't look like that, man, like at all.
Like,
The
you've
ones
ever
that
seen a
graze on grass.
longhorn in the wild? You're like, we used to take that down. Like, are you?
Yeah, he's a dangerous beast, man. Like for real. But yeah, like so when it comes to that type of, you look at the nutrition that you receive from, you know, eating those types of animal fats and meats, and you know that people would say that fats are evil. It's the devil. Don't eat fats. Cut fats away from your diet. Fats are actually good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the juiciest fats and meats and. But I would say this, like all of this that I'm saying is a sidebar conversation from Flat Earth, because deriving the knowledge that you get from learning that the Earth is not a globe, it leads you into these other topics, which like in this one in nutrition, like I'm still doing research. That's what I'm doing. But it's been about a month or so that I'm looking into it. But the carnivore diet, and I want to hear the opposing sides. I want to hear the sides that are talking, like I want to hear debates about, like for me, that's what I do. I want to consume as much research as I can, look into the effects of what somebody would look like for years of ingesting just this type of diet and the results, you know? So all that matters to me is the results of like somebody going through this. And so a lot of people that have been doing this already, like previous to this becoming something where people are aware of, this was already happening. So
oh yeah. Well, if you look at the industries too, and you look back to the 70s, and you're like, wait a minute, why is this tobacco company buying Kraft Foods? You know.
Yeah, you got a mixture of chemicals and
well, even the plants aren't even the same plants our ancestors had too. Yeah, completely.
They're toxic, man. Like now the plants are freaking toxic. Like you can.
They're like, yeah, be vegan. I'm like, hell no. There's like nothing safe to eat unless you grow it yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. On that topic, man, I'm your guy. I've been studying. No, but I've been bodybuilding for 15 years, studying health and nutrition. Like, I've researched Flat Earth a lot, but when it comes to the body and nutrition, I have like 20 years of knowledge. And, I'm up to date too. So, but, it's like, as a bodybuilder, it's like, I'm just applying all the science that I've learned.
Yes.
I can't just obtain all this knowledge and then not put it into use. So,
yeah, it's different, right? When it comes to like, here's my thing though, Adam. I'm all about like people that have, because really what you are is you're a test subject. So when you actually put yourself to like say years of going a certain way, and here's what I'd say: once you do lab results on different types of things that you would actually need, blood work and that, and you get the results from that, all that stuff it's kind of like the science behind it, right? Like the applied science. So you've tried different things out. You've seen how to optimally gain more, increase performance, muscular activity, all that kind of stuff. Like, and what I was looking at with a carnivore, man, that it supplemented the body with all the nutritional needs, and questions would come up. I'm like, okay, that's great. I like what I'm hearing, but I need to know exactly, because we talk about like how do they go about not getting vitamin C, because that's like citrus, and if you're going all carnivore, it's like there's no, but it's like they still are able to get that somehow, because the animals that are consuming free range and grass feds and the stuff that they're in, the meat that is produced from these kind of animals will give the nutrients that you need, your body needs, including all the fats that store up these nutrients to your body. So you essentially, what you're getting is a full meal deal when it comes to like nutrients and iron, magnesium, like zinc, copper, all the things that you would need to take supplements for are valued in this type of meats. So, and all these different types of meats that you can eat are the different animals that would be ingesting this throughout their life cycle naturally. This wouldn't happen in a I would say the distinction is, this wouldn't happen in like, if you're trying to go this way, and if you're trying to do it within the context of like farms that like these animals are coming from, well, they have to grow them in numbers and volume, and they have to produce so many, and there's a need for quota, so they're pushing these animals to go faster and harder than they normally would if they were just organically done on their own. So like when it does happen that you see animal source from that sort of thing, it makes it easier to put in context like what they've done behind it, like how were they raised, and all that stuff. Whether we think about it or not, it really does matter how it affects your body.
Yeah, it definitely matters to me. The last few years or so, I've tried to be aware of what the diet I'm eating, what they did eat. I've switched to organic food, and that's a huge plus on its own that everybody could benefit from, and removing pesticides and stuff from their diet.
Exactly.
Food's grown with pesticides on it or even around it in other areas, it seeps through. And then I think it's important for people to consider, I think it's like your esophagus and your like digestive tract, where every cell is replaced within a year. So it's pretty much all new. And then your entire body, every cell has been replicated in a period of like 7 years. So if you start now and you could do like I've done, only eat single ingredient foods, like, a real healthy diet, clean water and all that, and within 7 years have a brand new body. Like even my hair start to grow back blonde. I haven't been blonde since I was a child or a teenager, and it's coming back. So that alone tells me that I've become a lot healthier, even at my older age.
Adam, what's weird is that people will look at aging as it's a terrible thing. It's like it's a decline in everything, man. You're gonna be sick and blind and dementia, and it's like, well, how did our ancestors navigate all that stuff? If that was the case, we wouldn't be here today. None of us would be, like, it would all be crazy because we would all be taken by illnesses. But it's this kind of idea that they ate whole natural foods, and not only that, our bodies are efficient when it, like, the scarcity of foods and what was available to them at the time they didn't have Walmart. They were working in like HEB and going and buying like all these things like cookies and Oreos and Cheetos, and they weren't getting that stuff, man. The stuff that they were getting was what the body needed. And further than that, because I always think about diets and supplements and stuff, it's like they were hard workers. Weren't they hardy? Adam, what did you say? Like our ancestors, like they were hardy individuals, man. You could put them in the roughest environments and those guys would thrive in those environments.
Yeah, it's the original dad strength, was the dads from back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you hear about them like they were chopping wood in their 70s, and like, what? How can a man? You take a look at a man in the 70s today, and they're in a nursing home, feeble and just not able to do it. It's like, man, that's not. We got something wrong, man. Something's not right. Like,
yeah, man, something in the food and the water for sure.
No, it's a lot of things, and a lot of the food. Like if we really try to avoid sugar and processed oils, hydrogenated oils, and try to avoid high fructose corn syrup, you just eliminated 90% of the things in the grocery store. Like even just removing processed oils from your diet, there goes almost everything that you were going to eat.
You know what's even crazier is that your doctor is telling you to eat these things that are killing you.
Yeah, man. Wow.
That's the worst, man. Even the nutritional facts that are, here's what I liked about the guy that I'm watching right now, and I want to do some more study on him. But he's saying some of these, what do you call it? Peer-reviewed, things that they tell you about nutrition. It's followed by facts and science and stuff. He's like, just go ahead and look into them. He's like, he's saying what people usually say, like a flat earth when you're first starting out, like look into it. Just look into it. Like you'll be amazed at how none of these things are really backed, or like there is no science. It's all really big pharma, big companies that are pushing these agendas, and that they want you to buy their product. So, all of us who are just like consumers.
Yeah. Or not buy somebody else's product. Like don't drink milk, don't drink raw milk, whatever.
Well, dude, those white coats might as well have freaking NASCAR sponsors all over it. Like,
yeah, no, I'm not kidding you, man. And that's a bad part about it, man. Because we're not doctors, right? And all of us are doctors. So, when it comes to a doctor, listen to your doctor. And always, I would say, like, a physician has their limitations. They're not nutritionists, so they can only say so much as speaking to your health. And if you're going to one or whatever. But I would say, when you do consult them, a nutritionist has a better insight, but not I would say, they more or less have an understanding of what has been taught also previous. So,
right.
I'd say the average meathead at your gym knows more than your doctor ever did.
Yeah. Honestly.
I would say Adam is correct on that. And you know what's weird is that I was listening to like Arnold, like in his younger years, and these guys would eat massive amounts of meat that would be like, dude, you're eating all this freaking red meat, you're gonna die in like your 40s, man. And so it's okay. So there's a lot of variables, right? It's the quality of meat, it's what's put on the meat that kills you. Those two things I just mentioned. So if you're eating like this hormone-based, like freaking, giant uber cows that were fed all this other chemicals and garbage, well, guess what? You're going to ingest that. Not only that, everything else you put on that thing when it's supposed to be, if you eat something that's natural, whole, organically raised, all these other things, you're getting the cleanest, the most, like, I guess, as far as we can tell, the most cleanest form of that meat, the most nutritionally dense, and something that's well equipped to handle what your body needs, And so it becomes those guys that were ingesting all that meat, that were eating that kind of stuff. Because before these kinds of things were readily available, now you know that these farmers have an agenda pushed on them. You need to make more. And this is the way to do it. To be more efficient, here's a feed for your animals that would increase their numbers, their growth, the meat, and in turn, it makes you a bigger profit. So the farmer gets more money to sustain his farm of like cows and stuff.
Sorry to interrupt, but a lot of the farmers are complaining, it's not a choice that they're making to benefit themselves. It's literally forced on them whether they like it or not. It's like you either do business this way or you have no business at all.
Or you have none. And they get their funding, right, from these guys. And so it's either keep the farm, which has been in your family for generations, or you're going to lose it to the banks, and then we'll have control over it. Either way, you still are going to belong to us. So it's like they're essentially being strong-armed, so they don't have a way out. So the only way is just to continue forward, and hopefully people will understand, how to differentiate. So And
then
man,
to go the other route, you know, and go all organic, it typically costs a lot more money, which in turn raises the prices for us. And you know, people don't really want to pay that. Like I struggle to pay $4 for the tiny little package of blueberries that I get that are organic, right? Versus the ones I know that are sprayed with pesticides.
yeah. See, that's another. So by way of you know, monetary means, they'll persuade you to get the cheaper one. At some point, you'll be like, I'll just get the cheaper ones for now. That's all I can afford. And then eventually, you'll be substituting the organic ones for the ones that are cheaper, just to kind of get you by. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I'll just stay on them. I don't see a real big difference. But slowly, that difference was you're starting to get those other chemicals. You see, so you know, by settling and it works that way. In the grocery store, you see a package of hot dogs, you know, that organics, you know, organically, you know, stuff, and is more pricier than the cheaper ones, which are, you know, of 99 cents or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you get the 99 cents because you can get more volume, more bang for your dollar. And it's just crazy, man. Like I look at everything. It's like, it's like corralling everybody to just think a certain way. But there's other options out there. We're not saying you don't have to get the other options. They're there. So we didn't make you do it. You bought it. You know what I mean? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and you know, it sucks because everything costs enough right now, and everything's skyrocketed anyways. But I wanted to say there is a bunch of, you know, kind of like Flat Earth has its, you know, prominent figures. There are some in health and nutrition that aren't diluted with misinformation or, you know, they just figured out everything. So there is a few sources. I could post some in the health and nutrition forum. I posted one. I think there's a muscle intelligence podcast by ex-professional bodybuilder, ex-Olympian, and he's one of the smartest, elegantly speaking people I've heard.
Hey, Adam, we're losing you, man. Adam, we're losing you, man.
Okay. Hold on. All right, give me a second. I'm in the back.
No worries, man.
Am I coming through?
You were just then when you said, "Am I coming through?" Try.
Can you hear me?
You're a bit choppy.
I'll try again later.
You just said that very clearly. Try again. It's all good. I know.
I was just trying to point y'all to a good source. I was saying the Muslim Intelligence podcast.
You're a robot again, brother. I know that Julius.
I'll try again later.
I know that Julius J. I think you said you were on keto. I started on keto, but I'm now leaning towards carnivore because I see I'm looking at all the research. Julius? Have you seen the carnivore diet? I would say if you haven't, just take a look at it. But there's a lot of health benefits to be on that because it's almost like a step after keto. Keto's like a doorway. And I would say carnivore is like a lifestyle. Yeah, I would say just look into it. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's all this and that because I'm looking into it myself. But I'm kind of leaning that way of what I've been looking into. Yeah, there's but it cuts out. I'd say when I say carnivore, a lot of people think, well, that's great, man, steak and eggs. Yeah, I know. But imagine if you were eating not like Doritos and you would cut all that stuff out.
Oh, hell no. That stuff's already cut out.
Yeah, I know. But I mean like, there's what do you call it? Guilty pleasures that people usually say, well, I still got, I don't know, whatever it is.
I never got that. I never understood that. If you're going hard in the paint, you're doing a good job. Like, oh, let me just cheat this one time and eat these funnel cakes. Like,
yeah. That's exactly what I mean. It's like people would say, well, now I got to reward myself with this thing. No,
Right. Don't do that.
The reward is a healthy body, man. The reward is like you feel energized every day. It's just like,
I'm just gonna drink this Diet Coke here. It's diet. Like
I would say this, Julius, because I know you and I are probably thinking of the same. Because dude, I'm telling you, I haven't. Okay, I'll put it this way. You know, diet and exercise. Exercise is great. It's a great component. But just based on only diet, like I haven't done too much exercises in the way of that. I've moved around a lot all day, but I'm saying in the way of exercise, I haven't done too much, and I've lost. Let's see, I went from 236 pounds to about 184 now.
Get ripped, dude. Nice.
Yeah, and yeah, dude, I'm flabbergasted, man. I'm like floored. I'm like, dude, this, and I haven't done, like, I'm telling you, this wasn't like I'm running every day and I'm 5 miles. No, there's nothing to do with that. I just changed the way I ate, and now it's like my body is becoming an efficient fat burner on its own, and it's able. Oh, really? Damn. Yeah, but like I'm telling you, I'm like CB said, I went hard in the paint. When it comes to me, like, and I'm fed up, I'm like, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man, it's like, it's great. It's great, but I mean,
I'll tell you guys, if the diet you're using is working, the mechanism behind it is always insulin sensitivity improvement. That's the name of the game in anything, and avoiding disease in general. Pretty much the root cause of all diseases, inflammation tied to, increased blood sugar levels. So any diet that you're doing that gets your blood sugar levels down low is going to, reap huge benefits for your health and energy and, getting fat off your body and keeping it off.
I got to say, bro, like I was, both sides of my family, type 2 diabetes is a thing for both sides of my family. But I'm like, it's a debilitating disease, right? According to what they're saying. And the way it was explained and the way this guy was, because he's a doctor, but the way he's explaining it is it's more like he said the name was like a carbohydrate overload intake. So it's like your body is not meant to process these types of things. So a carbohydrate overload intake starts to occur, and your body can't fight it anymore, so you become insulin resistant. So it makes your body, like, your blood sugar goes up, and it's like I started to notice that because my dad, he got ill from it, and so it's like I could see what it takes to get out of it, and it's like because carbohydrates turn into sugars. It's like no carbohydrates, no sugars whatsoever, and just go at it like that. See what happens. I mean, what harm could it do if it's something beneficial, right? I don't know. It's everything, bro. And I just want to say, like, that's
the name of the game. Just get, like I said, there's tons of inflammation tied to the high blood sugar levels, and that just wreaks havoc on your body, like any type of inflammation. So, yeah, that's gross. I got to eat a lot, 4,000 calories or more a day right now, and I carb cycle where, like you're saying, my carbs have a place in my diet. Yeah, I'm going to eat them, and I'm going to eat a lot of them, but I'm going to eat them strategically where I can still manage my blood sugar levels, keep my insulin sensitivity high, and not become insulin resistant. Because the moment that I do that, it doesn't matter how hard I work out or whatever, I'm just spinning my wheels if I'm insulin resistant. And a little bit of exercise, cardio and stuff will benefit you in improving insulin sensitivity. One thing you were saying about your diet, you could also benefit from, or everybody could, 10-minute walks right after their meal. Me, I eat like 6-7 meals a day, but most people only eat 2 or 3. So after your meal, walk for 10 minutes. That'll improve digestion and blood flow, and then raise your growth hormone levels, which raising that has an effect on your other hormones, and just helps you in being healthier.
Yeah, the guy that I was mentioning that I'm looking at right now is Ken D. Berry MD on YouTube. So if you guys look him up, Ken D. Berry. Yeah, just I would say he's got years already looking into it. He calls it the proper human diet. And the information is also everything that he has. There's a lot of information that backs it up. So it's not something that he's just saying, "Hey, check this new diet out." It's like, no, this has been going on ever since people have been eating. So this isn't something new, or it's not a fad. This is a way of life. It's how people used to live hardy a long time ago. If we're trying to, like, now people are sensitive to be out in the sun. Like, people didn't used to have that sensitivity to the sun. Now there's a sensitivity. It's like there's a reason why.
You know, I got laughed at about that during the summer. My family offered me sunblock. I said I didn't believe in it. And they were like, "What? That's so stupid. What are you talking about?" And I'm like, if you're to the point where you got to lather up with these chemicals instead of just adjusting like I've done, like before we went on this vacation to the beach, I was out in the sun, you know, getting used to it. So I didn't come out here and burn up like you guys did. But to say that it's laughable that I think that, like, you're just misinformed.
That's crazy, Adam. Because yeah, like people would live out on the sun. Like now it's like people, like when the sun hits their skin, it hurts, you know, and it shouldn't, because why does it, you know, like it's not meant to do that. It's meant to be absorbed by your body. And so, yeah, it's a lot of stuff that's tied into, I see that's like coming into flat earth, like brought me to these other things. And like now that I have, like, flat earth it's super solid for me. I'm standing on a solid foundation with how I know to navigate the topic. I'm looking into this and like the health nutrition. So I went at it like mind, body, and soul. Well, actually, the way I did it was mind, soul, and body, because I already understood the mind. The information that I was collecting from, you know, going into flat earth led me into a deeper spiritual connection. So that also. Now the last one would be physical, the body, for me. So yeah, I'm doing the research and looking into it, and it checks out, because like people like you, Adam, I know, like, you're not gonna. What reason would you have to say that, you know, people that are in bodybuilding and are, you know, using this information, like the ones you call the meatheads, like they would have been, other than them taking, you know, steroidal thing, you know, things that injecting into the body that maybe the body is not supposed to have. Other than that, like the total fitness of a human, like to be hardy, is a natural organic way. It's not, you know, processed stuff. And I don't know. It's
well, whether you're looking into flat earth or just into the pandemic and stuff, you realize that they want one thing, and that's to make us all weak, fat, stupid, and lazy. So do everything you can every day to oppose them.
Yeah, Miggy, I'm glad you tied it back to your point, which is that, you know, once you know some crucial things about this world, then there's like a trickle down effect. And it's like, look at the, I don't even know if she's like the NHS or whatever, but the president of the health, who's been kind of in charge for the past couple of years, that lady that's like super out of shape and stuff. She's like the health president for the NHS or something. Let me look her up. I'm sure you guys have seen her. This lady, she's like chubby out of her mind, right? And she's like the health expert for, you know, the past couple of years in the United States. Let me look her up.
Yeah, I would say, Julius, that the information that guy, he does have good information. Don't get me wrong. His information is like, I've looked into it. It falls in line with everything of a good nutrition going for. But he's got some ties to Scientology, and like his son came out on one of the videos saying that his dad wants him to be not that in and of itself matters or anything, because I look at the information given. I don't care like what, you know, so long as that's a good way of going with the information, like that's great. But I look at more like there needs to be sufficient evidence, and for me, I think people are the evidence. Like Adam's the evidence. Like if he was to say, man, I went like 5 years on this, and I'm telling you it doesn't work because I felt bad, you know, when I was on it, you know, that to me is like, it matters because he's already done it. And so a lot of people have done what Ken Berry is saying. So it makes to me more sense that people living like 14 years on a carnivore diet, and they look at, when you see them, you're like, man, they look like freaking, like they work out every single day, and it's like, man, they do normal activities, but they're eating a good diet. They're in nutritionally dense foods. It's crazy.
Okay, I found it. The health secretary. Dr. Admiral Rachel Levine serves as the Assistant Secretary for Health for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. Nominated by President Joe Biden in 2021. I will post a screenshot. But yeah, Miggy, it's like, if, like you said, these doctors will suggest, yeah, it's fine. You can eat Doritos and stuff. Like, they don't have any idea.
Exactly. But they're leading you down a path, and it's like, but because of the fact that you look up to them, it's like, well, my doctor said it was all right, man. I can have Doritos, like,
yeah. Well, my doctor said, man, dude, your doctor doesn't know anything, dude.
He's not a nutrition. Yeah, he's not a nutritionist.
Fuck, man. I already pulled this in.
But that's what happens, I think, when you become a critical thinker, it changes. Sorry, go ahead.
Talking to somebody at work. Sorry about that.
I was going to say, it reminds me of a scripture too. When you got people living like 900 years, and it always made me wonder, like, wait a minute, is that right? If that is literal, that's a long time.
Yeah,
but it probably had to do with the food.
Yeah, maybe they weren't eating Doritos.
I think they were eating Doritos, man. That.
Speaking of Dorito, I think the Globe I know the Globe just recently inked a deal. They've now partnered up with Dorito. They've found their spherical triangle. We've been asking.
Oh no!
So I've actually found they've presented their recent product that actually is the curved triangle. So let me post this for you guys. Shout out to Dorito, guys. They're really helping the Globe lately.
Yeah, 3D Doritos. They look like what do you call those things? Those little funnels.
What do you call? Yeah. Dang. What are those called? Bugles or something?
Bugles. Yeah, they look like bugles. They very well may be bugles, man, with just like the Dorito flavoring.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. So there we go. Dorito has now signed a deal with the Globe Earth. They are now partners. They have found their curved triangle.
About time.
I know. About damn time.
I want some Spaceys now. I used to be all about it, man. I mean, one of my first things I wanted to be as a kid was an astronaut, It's like, oh yeah, I got to be a great scientist and all that stuff. Yeah.
They didn't give you that many options at that age. It was like you fireman, police officer, astronaut, sports player.
Well, then I wanted to be an inventor, and I was constantly told, "Oh, that's not a profession." And I was like, "Well, then how does anything get made?"
What were some of your inventions? So I remember trying to come up with some inventions back when I was younger.
Oh yeah, dude! I could have swore I was the first guy, even though it wasn't a successful invention. But putting zipper on pants to make it like shorts, I was definitely that kid who was like obsessed with shorts.
Nice.
But yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
go ahead.
I was curious about your inventions, if you have any more.
Oh, I mean, I had a few, like, just like weird little things. Like, I was that weird kid. Like when I was 12, I would like send messages to Microsoft and stuff, like new ideas about like different phones. And I don't know if you remember the Sidekick. Like it sort of did that flip thing. I mean, I don't want to take credit, but I was making that digitally when I was 12 in Rhino. And, sent it to Microsoft like, hey guys, like I have this really great idea, super naive. Never heard back from them. And years later, I see these sidekicks and all these keyboard things, and I was like, son of a bitch.
Dude, the sidekick was badass. I remember.
But yeah.
So that was your idea, damn.
But so I still invent, and I design architecture now.
Okay, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I remember trying to come up with some silly inventions when I was younger, and I think one of them was a trash can that would, you know, when it's full, like you could like hit a button and it would tie the bag up itself. It's kind of stupid.
Oh yeah, they have those now though too.
Oh, for real? Damn.
Yeah.
Nice. And then like the other dream or the other invention was kind of a far-fetched thing, but it's called like a dream pillow. It was like essentially, obviously not really realistic, but it would like record your dreams somehow.
Oh man,
that was a crazy idea, but I love to see that's the kind of stuff I love. Like
that's brilliant
about
though.
People's inventions, that's good stuff. If anyone else has any good inventions from your young age, please share, show and tell. Can't really think of what my other ones were at the moment.
I can't either. You know, I used to have so many drawings. I mean, I have a lot of, you know, I'd say cool designs. Like I made my own record player, and my own record player stand. I made these cool like modern rain sticks, but I wouldn't say I invented the rain stick. You know, just redesigned it, reinvented it maybe. But yeah, you know, grew up kind of honestly fascinated with Tesla. Even though they didn't really teach it in school. You know, my grandfather was a contractor, and you know, he'd like to tell me stories. And Nikola Tesla would come up about electricity and, you know, free energy, and that, you know, it's possible that maybe the architecture of the classic era wasn't just about style, which is really funny when you look at academia and the way they teach architecture. Sometimes they're like, "Oh yeah, this was all based on style." I'm like, "Oh yeah, why does it have everything to do with electricity?" You know, the toroidal fields literally at the columns and the capitals of those columns. And definitely wasn't a style like we read it today. But yeah, the stories always kind of inspired me as a kid. Be an adventurer, which maybe that's why, you know, they push kids towards astronaut. Like, don't go out, go up.
Yeah, don't go out, go up. That's funny.
Did you guys ever hear the that French author? He coined the phrase "print would replace architecture," something to that effect, or books would replace the building.
Sounds like a remix of what is it? The Digital Killed the Radio Star or whatever.
Well, I mean, that's the thought, right? Is that the words of man would replace our ability to observe architecture. So I know, like, Chris, you and I have talked about, like, basement stories. Basement levels and, like, the potentialities. We talk about, like, terraria, mud floods, all that stuff. But, like, the ability to observe architecture that was in place, what it did for civilizations back then, now the history written by words of man replacing what we're able to observe in buildings.
Yeah. I mean, I would go as far as to posit that I wouldn't be surprised if some of those hieroglyphics, like in Egypt, if you really look at them, some of them are carved in, and some of them are actually embossed out, like everything around was carved. And it's actually almost like somebody got a CNC machine. They're so good. But some of them are like, oh, come on. Did you guys just make up a story afterwards and maybe even try and cover up the stories that they were putting or change them in any way? You know, it gets super interesting. But that's the thing, too, is like we have what we observe, but then we also have this narrative that's like, oh, well, it came from so-and-so and they saw it, you know, 70 years ago. They spent their whole life on it. And I'm like, yeah, well, that doesn't mean they're not a shill, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the weakest. I hate when people say that. Well, so-and-so dedicated their life. It's like, they can still be wrong. Dedication is correct.
Like, I've been wrong so many times. It's great because that's how I get right. But come on, man. Like, you're expecting these guys never made any mistakes or were wrong about their translations, or, you know, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, you got to start somewhere, but
Victor Hugo is his name.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard of him.
French. He lived 1802 to 1885. When he passed away, they had a crazy. Underneath the Arc de Triomphe, they commissioned this thing for him when his burial parade. I'm gonna get a picture up of it.
Oui, oui.
Comment t'appelles-tu?
Le view.
And images. I'll throw it in the live stream chat.
Do it.
No throwing, please.
No throwing balls in the house.
Hand it nicely.
You know if this works. It did work. Sweet. Yeah. So when he passed away, that was they commemorated. They, I guess, dressed up the Arc de Triomphe, and that was his little parade.
I feel like Victor Hugo wrote actually a lot of things for architecture, but they're all drawing a blank.
Well, I think he wrote essays and he also wrote stories, and the stories were based on, I think, he crossed them up. He based his stories on real life, and I think his recounts on his fictitious recounts, if you will.
Right.
So, Kiwi, what kind of inventions did you have in your brain when you were little? Anything good?
Architecture. No, I was too busy just caught up experiencing the world, man. Like,
Nice.
I'm an island kid, right? I was born in Toronto, but I grew up in Trinidad and Tobago, so I was always surrounded by water. So it's, they say small island mentality. Like, we never really thought about stuff. I came back to Toronto in for grade 3.
Have you heard that Island Boy song? I'm an island boy.
No, I can't even go there. I can't even go there. Those guys are horrible.
I'm gonna think of you as an island boy now.
Yeah, man.
I'm an island boy.
Buddy. I'm the first generation Canadian in my family. All my family was born in Trinidad. My grandfather's from the UK. My grandmother's from Venezuela. Like, I'm a mix of them. Heinz 57, as they say.
All over this flat plane.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
But, I was thinking about the story, and Miggy was telling his story today, and how I actually came into the idea of, I never, as stupid as it may sound, I never concerned myself with the shape of the earth until I needed to concern myself with it. And, after studying architecture, starting in grade 10, so I was like 15, that gave me my understanding of the world and how stuff works. So I kind of started from the small view and kind of went into the big view. And I realized that the small view, in order to have so many small views, it's impossible to have such a big view when you have so many small views, i.e. we observe level everywhere. So why wouldn't it be level on a grand scale if we see a million points of level? As an example. But in terms of creations in my mindset when I was a kid, I can't take credit for anything that I can think of right now, honestly.
No, let's go back to your point about you always go back to this. Everyone experiences level. So at what point is it not level? I'm trying to think of examples where, as you start to sort of get away from something, what if I want to see more of you? Do I have to go hella far away from you? I get the idea of seeing the bigger picture, but damn, At what point does it change? They're saying that the bodies of water, at a certain point, then they do something different. Okay, but when? Where?
But I'll tell you, like, if I'm again staring at a movie screen and 2 feet away from it, and I know that I can kind of tell that it's a white shirt, and then I just step back like, I don't know, 1,000 feet, and I realize that, oh, okay, it's a human being, and they're wearing a white shirt. At the end of the day, all I've uncovered is the fact that it's a human being, but it's still a white shirt, whether I was looking at it 2 feet away versus 1,000 feet away. I don't know,
Yeah, good point,
maybe
good point.
for example, but it's still something where, maybe you could confuse as a bed sheet standing 2 feet away, seeing that it's just a white piece of cloth. But at the end of the day, like, it's still the idea that it is a white piece of fabric and it contributes to something. I don't know. I don't get it. And that's been my question, is that if I'm looking at it at a microscopic scale of level, then as I start to step back and decrease my magnification, so we talk about times 1,000, so I go times 100, times 10, times 5, times 2, times 1. So as I decrease my magnification set, where does that curve start to present itself? Because in everything we observe, especially the horizon does not deform over as we increase our distance. I could see somebody arguing that it distorts because of the distance increase, right? Because as we increase our altitude, the distance that we can see to will increase because we're increasing our height. But the actual horizon line does not distort to the level that we need it to in order to observe a radius of 3959. Shinoda. I agreed to have a date with a curve. I showed up and she didn't.
Uh-huh. Sorry, I was actually hanging with my cat, but maybe that sheet wasn't a white sheet. Maybe it was a black sheet. See, that's what they're saying, dude. They're saying that, well, you observed white zoomed in, so when you zoomed out, maybe it was a shirt or a sheet or whatever, but they're saying that it's actually black. That's the problem. It's like it's not even matching with it's not matching at all,
Yeah.
Do you know what they are saying practically? They are saying this. For example, I was living on Michigan Lake, and then you are seeing that 60 miles away, and then you know that it's 60 miles away, and now it's some phenomena came in 2000 and further, I don't know which year, that you can see more than that you could see all your life, That's the point. You saw the object on one point all your life. Now that object is not anymore there. Or it is there, but you can see more because some phenomena is happening. Because before, you could not see more, You could see only that point, and more because of optics you could not see, Now you have some kind of mat, you put the mat of the globe inside, now you can see more. Because of light, not because that object is there. If you understand me.
Yeah, no, I understand, man. All you have to do is do the math, and there's your globe right there.
Oil rig is on 9 mile. Refraction. Okay, great. Oil rig is on 9 mile, and then refraction. Yeah, but oil rig is still there. And what?
Yeah, no, like Nathan says this perfectly. He says, as a flat earther, we can simply just say that's an oil rig at 9 miles.
Yeah.
But what do they have to say? They have to come up with some crazy explanation. So here's a flat earther, us just simply saying things that are where they are.
Slightly looming on.
Oh, hold on. My bad. Where'd that go? Hold on. Okay, yeah, so this is what we would say.
As a flat earther, I look at this picture and say, clock at 20 miles. That's That's the end of my explanation. As a flat earther, I can make that statement. I'll say it again. Clock at 20 miles.
Okay, so we're simply just saying what we observe. So as a globe earther, what do you have to say?
Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified, now debunked sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
Holy smokes. Let's try that. I'll slow it down for y'all so we can hear it one more time.
Okay. Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified, now debunked sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
It's quite a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. So a slightly looming, non-standard refraction, holographic hyena projected up over a reified holographic sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve. So it's like, simply we can just look out over the horizon and say, yep, there's a clock right there. But they can't say that, can they? They have to come up with, well, the horizon's there, but it's refracted, and it's holographic, and vision is curving, and all this crazy stuff.
Hold on, let's throw this idea a little bit further and remember that same thing that he just quoted, refraction, is the same thing that creates rainbows. Okay? Because refraction creates rainbows. When light passes through one medium to another, water to gas, air, whatever, or vice versa, a rainbow is created.
We need to ask for the black swan example. When somebody say refraction, we need to ask, okay, tell us what refraction it's doing in that example. What really is doing, what we see and what is doing.
All refraction does is create an image. It creates a visual representation of something that we think is there, but it's actually not there.
Yeah, but we have water. We have something what we can. That video is recorded. There is an oil rig. Behind oil rig is the ocean. You can see behind not horizon, water. You know, it's physical. It's there. That means that's that. You know, now a refraction. Okay, great. What refraction it's doing? That water is there.
Refraction does not have the ability to move stuff. That's for sure.
Especially it has it moving horizon, you know. Or object on horizon. You can see in definition what refraction is doing. But for sure it's not making you see more.
I'll post the. There was some goofball in the Cogdis room earlier today.
Ooh.
Copy and pasting stuff from WS Sammy.
Was it Satan I Worship?
No, are they still here?
No, that guy got punted to Cogdis this morning, actually.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. Modest tossed him in there.
Yeet. Anyway, what were we talking about? They kept sending a WX thing. Here it is. I'll post it in the chat. Of course, they have to use our Black Swan example. Like, first of all, let's take a look at the eyeball to the right. Why are those different? Why is one angled up and one angled down? Shouldn't that be a consistent variable right there?
Well, look at the suggested eyesight line, because we have curved eyesight.
Yeah, one's curved a little, one curved a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I would almost say that the top one is like straight, and it's clipping the node of the circle, like the crown of the circle, right? It's clipping that point.
But I would say then at the bottom one, there's actually a more pronounced curve introduced off of the eyesight line, which is bullshit.
Well, the bottom one also implies that you're slightly looking up to see something down.
Correct.
Exactly.
Look at that. Look how it's tilted up.
Yep.
That's crazy. Bro, I don't understand. Like, I've heard people say this, that, oh, well, the Black Swan, it's tilted down. Bro, if it was tilted down, then we'd be looking into the ocean. We'd look into the water. What are you talking about?
What is the single most wrong thing about that image? What is the one, if you could take the top thing that's the most wrong in that image, what would it be?
The curved ground.
The water.
Well, it's supposed to be over water, right? Is that water supposed? Yeah, right.
Well, shit.
Yeah, I would say,
right.
I asked him.
Holy crap, dude.
There you go.
Water doesn't do that.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter what the eyeball's doing if the water is already doing, because the presupposition is the eye is seeing over the curved water. Right? So we got a curved earth here, fellas. And that's what the eye is looking over. So it doesn't matter what the eye or the oil rig or whatever, it doesn't, that's secondary. The first things first. In both instances, the earth is, or the water is curved. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is a huge problem.
They don't address that.
Yeah, because
they will never address that.
That's the reason why. It's like, well, look at the vision from this one to the one in the bottom. Makes sense, doesn't it? Like, you know what I mean? They have to pull a lot of rabbits out of a hat just so that they can make something happen. It's like, how do you get to the curved water in the first place?
Right. That's
Well,
why I stick on that. Go ahead.
You can see in the graphics. There it is.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's on the cartoons.
No. That's a good way to prove something. That's right there, man. Look at that. It's green and white.
Yeah.
Simple.
I provided the graphics, and look how they are beautiful, and it's not so simple even. And you are asking me for more proofs. You only don't understand. That's your problem.
You don't understand.
Yeah, that's a classic.
You don't understand. Elevate self to level of superiority so I can browbeat you and shame you into seeing it my way.
My suggestion is that you guys will study for astrophysicism, and then you will understand and become a global like me.
Tim, you have to say it really slow like this.
Stevie needs to study for that because he didn't want me to do it or anybody else. He wanted to see.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's funny. He has been back yesterday. Yesterday he was back.
But you gotta say it with that sweet tone, don't you? Hey guys, I really suggest that you take astrophysics.
Yeah, you have to imagine that he is taking his arm, taking it around you, tapping your shoulder. We can be friends. You just have to study astrophysicism.
What? Real people in the circles of, like, you know, academia, like Danny Faulkner, was even denouncing him in the early. You can scroll up in live stream voice text.
Oh,
see.
yeah.
Danny Faulkner was denouncing him. He's like, he's no astrophysicist.
Definitely not.
It was like,
you could tell. You could tell. I feel like you could tell.
Well, I'm saying, you know, people. Listen, people who are in that field or the they don't speak like that, man. This guy he's just a guy who's just reading off the internet. That's all. But you can claim to be whatever you want. I don't care. Claim it. But it's just going to make it, you know.
That's Nathan. That's Nathan. A second explanation. Of course, that I don't understand. What the fuck is that?
What?
Who can understand that? No, Mommy, I want to be photographer. No, son, don't do that. You will make only fake images. Okay. Yeah, you can be photographer, but do something in the short distance. For the long distance, there you will not get never the real object in this.
Crazy.
I'm just glad I got into something that I get paid for that's not bullshit. That's my one thing that I'm so thankful for, that I didn't study something stupid like space.
Yeah.
That you can't like. That's like at that point you're like right now. I'd be like 20 years deep, going, "Holy shit! What the hell do I do now?"
Yeah.
That sucks, huh? Well, you have to double down at that point, don't you? Just continue to chug along, man. Make those dollars how you can.
He said chug along.
I got a good meme for you, Kiwi. Check the chat here in a sec.
So,
but yeah, no. It's like, what would your dollar amount be if you did end up going into that field? And you're like, they were like, well, we'll give you a contract to keep quiet. What would your dollar amount to spread lies?
Well, we know a few people like that we witnessed that unfortunately are stuck in that realm. I say unfortunately, obviously, because we see it that way, but unfortunately, they don't see it that way. Right, where they're having to be stuck.
You're not answering the question, sir. I don't hear a dollar amount.
Listen. You can't to lie to, and again, it's huge because you're forming young minds at that point as well, right? If we were to take, say, the example of a teacher, right? You're being responsible for young minds. So at that point in time, it's one thing for you to be led astray, but imagine knowing the truth and you continuing to lead young minds down the hole. Like that's the type of thing that, you know, in 20 years' time, you've retired from teaching, and that student shows up on your front door.
Yeah.
20 years later, broke, disheveled, and you're like, "What happened to you, James?" And he's like, "I believed your lie.
You lied to me.
And look at me now. I've become nothing." Bro, it's just bad. Lying is not good. So yeah, I don't know if there's a dollar amount that you could pay me to. Those are like gray clouds that you carry over your head as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, what point does the lie catch up to you?
Yeah, there's one of my favorite rappers. He has a line that's like, "People are still out here coping in coupes." You know what I mean? So it's like that Bentley or whatever. Even if you did get the lollipops and the Bentleys and all that stuff, like, are you still is that gonna make you happy? Even if you're telling lies to souls. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at Buzz Aldrin, man. That guy's miserable and you know desperately wants to come clean about it.
That guy's you see him. He's in a drunken stupor most of the time, even on camera, bro. It's like, damn, dude. Like, why you got to be all live, you know, liquored up? It's crazy, man.
And that's just it, right? Like when a little girl comes up to you, she's like, "Hey, Buzz, I have a question." You're like, "Well, now that you've come and asked me, it's like, what do I say to you?" Because again, all that stuff goes on wax. We may not think it, but it gets recorded, right?
He wanted to tell her the truth.
Yeah. Not to mention if these folks are having to sign, which I would imagine they have to sign NDAs so they don't speak of the madness they are presenting to people.
Yeah, NDAs out the wazoo. I would not be surprised by that.
And these aren't like, you know, you can't say anything or you're not going to get paid, or you're not going to say anything or you won't get a bonus. This is like, no, you can't say anything or else like stuff's going to happen that's going to threaten your livelihood. And it's not even you, it's the people you love, people that you you spent your entire life protecting and raising, and these are the people that they target. So
we gave you these lollipops, we'll take them away. So, we put you on camera, we put you on, we'll take you off real quick. Yeah.
We put you on, bro. We'll take you off.
We'll freaking take you off quick. Yeah. And that's the same for any industry. Music industry, freaking actors. You think these astronauts are any different? Come on, dude.
I saw this video once from about on the one side we had what was it dark magic believers and stuff like that, and their rituals, and they compare them to what whistleblowers were saying about, for example, Freemasons. And that when you're talking about contracts, that is pretty much what they're doing when they are rising in ranks. Take it with a grain of salt, of course, because it was what it is. It was a video, but it was very interesting the way that these quote-unquote whistleblowers was portraying their rituals compared to what a guy that was into dark magic and all that kind of stuff, was explaining their rituals. Just a little side note.
Interesting. Yeah, I think there's probably parallels in all different types of fields, if you will. But yeah, I mean,
like one of the rituals was like when you had to be introduced into a dark room and or into a room, or either you were blindfolded or it was a completely dark room, and it was like you're now walking from darkness into light. And at that point, he was like introduced to a sharp blade or something like that, and he had to swear that if he was spilling any of the secrets that he was getting from these meetings and this society of a form, like his belly would be slit up and blah blah blah, like really bad things. But
yeah,
it painted a vivid picture. Let's say it like that.
For sure. And there's a video going around right now. A couple dudes in a barbershop talking about the rap industry and how similar, initiation. What did you call it? Rituals or whatever.
Yeah, something
happen.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like this is information that I've known for a long time, but the people are starting to sort of, I guess, wake up to this type of thing. I don't even want to say it because it's really vulgar, but it's the same type of thing. We're gonna get you in. We're gonna like blindfold you and whatnot. We're gonna control you after this. Essentially, you're gonna do what we say because we got blackmail on you now. So I wouldn't be surprised if astronauts are the same.
Yeah.
I think I actually watched them bring somebody into the fold recently. As a guitarist, I follow guitarists on Instagram and stuff, and there was this very pretty British girl named Sophie. And she mainly played guitar. She showed a little bit of cleavage and stuff, but now she's the guitarist for Machine Gun Kelly up there on the stage with this chessboard, all this Freemason Masonic symbolism, but it seemed like they made her do a photo shoot showing her ass and, this totally out of character for her, ultra sexualized for a guitarist, and then right after she did that, she got the invite to be his guitarist. And you can just watch, man, like she posts stories and stuff. I don't even follow her anymore because of that, but like they definitely brought her in.
Yeah.
You can see it in happening daily, things that she's doing with these people. It's kind of sad to see, man, because she was like a wholesome person.
The thing is, oh my god, just finish. I thought, okay, but the thing is, like, it's not these revelations from the inside of these groups is not a single event. Like, there has been like tons in the time I have been looking into stuff like this, like about orgies with like celebrities and politicians and stuff like that. It's some crazy shit that we hear. Like, I mean, again, take it with a grain of salt, because how can we even know that these things are real or it's just for entertainment that they're spilling these kind of beans? But like, holy shit, like if just 10% of what I have heard from that side is real, like that's insane.
Yeah, great point. It's not just a one-time event here and there. I would imagine that it's pretty common occurrence, not in just music industry. It's probably happening in sororities, fraternities, in college.
Even just big
businesses. Yeah, of course. Crime. Politics. So it's like, this ain't new, man. Yeah, so this is what Miggy always goes back to. Like, you got to know some core truths about this world, and then from there, like, it's a trickle down effect. You won't be so susceptible to the music industry and then the medicine industry and all these other industries that are out to get your attention and so on. So, or your soul. So, I like that you should know about your surroundings and the earth, and maybe you'll learn about other things along the way. And it seems like we have.
Yeah, there was this saying, I can't remember who it was. Was it Aristotle's? Like, the mark of an educated mind is to entertain an idea even if you don't agree with it, was the basic line of it or something like that. So if you ignore everything you're being presented throughout life, I mean, that's your own fault. I mean, I'm not sure what the point is, but...
No, that seems like a good point, and it's sad because these Globers look up to these people like Aristotle and all this, but they completely neglect a great piece of advice like that.
Yeah, the teachings, like, I mean, yeah. Like back in the days, they were not distracted as we were. Like, people think that people back in, like, let's say year zero, that they were working their ass off 24/7 hours a day. No, like to maintain a quote unquote homestead, it's really not a ton of work. There is seasonal things that you have to do, but rest of the time you have a lot of free time. And they spend this time on things like spirituality, like really, like, you know, digging into things, discussing what is it called, logical aspects, and what is the word,
like contemplation.
Exactly. Like, I mean, I'm from Denmark, and I know there were a lot about shamanism and spirituality and stuff like that. So I knew that they really wondered about the meaning of life and all these kind of things. They spend a great deal of time, you know, visiting the inside of themselves compared to what we do today, because like most people, they cannot even sit and look out of the window for 10 minutes before they look at the phone, find some distraction they can be entertained with. Yeah, maybe that is one of the, you know, degradation of humanity, but it's just something to take in mind, that they had a lot of free time, and they were using it on stuff like spirituality and other things like that.
Yeah, no, I like that. You've got me thinking now, like, these people were curious about their reality just like we are. And I wonder, it's strange that the people we debate against and argue against, they use the why does it matter line as some sort of as if it's like a rebuttal to our argument. They actually will say, like, well, but what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like, what happened to your guys' curiosity? These guys were contemplating spirituality and stuff, and you guys are over here saying, like, nothing even matters. There's a problem there. Go ahead.
But like CB, that sounds like the type of people that don't self-reflect anyways. You know, they don't look into themselves to see what they can improve. Like for me, I'm stuck in that mode. Like, how can I get better at anything or in everything every day? Really got to sit there and think about what you're missing, what's flipping past you or going over your head, or what's right in front of your face that people are telling you, or you know, you blatantly see yourself. But, you know,
CB, with reference to what you're with reference to the idea, that response back of what does it matter, notice that answer from them usually comes when you've got them backed into a corner with the question you've asked, i.e., no one's ever measured the curve, and you kind of go down that rabbit hole with them and so on and so forth. And then their knee-jerk question at the end of all that is, well, what does it matter anyway? That's their aspect of coping, a coping mechanism, coping tactic.
I mean, people on this Discord have done a great deal of work analyzing and compiling stuff. There is these 3 memes that is going around, where a lot of these questions that they come in with here is like some sort of quote unquote programmed response, like, where's the edge? Why can't we see China? Why would they lie? You know, pictures from space. Like, these kind of things, which just implies that they have not done like a day's thinking about any kind of subject around the matter.
No, that's exactly right. They're not able to think deeply past the article that gave them this list of questions that already imply that it's a sphere anyway. And like you said, right, what is the quote from Aristotle? Like it's a wise man can entertain someone else's idea, even if you don't believe it.
It's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain ideas they do not agree with.
There you go.
Something that's not one-to-one, but it should sum it up.
I think it's perfect. And it's a skill that most of the people we talk to lack.
Also,
they really do lack that ability. Go ahead.
You got to realize these people have to be told what to believe anyway. So when they're saying that, it's like, oh, that's right. You need to be told what to believe.
That's true. And they're also being told how to think and what to think. So on. You know?
It's also surface level for them. It's got to be low hanging fruit and, just on the surface of what they can entertain.
Right. I've been thinking that too, man. Like, it's surface level. They can never take anything deeper than just the surface. They'll regurgitate the current mainstream narrative. Oh, Eratosthenes. But they couldn't dig deeper down past just that surface level thing. They don't know about Eratosthenes. They don't even know the assumptions that are tied to it. They don't know, they can't go past the surface level, which I find kind of frustrating, really, because that's the whole point. We're trying to drill down into each thing. Okay, if Eratosthenes did it, so what did he do? Okay, so how does that work? Okay, so what does that prove? And they can't they like literally lack that ability to sort of take a vertical deep dive on these things.
Yeah, I just found the right quote. I listed it in the chat, but the one that is going around on memes and stuff like that it's a very simplified version of what was actually said back then, but it gives the same idea. Just to clarify, yeah, exactly. Just to clarify that, because the one with what I said is a very like summed up version of it, as you can see in the quote I listed.
I guess we can read it. It is right that we ask people to accept each of the things which are said in the same way, for it is the mark of an educated person to search for the same kind of clarity in each topic to the extent that the nature of the matter accepts it. For it is similar to expect a mathematician to speak persuasively or for an orator to furnish clear proofs.
They had a way of saying things back then. Like they had the time to say these things. This is what my point was before. They had the time. They didn't need 8-second TikTok videos to be entertained. They had the time. Like that's the main idea. They had time on their hands to really ponder about things.
Yeah, I like that. I think that you do need the time away to sort of think for a while, because if you're constantly surrounded by other people in a swarm heading down a path, like you're all kind of you've got no time to think alone, and you're now got collective beliefs, and we see this with these people. They have collective ideas, and it's like the telephone game with these guys too. Like they don't even know like gravity, for example. It's just like some vague thing. They don't really know much about it, most of them.
Also, some pride in their work and their penmanship. They knew when they spoke that what they were saying was important, so they put their best effort into it, where not a lot of people put pride in their work or anything much now. I see a lot of it.
Yeah, great point, Adam. We see that with the trolls. Like, they will come in here and like pretend to be stupid and this and the other. Like, what happened to having pride in your work, like you said? Pride in the things that you say. Sometimes I'll drop a gem and I'll go back. I'll like I'll deafen myself and go back and listen to it on the live stream, just see how it really landed. So like sometimes, yeah, it's like, yeah, be proud of your work. Why do these people come in and act such a fool? That doesn't represent you well, or the globe earthers, or the globe earth. So like, yeah.
There's another saying. I don't remember where I have it from, but I know I heard it in a mods. I actually believe it's like one of these old-fashioned ways of teaching kids how to behave, but it's something along the line. I don't speak a thought if it took less time to get to come up with the idea in your head than to speak it. So if it takes 2 minutes to speak this idea you came up with for 10 seconds, like, don't speak that idea because it's not well thought.
That's a good point too. I've never heard that, but I agree with that.
It might be a Danish thing, to be honest.
Oh, cool.
But it isn't the same ball chord as the other one. But yeah, it's just another way of saying it.
Yeah, definitely drop that one in the chat if you have it. That's a good one.
No, it's an Orwell thing. Like that was said. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe it was my stepdad. I can't remember. I just know I heard it in a very early stage of my life.
Nice.
I think the heliocentrism has a lot to do with that. How they make you think and behave. So you're just a meaningless speck, and you'll never be recorded in history as anybody. You work at, a fabric store or whatever. They don't feel important, and when they speak or approach things, they don't take it like it's important. There's just no pride there. They're like diminished. They're defeated already.
Yeah.
If they did have the potential to be something great, they'll never realize it.
Yeah, I remember for myself, like, even back when I was a baller, like, I have always been one of these kind of kids or people that likes to, like, detach myself from the group around me and just go out in nature and maybe, make a tarp shelter and a bonfire, a campfire, something like that, and just sit and ponder about things. And I remember that even back when I believed in Big Bang and all these kind of things, like, I always came up with the idea that the Big Bang, like, I mean, so there was nothing. They created everything, but something had to create something. So even if you believe in Big Bang and the ball, like, you still come up with the conclusion, if you actually think about it, about some sort of creator, not just a magical force that created everything, but some sort of divine intervention somewhere. I'm not really sure what my point was, but yeah, just a bit of my life, I guess. That when you really take the time to think about things, like, you come to the same conclusion as you do when you're introduced to something like Flat Earth, that it's a special place, it must have been created. You come to the same conclusion no matter what you think about the universe. I think.
I think you were just trying to tie it to having meaning or finding meaning in things.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, what is the meaning of life? Like, when you ponder about these things, you come to the same conclusion no matter what the worldview you have been presented. I think. Well, again, I can't speak for everyone, but not again. Like, the point is that we have been laying out that people are not taking the time to actually ponder about these things, like going out to the wilderness, make a tarp shelter, just vanish for days without being what is it called? Distracted by society, or whatever you can call it. Because when it's just you, nature, fire, and your thoughts, like, I mean, it's just a different feeling. It's the same when I feel overwhelmed in life. I take out on these trips, being alone with fire, the night sky. It calms everyone down. It centers yourself. There's nothing pulling you in each direction in these kind of situations. Like meditation,
I know what you're saying, man. You want your mind to be still laying flat on a lake or something. Be like water in a lot of different ways. Just let things flow and, conform to the shape that you need to conform to, adaptation. But, most people find solace in things that are meaningless. They, like you said, through TikTok or something. That's how they think they're going to retreat and, find a way to center themselves, is by watching what other people are doing and either being envious of it or whatever emotions are stirred up by stuff like that, when they should look inward and reflect and, like you said, probably get out in nature. That's a good spot to be in, under the stars or whatever, and just try to connect inwardly. But
also embrace being alone. Yeah, embrace being alone. A lot of people, at least when I have talked to them, it's like, if they're alone for 30 minutes, they're grabbing their phone, they're grasping for straws, see if they can find someone to be with. Like rest in yourself. Like that is enough. I'm not 100% sure where I'm going with many of these things, but it's just rest in yourself, find inner peace. Like the Muslims have a saying that there is two kind of jihads. One of them is to protect fellow Muslims and your own home, which is the small jihad, which people are often misrepresenting with suicide bombers and stuff like that. But the important thing in the Muslim world is the big jihad, which is the inner travel. Like the finding yourself, the inner travel between you and the creator or the God or something like that, and it just puts things in perspective when you actually when you hear these things which is so similar to even if you don't believe in a specific religion that you have come across, this inner travel, this inner fight with yourself.
Yeah, that's another downside to the modern world, is there's comfort in everything. How can we, make everything more comfortable for us? And in that is removing the test that we need to be subject to. Like, if you really want to find out who you are, you got to test yourself. You got to put yourself in situations as often as possible and see how you fare. Because, there's really no other way to do it. Nobody's going to tell you who you really are. I mean, they don't know. They probably don't know who they are. So you really need to get out there and find out for yourself. And I agree with you about being alone. I said I was a truck driver. I spend many a days and nights all by my lonesome, and I find it really nice. If I'm struggling or I'm feeling overwhelmed, and I'll literally just sit here in silence for 10 hours or whatever until I sort through it. Try to draw on things, even from my younger days that could be helping me now, because the weight of the world seems to be getting heavier all the time.
Yeah, we are pulled from all sides, like all these expectations from us, and it seems like we are so busy. We have to get everything done in seconds, but doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be that way. It wasn't that way back in the days. It was first when some of the big power structures was in play that people were forced into a set way of living. But man's nature is to travel within yourself, because we have this mind, this consciousness, which even today scientists cannot even point at, which is, it seems to be out of this world in some sort of way, memory, thought, consciousness, things we cannot explain, and we have to feed this state of mind, if you want. And if you don't, you're missing yourself. You can wake up at 50 and you don't know who yourself is, who you are, because you have not discussed these things with yourself. Damn, we have an agent in here.
Yeah, and you got to take the good with the bad. You know, I'm pretty critical on myself about things, but I got to realize that I'm still human, and I'm never going to be perfect, no matter how much I think about it and try to put it forth. Like, or maybe one day I will, man, and I'm just not there yet. You know, I'll try to keep positive.
I wish Solar was here, Flat Earth Solar. Maybe Kiwi can remember when he talked about people with depressions and stuff like that. They were often stuck in a mindset where they were like, why are these things happening to me? Why? And he put it out this way, that the best thing these guys can do is realize that it's not so much about the whys, it's about the hows. How do I get past this situation? How do I instead of why me, go away from the victim position and over to the I control this situation, you know?
Yeah, and I'm no psychiatrist or anything, but you got to realize that
to be a victim.
Every position you're in there because you put yourself in that position one way or another. Maybe it was a really long, you know, drawn out sequence of events that led you to where you're at, or, you know, maybe it was just something that happened recently, but you are where you're at because of your own decisions and stuff. So, like, you can never truly be the victim of something. I mean, disregard I think a bullet or something or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, one of the points I've taken from it is like you have two choices here. You can dwell in the past, the whys, or you can dwell in how you proceed into the future, which is the hows, you know?
A lot of that takes hard work. People are scared of that.
It's definitely a skill set, but again, it takes dedication. For example, allow yourself to go into nature and detach yourself from responsibilities and stuff like that for a day. Start with a day, like a single night. Go to a weekend, maybe even go off grid for a full week. You know, challenge yourself, allow yourself the freedom to do stuff like this, even if you don't think you like him, because nature, bugs. But just try. What's up, Agent Smith? What do you think about the reality we are living in? Is it a ball? Is it a flat plane?
Me?
Yeah.
I believe we live on a flat surface.
I see your VC's verified, so I assume you have been introduced to a lot of things in here.
Yeah, I'm not. I've been here before. It's just my accounts keep getting banned, so I have to keep making new ones. So I'm making,
what are you doing, bro?
I'm not doing anything. I just have like my own server with all like my research, and then I make it public sometimes so people, so I can try to like help other people out, and then. There's like that one guy that comes in and then just takes everything down because he doesn't like how certain evidence is pointed out to him, or he thinks it's racist or whatever.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah, so I don't know. I was thinking either Agent Smith or paid NASA show or something. Because at this point, you can't even talk, like speak your mind.
What's your information pertaining to?
For what exactly?
What does your information pertain to? The Earth or something else? How could it be racist?
Well, I have like research on many things, so it includes the Earth, and then it includes the other parts like religions and stuff like that. So that, I guess that's the part where they could say it's racist. I don't know.
Well, there is also the aspect, if we are talking about the sea years and all the thing that is implied with that, well, they strike down heavy on that kind of stuff. So yeah, but it's not the first time we have heard about people invading a channel and spouting a lot of nonsense or lies and getting another account to report those things that he wrote or something like that, which it just demands good moderation. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like talk about stuff like that. I just like post usually about it, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
If you feel if you're like offended by how the shape of the world looks or something like that, then that's something that's kind of on you, because you can simply choose to just ignore what I post or whatever.
Yeah, that's definitely a you issue.
Yeah, I don't know why people would go such a long distance to take down a whole server and ban accounts and stuff. They did it with my friend 11. Like, they did it with a bunch of people.
Yeah, they're somehow going out of their way to. Yeah, I guess it's a take on these kind of subjects, and these topics, and I don't get it. Do they really? That's a lot of hatred, putting that much energy in to fight something that in their worldview doesn't matter to them.
I mean, the way I see it, to me specifically, they're just trying to, like, in a sense, silence it, because then like, for me, that even makes it like more evident that it's like a possibility and it's real. Because why would you silence something if it's not true? Just let them talk about it. Let them be like, their own crazies.
Yeah, I've said that for a while. Like, if people were just going around saying grass is purple, they would just ignore it. They wouldn't ban them and make sure no one else can hear this.
Right. So, if flat earthers are as crazy as like everybody else says they are, then why not just leave them alone? Just let them be in their own world.
That's a good point.
But when it gets to they're silencing you and they're trying to make it to where like it's every like thing that you search is like nothing credible, like it's all just shills and stuff like that. Once you see that, then you kind of want to ask yourself, well, why do they attack it so much if it's not true?
Things that make you go,
right. And I don't think they want us to think, I think just like what's his name, Rothschilds, I think, or Rockefeller, was one of the two. One of them said they want a nation of workers, not thinkers.
Yeah. Well, they're pretty much. I mean, if they're not there, they're almost there.
Yeah, I mean, you should look here in Denmark. We have this quote-unquote truth scene that is waking up during the last couple of years, and they're doing demonstrations like nearly every weekend. But if you look at what these demonstrations are, unless there is a few anomalies where it looks like the people actually got together, where we are seeing like thousands upon thousands of people, like tens and 20,000 people in a country with 5.5 million. But every single weekend they're doing these demonstrations, and they I think they have missed the point about revolutionary demonstrations, not torches and let's take him to the stake and all that kind of stuff, but they have missed the point, because they are holding concerts, people singing and partying at these demonstrations. This is not a party. This is serious business. They have missed the point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've noticed that too with now, I'm not saying the flat earth, well, yeah, basically the flat earth society, that is created by a shill in itself. So it's not really like helping our side of the judgment as well.
Yeah, admittedly that was created as a joke. The creator have said that himself.
Right. It's just that people don't see through that. So then they're just like, oh, well, all flat earthers are just dumb then, because look at their own society members and stuff like that. But that's a shill in itself.
Yeah, I mean, we see this daily when new people are coming in here. They have these pre-programmed responses, and many of them is like, so flat earthers believe that it's a disk in space, and the disk is moving upwards, and that is gravity. Like these word for word taking things from flat earth society because it's the first thing that they search on when they search on flat earth on Google. That's a lot of like 10 reasons why the earth is not flat, and then flat earth society and more debunking. And it's the same on YouTube and on most other platforms. And when people are like introduced to the topic and they have to go through all that kind of shit before they come in here starting attacking us, it's just an uphill battle to relay the information. Is that the right way to say it? But something in that direction.
team, we got people that are adamantly working against that. You know, the big problem is visibility. They're controlling the visibility of our rebuttals and responses and stuff. So
right, and
we just got to grind until we take over, and then we won't have these stupid, fruitless arguments anymore, and people will be more informed. But it's not like it's not there already. It definitely is. It's just not as visible. So hopefully that'll be changing soon.
Yeah, they're doing their best to, I guess, relay it and regurgitate. I mean, the best form of, in a sense, mind control is just repetition. So if they can repeat to you that, you know, we're on a spinning ball, then eventually you'll believe it because it's through repetition. You know, it becomes memory. But subconsciously, you should be able to, you know, tell, okay, well, why would they suppress so much of this if it's just craziness? You know, just let them be crazy. If that's the case.
The repetition thing is a good point, because when you really analyze events throughout history, especially the cyclical 10-year events like the ozone layer in the 90s and stuff like that, when you analyze these things with an open mind, you can see that these guys are not inventive. They are not innovators. They're using the exact same script, repeating different things, but with the same tone, if you want. Like, the world is going under in 10 years. Be scared. These kind of things, you know?
The destabilization, right? Keep you scared, like Indiana Jones running from the boulder.
Yeah,
the boulder's gonna get you. The walls are closing in. Be afraid. Like, why? I'm just gonna chill out. If the world, and this is where I say, you think you can threaten me with this creation falling apart, right? And I'm willing to bet that the creator, whoever created this thing, or however it was created, knows what this system needs. And I think that any man that attempts to interpret what's happening within the system, your arms are too short to box with God. At that point, I'll say God.
Yeah, fear is the greatest option for them to make people susceptible, to reach in and control their mind.
There is this
kind of like with what happened with COVID, just the fear tactics.
Oh, be careful.
Let's not talk about trigger stuff.
Well, we can put it in a different way. There was this very extensive interview with this. I think it was a Russian propagandist expert who was pretty much laying out exactly how to use propaganda and deceive a full nation into doing whatever they want.
It's called, what's the 3-stage step?
It's that Russian dude. It's that Russian dude. Yeah. Problem, reaction, solution. And if you just keep repeating this, people will be in an eternal state of fear, and they will be acceptable to pretty much everything you propose to them. And
Maybe
you see this right now.
I apologize.
It's okay. We can slip from time to time. We just cannot go into those kind of topics. It's too much, if at all.
I believe that's probably one of the reasons why I was out of here. But yeah.
We have some names I'm not totally recognizing in the chat here.
Yeah, I can see Kill for Donuts and Blood. If you guys want to join the discussion, move up to VC Check-in 1, and one of our mods or Gold Pluses will take care of you, get you an introduction, and give you a tag, so you're allowed to watch the chat that is attached to the live stream, and also join into the conversation. So if you like to join in, go move up to live stream VC Check-in 1. If not, just sit and listen.
I think we can just, let's blind pass him. What do you think? Or green pass him through?
I have no powers. I am the lowest of the lowest.
Stop it. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if I have the power.
I think it's only Gold Pluses.
Damn, that was worth a try.
Oh, is it Blood?
Blood and Kill for Donuts.
Yeah, green pass him in. Let's see what happens, CB.
Yeah, sure thing. We'll check in with these guys. Blood. Welcome, sir. Would you like to say hello? I'll give you a second. Donuts?
You know about it, blood. Kill for donuts? He dipped. He dipped like a donut. Hey!
Nice.
Well, I just want to point out, Blood seemed a bit suspicious. His Discord account was created October 5th, today, and he joined here today. So just a little suspicious. Just gonna point it out. But if he's not gonna speak, it's not a matter of concern.
Probably Agent Smith got banned again. Made another account.
Yeah, he made 2 just to be sure.
Just to be safe. I like Adam. Adam's cool.
I'm
Good
still
to have you
alive. I'm
in
still
the community, Adam.
Yeah, we're just making fun, just to fill the void.
I wanted to say when we were talking about things becoming more visible. I really enjoy everybody stepping up their game. People out there and visit. Just they're not letting anything slide anymore. They're addressing everything head on with a deep, detailed description, right? And I can see this momentum building. And that's why I have some faith that the tides will be turning soon. Like things will be more visible. The word will be reaching people. Smart people that have critical thinking skills and stuff are going to see this stuff and realize that it's not a flat Earth society joke, a bunch of ridiculous shit. Like it has some merit to it. Sorry, I'm driving right now, but yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Right. I'm pretty sure the founder of
Agent Smith, you're talking.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes,
dude, what's going on, man?
We have talked with him for the last 15-20 minutes.
Sorry about that, then. Obviously, I got the voices totally mixed up.
I almost got myself banned again.
Oh, right. You said the trigger word. That was you. My bad, dude. I'm looking at the
said the
soundboard
word.
now.
Yep.
I see it. I got you, dude.
Yep.
Welcome, man. Sorry to be so triggery about that. It's just we've seen, like we've been saying, we've seen quite a few servers get axed over the last few weeks. So we're really trying to keep our push on the level.
Right. This is my 4th account. So I think I'm gonna settle down here. I'm not gonna try to speak on stuff like that too much.
Well, you could tell by the nature of your voice, you're definitely not here to troll. It sounds like you're genuine with your with looking into this. So we'll see how your journey goes, man. That's cool.
What do you? A lot of research.
What are you thinking about things?
For flat Earth?
Well, yeah, just in general, your observables.
Yes, I agree with everything that you what's stated in here. I agree everything here. The way that I came upon it is actually through scriptures, which obviously that's not scientific or anything like that. But yes, I did do some observations myself.
Nice.
Yeah, that kind of gave me, I guess you could say, more faith into what was said in the scriptures.
Nice.
But yeah, I guess I just chose this name just to, just so they don't ban me against. I don't know. I could have done this, or I don't know, paid master still. I don't know.
Actually, I think someone has that name on YouTube.
Yes,
there is a guy who comes frequently on Geos. He's a Glober, and he is his account name is Paid Nasa Shell. I'm pretty sure that it attached to the same YouTube account you guys are mentioning.
Most likely. My dog is being crazy. All right, so get this and
yeah. So even our good friend
Obama
said,
"We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society."
So they're
that's
out there.
great. Look at that.
Yeah,
Even
they're out there
Obama knows
plugging the propaganda.
A lot of silencing this type of topic or something that's crazy. It doesn't exist.
But yeah, I mean, they have done a great work on ridiculing this side, because like you can see the Netflix documentary. But I don't blame Netflix mostly on this. I blame the participants, because they were signing a deal where the cutting rights was given completely over to Netflix, where they could not look through the program before and accept what was edited together, which pretty much just gave a bad view on the whole topics, because they could edit as they wanted, make people and their statements look dumb, pretty much, you know.
Right.
But again, like Netflix, they have their agenda, of course. It's but the participants, they should have foreseen these kind of things and read the contract in depth and not signed it if they had no saying in the final product.
Yeah. I mean, it's their own platform, so off the bat, you can already tell that there's going to be a little skepticism and criticism along with it. It's not going to be like real talk, but I mean, I guess that's just how it goes when you're, I guess, talking about crazy stuff.
It's just funny when we are all told we are living in a quote unquote democracy, democracy where all voices should be heard. But then, yet again, there is no open platform publicly to do stuff like, oh, let's discuss flat versus globe just for pure entertainment, without manipulating one of the sides to look stupid. Let them say their piece, you know, like. But
yeah, I understand that.
But everything is so one-sided, no matter where you look. There is no. It leads me back to that quote from the Truman Show. I want to be an explorer, but I can't remember his name. But James, you're too late, and pulls down the map. Everything has been explored, and yeah, it's kind of the same with the same point with why can't we have a two-way conversation about pretty much everything? It doesn't matter if you or anyone think that this is a waste of time. Like, it's. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
It makes total sense in that sense. But I mean, I guess that's more why I'm like faith-based type of. I'm a more faith-based type of person, because I do believe there is evil in this world, and I do believe that there is an agenda behind it all. And what would be the point of hiding our existence if it's not to hide something more important, I guess, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, I really.
One thing I've always used as a proof is the fact that there's an argument at all says a lot. It raises a lot of questions.
Yeah.
They can pretend that it's all been figured out already, but truly it hasn't. So.
Oh no.
And hopefully some things will be coming clear. There's the True Earth Summit that everybody's hosting, whole big panel of people. Hopefully that'll take off and be something big for Flat Earth. We'll see.
Yeah, because most of these, Flat Earth Society programs, it's all just to, in a sense, kind of make us look not like real human beings, just make us look crazy. But if you actually talk to, I guess you could say, a real Flat Earther, somebody that's paid to be a Flat Earther, it's a difference, because you actually get to speak, legitimately, and not, with any flaws and, shady deals or anything like that.
I really first started to notice these things like with Bush's statement back in 2001, where he said like, either you're against us or you're with the terrorists, and since then, like, you can just draw parallels to that statement. Like, either you are with the mainstream narrative or you are against it. And if you're against it, you are a baddie and you deserve the worst, pretty much. Like, that was the outline that he presented back then. And you can see it right now with, for example, the crisis in the East Europe, that if you have any skepticism towards the mainstream narrative, you are a Putin lover and you are for Russia and you want Ukraine to die and stuff like that. Like the worst kind of scenario. But this is, again, it leads back to there is no open conversation. Why can't we have an open conversation about like recent matters? Like, why can't we have because we have experts on both sides, no matter what subject it is. Why can't we have equal airtime so people can actually decide for themselves with the information laid out? Why does it has to be guided towards one direction only, and everything else is banned?
I would say, obviously, this isn't completely fact, but I would say the closest thing to it would probably just be their own man's pride. Because pride is what makes you, in a sense, very close-minded. And when you're having an argument and you feel like you're not winning, then you resort to attacking that person and making their claims feel crazy.
Yeah, we have an approach to debates or discussions here in Denmark. It's a very old thing. It is often used in the immigrant Muslim parallel or comparison, where two Danes discussing things. The Dane that is losing discussions is the one who gets heated in the end when he is not when he is a loss of arguments, and he starts to get mad and attacking the other person. And that guy didn't have lost a discussion. But if you draw a parallel to, for example, the Arabic world in a stereotypical kind of way, when they have discussions, if you're not showing passion, if you're not being heated when you are told you are wrong and stuff like that, you have lost the discussion. If you're keeping a calm demeanor, you have lost that discussion because you're not fighting for what you think is true. And it just paints the picture like how different we are just moving 4,000 miles south. Yeah. I'm not sure where the point was. I guess I was just trying to fill the void and draw some parallels in different ways of quote unquote winning an argument, depending on the culture you are from.
Yeah. That's why a lot of people use the word debate, because it's not meant to be an argument. But of course, usually at the end of the debate, it turns into an argument. Because one person cannot accept that they're wrong, or the other person cannot accept that they're right, and it's back and forth. But
yeah, there is a presentation from both sides. That presentation is then being broken down, and in the end, as you said, it ended up in a discussion, a more general conversation, and that is the part where it might get heated, where there is no direct line of content or matters to discuss.
Yeah. For me personally, the best way for me to have a conversation with somebody would be to keep a calm demeanor. Not meaning that I'm not fighting for what what I believe is right, but at the same time, we live in a world where a lot of people get mad over literally anything. So you have to kind of balance it out and try to keep a calm demeanor so you don't, I guess, add more fire to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, we have all been there. Like just a private party, you're sitting with some friends down at the bar or something like that, and you're bringing up one of these controversial topics. Let's just say flat Earth. Let's just say 9/11 or something like that. There will always be that one guy that will not accept you talking with anyone about this, and he will come in from the sideline, make a drive-by, calling you an idiot, and almost want to fight you just because you have proposed a new topic of discussion. When you know what I mean.
And you're in the right to do so. If you want to express what you believe, go ahead, even if it seems crazy. You can express whatever you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. It comes back to we are living in a democracy. There is two sides of every single coin, and most times there is two sides of that coin, and then there is the third side that is unseen. That is the truth. And if both sides cannot be laid out, and only one of them, then we are very far from the truth, because we have only one side. We have not the two sides that we can discuss from, and most times the truth is somewhere in between those two sides. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you only can discuss one of the sides, and you're a retard if you are even proposing the other side, I mean, it's close to something like a dictatorship, or even worse. What is it called when big business is taking over? I forgot the word, but yeah, it's definitely not good for the open conversation or for progression in that matter.
That's just how the world we live in.
Yeah. Anyway, it's almost dinner time. I have to hit the store before, but I'll be back later. It's good to meet you.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Yeah. Take care.
All right.
I'm loading up a new clip to the soundboard. Gonna premiere that here in a few minutes. It's gone quiet. Let's check back in with everybody. Agent Smith still rocking with us. Blood is still here. I might know who that is though, but feel free to check in. Batman, Gizbo, I am Kovac, VC verified. Julius J, Kiwi, Miggy. Those guys are deafened right now. They might be listening on YouTube. Shout out to you guys. Wrecked, our Flat Earth Baker, Sasha, Carr, Silver, haven't seen you in a while. And last but not least, Tim. He's also deafened. So we're just taking a quick short break, I guess, unless anyone has any questions. I'm currently loading up a new clip into the soundboard. Should be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're stick around, stay tuned.
Yeah, hey CB, I got a quick question, man, or just a quick thing to note for anyone listening when somebody comes in and they have a debate or a discussion on the subject of the Earth and what we observe, and they say that it's a globe. Like, pay attention to what they're saying. I believe it's a globe. I assume that it's a globe. They don't have any proof. And the assumption of the globe is how they get to the curve. Like, they have to assume a position because there's no proof. And then they say that the curve is too great. But I mean, if you assume a shape, then you have to assume there's a center to it. You have to assume all possibilities, all angles of it. It's geometry. So I just wanted to share that. Earlier, Miggy was telling me a few things and helping me to refine my how I approach things. Just be careful how you get into these discussions with people. If you're not sure about something in a discussion, research it and research it and research it and become the master of that discussion. And that's pretty much it. You know, don't believe something, know something.
Hello, Sonny. Or anyone else that just joined. We're just taking a flat earth nap at the moment. I'm currently loading up some new awesome clips into the soundboard you guys will get to hear if you stay tuned.
Heck yeah, I'm ready for it.
Are they going to debunk the radius?
That's already been debunked.
Oh, yeah. How many times do you have to go through the door? You only have to go through the door one time, man.
I don't like this cooler weather, y'all. I'm ready for it.
You say storm weather or cold weather?
Cooler weather. I'm an AC man, so I like it hot.
Yeah, I like it warm too. It's definitely dipping down now into the kind of the 50s now in the mornings, at night.
What state you live in?
I'm in Ohio. I'm right in Cincinnati.
Nice. My daughter was born in Ohio. I was up there in Kenton, Ohio.
Nice.
13 years ago. Bruh, it is so cold up there. Like, I was working on doing industrial electrical and working on a plant outside, and man, them blizzards, dude. Sideways.
What?
So cold.
You have a sideways blizzard right now?
No, I'm talking about just in the past, dude. It's horrible.
In the past. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, dude.
Are you in the mid plains somewhere?
Well, that was in Ohio. 13 years ago.
Oh,
I'm Louisiana.
Oh, it don't snow there, does it? Yeah. Right by the Gulf. Well, it does
Actually,
freeze. It does freeze in Louisiana, though, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it can.
But probably not right by the coast, though. Huh?
Yeah, I'm in Bossier, like Shreveport area, northwest Louisiana. But we're actually moving to Baton Rouge around the 14th of this October. So I'm going to be doing some observations on Lake Pontchartrain.
All right.
Yeah, I already got a P1000, so.
Dang, you're ahead of the game. Listen, I had a good friend in the Navy that was a drummer that was from Baton Rouge.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a good man.
Yeah, he was a great drummer. He was a great guy. Just overall, really good guy, man. Had like real family-oriented guy. We came over, he's from down there. So, like, we came over, he invited us over for dinner at Crawdad. Like, he had the whole thing going, like, roast,
Nice.
what is it, boiled peanuts. And
Oh, haven't had that in a minute.
he had all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it kind of sucks up here in Shreveport area. Like, it's mainly like a Texas vibe when it comes to food. They don't know how to do Cajun really well here.
Yeah, I think that's where some of my ancestors are from, actually. Well, they originally were from, Nova Scotia, yeah? The French?
Yeah.
And then they got chased out by the British, right? So instead of becoming indentured servants, they escaped down the Mississippi to Louisiana there.
Nice.
And actually, there's when I was doing a lot of genealogy, I found gravestones in Bourbon County, Louis.
Yeah.
No, Bourbon County, Kentucky.
Oh,
with
yeah,
gravestones with
county,
my
I was
last
like, hold
name.
on.
What's that?
I said, as soon as you say county, I'm like, wait, hold on. Because his parish is here. So, yeah.
Yeah, Bourbon County, Kentucky. There's gravestones with our last name from 1750s and stuff. So there's probably a bunch of them down in New Orleans too, I suppose.
Man, New Orleans turned to crap, though.
I
For
bet.
sure.
I think every place did.
Well, they followed suit with the whole "we hate the police" thing and all that.
Well, those places that go against that kind of stuff get sanctioned, don't they? That's how it works here.
Yeah, but the crime rate, I'm not going to work over there. No, thank you.
I don't know if I could handle that humidity there all the time.
I mean,
guess you get used to it.
Well, I mean, if you work in attics, then outside isn't bad at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess you get used to it the worst way. The way I do it.
But didn't Florida just get a horrible hurricane? A lot of damage and stuff? I was watching something on BitChute. Is that right?
Yeah, dude.
They got destroyed biggest one in 40 years or something. That's what from one account.
Yeah. I watched Witsit on that a little bit, and he was talking about how they can direct the hurricanes. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think
I'm wondering if they can create them.
Hey, watch this channel called Weather War 101. They haven't been on in about 5 years, but I'll see if I can get a link because it's probably impossible to find.
So this is not a heat pump. Yeah, I'm excited about the whole, because I'm born and raised in Baton Rouge. I haven't been there in 14 years, living there. So it's really cool.
Oh, there's a live SpaceX launch right now. Let's see. Hold on. What is that? Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, hold on. NASA SpaceX Crew 5 mission launches. 48,000 watching. Oh, shoot. Let's get a link to that.
Wait, only 48,000? I thought there was billions of believers out there.
Yeah, what happened to all the billions?
Or even millions.
They got to work.
Or
a couple of you guys should go visit there. I mean, we should get a couple hundred of us in there in the chat. That would be freaking awesome. Anyway, I'm sure you guys will visit their live chat. They'll have to shut it down like they always do when we start coming in their live chats. They shut off the comment. They shut it off. Have you ever witnessed that?
I have on when it comes to the 24/7 ISS stuff.
No.
I've been there for that.
Well, no.
They shut it down.
When ODD Live was the only live chat. We would go raid these places like NASA.
Oh, that sounds legit.
In the live chats and go comment, they would have to shut the chats down. This happened lots of times. Well, I don't know if ODD. Yeah, I think ODD was the first, and that's that's how this server started from ODD.
Right. I'm aware of that one.
Yeah. And I was in there.
This is the grandbaby, basically.
Yeah. So that's pretty funny. I wonder what they're to the space station. What? The space balloon? They have a space balloon up there, folks. They're calling it a space station, like Werner von Braun did. The space station. We will have men in the space station. Yeah.
The fundamental show is
turn down that. I wonder how long it took Werner to turn down that German accent. Yeah, we will have the station built by 1995. Of course we will. Hey CB, how are you? Good to hear you this morning.
Likewise, Sunny. If anyone wants a little bit of comedy, you can always check out the Cognitive Dissonance Room. You might have to ask for the Cogdis VIP role. This gentleman,
They got stuff in there right now.
questionable. This person says, so they're trying to prove rotation or something. I don't even know what they're trying to prove. They brought up the toilet bowl argument. You guys remember the old toilet bowl flush?
Oh yeah.
That's science now, isn't it?
So yeah, they said flushing a toilet proves the globe, and then they said, drum roll. So why do people in the southern hemisphere drive on the left side of the road?
Oh my god!
Wow,
that is hilarious.
That's a whole new kind of special.
These people. Are you sure these people aren't in there just to make us laugh? They like making people laugh, right?
That one made me laugh.
They're like tickling us from over there in Cogdis. That's hilarious.
That's like a cock off.
I'm touched, literally touched. I guess I could go. When you say someone's touched, that could have more than one meaning, right?
Oh yeah.
That boy over there is real special. Yeah, he's kind of touched, ain't he? Wow.
I'm working on a really intricate clip for the soundboard right now. So
isn't that kind of just mind bending? That I mean, I know this has been a while. I mean, but what a weird world like that. All these people believe in this fake space shit, like we did too. Almost everybody just that it's been taught like this.
Well,
and
the craziest thing is that logic's what took me out of it. You know, being exposed to the opposing side. But the people that are exposed to that same thing, like the people that keep coming in here and everything else, it's like, how are you not able to see?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just amazing to me.
It is. Even beyond all the plethora of actual data showing how Earth is used, really technical data, like in navigation, right? And they still want to deny it. The airplanes fly level. They want to deny that the aircraft is flying over a level plane, stationary plane. And that's exactly how they're made, to fly over a level stationary plane, because you can't do it any other way. If it was done some other way, then that would be obvious. But none of what the globe says is obvious. No one can observe any part of this globe. It's astonishing. People like the first thing I ever learned, what was it, in art? Or was it geometry? Might have been geometry. I think it was geometry. To draw a straight horizontal line the best of your ability freehand. Right? That was the very start. I even remember that part. I know what a straight line looks like. No one can tell me that a straight line of the horizon is curving, or that my completely straight line of sight is curving, or that light is curving up to my line of sight somehow along a spherical surface that can't be measured or seen or tested. It just makes me chuckle now. Like every day I have a great laugh about this. It's better than the alternative, because I seriously would be crying if I wasn't like laughing about it. I guess we have to do both. Sometimes you might cry about this. Holy shit.
Maybe like cry laughing.
But that's all right too, you know? Yeah. That's all right.
For me.
Space is fake AF.
There's just something random I found I added to the board today.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place? What the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all been entertained by bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. So it's like, change the subject. I'm finna walk out.
I actually was looking around in the panel. I'm like, where's that coming? Who is that? Like, it sounded like so real. I wonder what
this
Julius
rapper on a radio show. They try to ask him, so do you believe in the moon landing conspiracy? He's like, man, change the subject.
Change the subject. Oh. I don't know, man.
I think here's the last part of it. Maybe not.
Do any of you feel that, like, when I align myself with, like, Earth, this whole thing about what Earth is, you know, do any of you guys, I feel like completely protected. Like, so it's like I'm aligning myself with the creation itself, and nothing harmful can penetrate that barrier almost. Any of you feel that way?
I feel like I've definitely felt that way before, for sure.
100% though, it's life changing.
It is in a lot of different ways. So people that ask, what difference would it make, like Eeyore?
They just haven't had the epiphany.
Hey, you take that back. Don't be hating on my guy Eeyore. Not gonna lie, dude. I used to like always feel so bad for Eeyore, man.
I know, right? Oh no, I used to behave like that. Oh shit! Now, like, it's horrible. But actually, somebody said that it's not true, that he is actually an optimist. I heard that take on Eeyore before.
Really?
Go look that up. You'll find something that actually Eeyore's an optimist. They'll do a breakdown. That's pretty funny. So a foggy day. It's been socked in the mornings here. It's all super gray, but still getting up to like the upper 70s, low 80s along the coast. Hotter, definitely hotter inland, I'm sure. Like 100. Let's see what the temperature in Tucson is. Let's check. 67 in Tucson. It'll be 86 by 5 p.m. Wow, it gets hotter and hotter until 5 p.m. What a trip. That's wild. Is that noisy, that pot boiling? Can you even hear it or no?
Just slightly in the back. It's all good. Not distracting. Or anything.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Because I think it's the mic. It's directional, so if I point it away, probably don't hear it as much. Oh. Anyway, what was I on? Weather here is 66 degrees, of course. And, only the mid 70s today. Wait a second. What is today? Today's Wednesday. 76 today is the high. Here in the shittiest city in. I'm only kidding. It's the one I live in. America's finest city. That's right. Beautiful.
It's like love or hate. People either love it or hate it, I feel like.
Well, there's parts of it that are just disgusting.
Yeah.
That the authorities are okay with that.
Right.
Like they don't have that. I was just gonna say this. They don't have the resources with them all driving these administrators all driving their Mercedes and Porsches and Lamborghinis and Teslas. I guess they can't. They don't have enough resources, huh? With their Mercedes, driving past all these homeless people living in tents. They don't have the resources to figure that out.
Sonny, gas is so expensive. What do you expect? They got to put $10 for premium in the tank.
Yes, it's pretty soon. It's going to be $8, so they're going to have to be some more homeless, I guess.
Yeah, take from them and put it.
Now, did anybody hear about America being like ancient Egypt or some crap?
Yes.
It's weird. It's like, or Rome. Like, it's kind of like a Roman civilization still, I think.
Or modern day Egypt, really.
Right.
Yeah, it probably is modern day Egypt. I could go with that.
Or like Babylon.
Yeah, pretty much. The same religion.
At least the one that's in power. Yeah.
Same religion. Since way back then. That's what they've been pushing this whole time. Is people come in, don't even know what religion they're in or where it came from. We have to educate them on that. They don't even know. It's shocking.
Yeah, I had no clue that I was religious back whenever I was into scientism. No clue.
Same. It's weird. You guys play GTA 5? There's like a side mission quest thing where you meet a guy who's kind of like a Scientology person. It's like Kiflam, and then you end up in this club, and it's like it's all this Scientology stuff. They have weird code words, and I don't know if you guys have played that game, but
I have. It's been years, but yeah.
I'll see if I can find some stuff about it. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of like how these Globers act. Like Kiflam, they just all like say the same word. You know, they don't even know what the word means. They're just saying it.
Yeah. How did they all just get to parrot like the same get out of jail free cards, gravity and refraction? That solves all their problems, doesn't it? Those two words. Just saying them, they think is a thing. Like that means something. Just the word saying it. I guess it's the same thing. They're the same people that will put a ribbon on trying to represent something like as if they're actually doing something by thinking about that topic and putting a ribbon on to remind you. What? That's how deluded these people are. A lot of them. It's just, I can't think of the appropriate colorful adjectives to describe it. That's cool.
So here I got some information on this thing I'm talking about. It says the Epsilon program is a religious cult. There are hobos who believe in aliens. It's like, but it's
hobo.
It sounds about right so far. But yeah, it's you go around. All the missions called seeking the truth, accepting the truth, assuming the truth, chasing the truth, bearing the truth, delivering the truth, exercising the truth, unknowing the truth. And yeah, it's so they go up to each other, Kiflam, and like no one even knows what the word means. It's like gravity. Gravity. They're all praying to something. So I got a train in the background.
Happy Gravity Day. I mean, why isn't there like holidays for gravity and refraction? I could take another day off from my other days off.
All right, so I finally got it together. I think this will be my premiere of the new clip.
Timon! Yeah? Ever wonder what those sparkly dots are up there? Pumba. I don't wonder. I know. I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Who told you something like that? What mook made that up?
Yeah, pretty dumb, huh?
Oh, you're killing me. Ooh. Oh.
So, from The Lion King. Shout out to Disney. Plugging us with the clips. Making fun of their own stuff. Fantastic. Although I think Disney probably knows something. Maybe not the goofballs that work at Disney, but whoever. I think Walt himself probably knew. Even like the Disney logo, it's kind of like the ears plus the, some people are firmament or container or whatever. The firmament type of thing. I'll play another little silly clip I found. I'll probably chop it up and make it into bite-size clips.
All right, let's give this sucker a spin.
Congratulations! You've just won a free, all-expense-paid trip to Space Australia!
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on! You're from Australia?
Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So, it's like Australia.
In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice, baby. Like me sister, poor Sheila.
Too bad Twad or Timbo not here to hear that one.
Poor Sheila. The poor Sheila.
The Space Dingo will eat your space, baby. There's another clip where he's like, we get it, you're from space. So I need to add that one too. So you just won a free trip to Space Australia.
I was gonna say, even I tried to watch this movie They Live, and even on BitChute, that first one it wouldn't finish, and like it was jacked up, and then the second one said like this channel's been removed for my community.
Dang, Sonny. I wish I had the link because I
can't even watch it.
like 6 months ago I found a link to that.
But I always fall asleep, man. I tried to listen to it. I didn't even catch the last part of it. I just can't. I've all of a sudden, man. I guess because I've been really busy working out, and so I get tired all of a sudden. Like when the sun goes down, my eyes start closing because I was up at dawn and asleep at like I would go to sleep pretty close to like sunset. I got on that schedule, so now I literally get tired. My insomnia is gone. I get fucking tired now. It's amazing. I just needed to work really hard. I hope I'm okay. I'm not sure if I am. Sometimes I hurt and I go, oh, is that? What's going on? But when I get out there moving, then there's nothing wrong. It seems to be nothing wrong. Like I was just... I think we make things up. So I'm trying to like my best to make things the other way. If I can make things up a bad way, like where I think something's going on causing some physical syndrome just by my own thinking in our bodies, I'll just put it that way. We could change it around. I think that's what I believe. As far as beliefs go, I can believe all I want within the reins of, inside of myself. We can't tell somebody else, yeah, my beliefs are changing me physically, but I think we can prove it to ourselves. That's all that matters. Is it happening or not? I know I'd get all heavy sometimes. Excusez-moi. Wait a minute. There's someone named Blood here. They have no roles, and they're not muted. How did that happen?
We're just going to pretend they're not here.
Okay, let's just pretend.
Hey, Sonny, what would you say if you were to put your baller cap on and I played you this clip? What would you say as a response when people talk about like the lumpy Earth? Well, it's not a perfect sphere. It's like lumpy, whatever. I'm gonna play this clip and you respond.
Okay.
Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined?
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Um, I suppose that's something that could be tested. I don't know myself. Like, I haven't examined a cue ball and then tried to determine if the heights of the mountains and depths of the valleys all over Earth could be matched up. Oh, you wanted my baller cap. Shit. I don't know if where's that baller cap? It's missing again. Shit. Hold on, let me look for my baller cap. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Is that kind of like the curvature? I can't find it. I think it's lost forever.
Let's check. Let's check. Let's check back in with Neil. Maybe he can help us out.
The distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles. That is less than the length of Manhattan. Whoa. Yet we are 8,000 miles in diameter. And those 2 points are very far separated from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you. Wow. Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains?
That's it.
This guy's blowing chunks out of his nose, Neil. anyway, like, what kind of a giant? He didn't give me a scale or ratio on the size of the giant that would, how large you would have to be, or how small that cue ball would have to be to feel it. That's the whole thing. It's a fallacy. He didn't give any ratio, proportion, or size. How big the finger, or if you were feeling it. A cue ball, how big you would have to be almost exactly. Earth would have to be round for one thing, which it's not. They got a sort of a problem there if you're trying to, once again, trying to relate something in reality like a cue ball, a man-made object, because there's no true spheres in reality in nature at all. Neither are there any of the other geometric shapes in nature. Well, there are some, I think, in the quartz crystalline world or area of structures, but there's really no others. I mean, you don't find like octagons rolling around somewhere on the forest floor, or triangles. You don't find any triangles out in nature.
Maybe the animals set up in UFC.
You don't see any spheres in nature unless the human being had to make that. Homo sapiens, you are not living on a spinning ball in space. Thanks to Renee, our host over there at the Equinox Festival, which is fantastic. We can't wait to do more. Yeah. Wait till I get my organizers. Are you organizers out there? Event organizers? We need some help with some organizing large events, FE events, all over the state or country. I foresee a great future where flat earthers are not judged by the knowledge that they have. About the content of their character. Shoot.
And I'm sitting here. I got a backlog of clips I got to upload to the board. So that's what I'm working on right now.
Homework. Yeah, that's cool.
I got some good ones, man.
Could do whole like series, like with what you have going on there. We could do like the whole series. We could do like, look, you could do the whole court thing and everything. Just like we could have like certain things that come up like as just standard court fair language that occurs, like organizational things, but all geared to like our court. Okay, bring the defendant. You know, whatever. All right, the court secretary will now whatever. Start. Here comes the judge. Here comes. Shoot.
Dude, did I just walk into court? Is court in session?
Order, sir.
I just walked in.
Bailiff,
What's going on?
tackle him.
No, we're just playing a little bit.
Double leg that man immediately.
We're gonna start. We're gonna really get this thing tuned in, and then I think the saloon, the FE saloon or whatever cafe.
Oh, that would be so fun, Sonny. Can we please do that?
The FE diner or whatever you want to call it. Like we could do
the saloon would be mad fun.
That's what
Old Western night.
Me and another member here that moved away. Haven't seen them on in a long time. Moved to South Africa.
Damn.
Yeah, he met a girl on here. And
Nice.
they ended up getting together. Yeah.
Who was it?
Oh man, I don't want to say. I really don't.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did Blood end up talking? Because I see his mic's open. Blood.
Earth is not a globe. Don't worry about it.
I'm just checking in. I see your mic's open. Tried to touch base with you earlier.
We're just gonna pretend they're not here.
SPD. All right, whatever. Yeah, gotcha. Oh no, Julius. No, that's not raining here. I have a kettle boiling my still, making water all the time. That's what you hear. I live on my little perch on the 8th floor looking down. I look down at this really cool old hotel from 1910. Has old firescapes still, like all the buildings that I grew up looking at in Chicago and St. Louis, with the old iron firescapes on the outside. And it has one of those weird antennas with a ball on the end, like that's what somebody would say, look, there's a atmospheric energy device, but it does look kind of weird because it's definitely an antenna, and it has two little nubs. Like, wait a minute, it has up near the top. It has some little thing about a foot away from the top, and then at the top there's one of those balls on the top, a sphere on the top of this thing. So it's not a flagpole. Doesn't look like one. Actually does look like an antenna.
Oh, dudes. I just found this in my catalog. This was just from over the weekend. There was a fighter who won a fight and got the microphone, and he said this.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so.
So somebody got on the mic after their fight and said the earth was flat. That's nice.
What? That's awesome.
The truth is getting out.
Yeah, it can't be stopped. So what are they going to do? Because all their stuff is BS. The whole thing.
The host of the show, who was like showing it, is such a cock, dude. Like, so he's like, "Oh, of course, it's definitely not flat. It's definitely not flat."
The goober said.
I'll play it one more time, I guess.
A promo of his own, cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so.
Ladies and gentlemen. What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like, it was a wild.
Yeah,
like,
the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words.
The world is definitely not flat.
I had to get it in there, don't you, Luke? This guy's such a cook. But that was cool. I didn't know that somebody got the mic like that.
Yeah, wait a minute. So what kind of show is that from? What is that?
So yeah, I'm big into like UFC, MMA, and so I'm always listening to like MMA radio and podcasts and stuff.
Okay.
So there was after it was an MMA podcast basically.
Oh, okay, I got you, man. I hear you. Yeah.
But this was just over this weekend too, so it's like just happened.
Huh.
Yo, CV, you should save that as a war cry, battle cry for us.
The world
just like,
is flat.
Yeah, just play it, just that little piece, random times.
That would be awesome.
Here's a good one for us.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone. I smoke my stogie anywhere I want. I don't have to find a hideout place like you.
Yeah, that's our attitude now, gentlemen. The feet are up. The stogie is lit.
That's hilarious.
You
know, one time Arnold Schwarzenegger visited the hospital I worked at, and I was around there taking pictures. I used to have a whole bunch of pictures from like 25, 30 feet away. I had 6 or 8 shots of him at the hospital. I don't know what happened to those pictures. Gone, that lost in the dust of time, whatever that time is. Arnold.
Another MMA podcast I got a shout out on.
Let me everyone else.
Hey, what up, Creation Bear? I miss being here for sure.
Let's go, baby. I'm just bored going through some old clips that I have. Stuff that I had saved up.
Are you a fighter yourself, CV?
If I could go back, I would have. I just didn't know about it until like recently.
It was
Until
too
a couple
late.
years ago. Yes,
CV, how old are you now, man?
28.
Damn, homie. All right.
Oh, you're young, man. Dang.
Yeah.
I started.
I just wish I had like known, because like back in school and stuff, I tried to play football and all those other sports. It was fun. It was good. JV All-Star, but like.
But yeah, I was a fast runner, but what I really did was swimming and acrobatics. And when I started doing learning how to do martial arts as a teenager, young teen, even and before, I literally would mix gymnastics with the martial arts.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
But my body can't handle that. I wouldn't try to jump or leap, because I used to be able to jump up and do a scissor hold on somebody from afar, run up, jump up, and grab them by either the shoulders or the neck, and take them down. And it doesn't hurt them either. Like it didn't.
Was that your go-to move?
That flying squirrel. That's called the flying squirrel. Yeah, I copyrighted it. Right? You heard it from me. That's it. No, I would never have to worry. I have my own style, which is more like a windmill type of motion. And so like I would never like hit something with my hands or my feet. There's ways of using motion and vectors. So I developed my own philosophy. It's not just a style of it's a philosophy of self-defense. So in that
Kiwi,
case, you don't even have to be strong to use this. Women could use it just as easily as anyone else because it's not about strength. It's about forces and vectors.
CB.
Motion. Sorry.
check out that link I just posted. What I do is I like grab some buddies and we'll go to the park and spar. So somebody who does like real like photography came up and was like, dude, I want to get some like footage of you guys. So this is a video dude captured of us at the park if you want to check that out.
Sick. I'm on it. CB in the flesh versus just the voice. See where you were at.
I can probably post a screen recording too if anybody wants to see that. But yeah, that's the link.
That is awesome.
Yeah, there's two guys there. I'm the one that threw the spinning back kick.
Oh, that's you? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, well, who's who?
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Well,
so you weren't wearing headgear.
What's that?
Hell
music?
no, because I move my head, dude. I don't get hit in the head.
What was
He was
that
like, yo, bitch, you can't hit me. No.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm moving, man. You know, I'm bouncing around.
Was that your beat there?
No, actually, I don't know. Yeah, that was a dude found it or something. Not mine though.
It's funny because I automatically you start picturing what people look like right when you hear them. So like Miggy shared with a little bit about himself.
I know
about his journey this morning, and I'm like, I really, based on his voice, I had that tone, like I had, or that visual build out in my head.
Right.
Yourself, I thought you were a little bit more heavy set, like in shape. No, hear me out. In shape, but probably like 6 foot, 185, something like that.
Well, this is my real face right here. If y'all are curious.
Hold on. I closed the app. And then the other dude was Lunatic. Like when Lou speaks, bro.
Yeah.
Man, he's hitting big numbers. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
But that's jokes.
Right. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I've always thought that my mental images of all you guys are like they shift and shit. I mean, it's funny, Kiwi. Like I always thought you were younger, and I guess my age radar is broken because I can never tell with people unless they're real young. But yeah, you hit us with that picture. I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's not what I was picturing, but like, yeah, now it kind of makes sense. It's fun to put it all together.
I'll be 43 this year. My son will be 16 in a couple of weeks. So I stay young through both of my kids, obviously 16 and 12. But
nice.
For me, more I've kind of just been in that younger mindset always. Like, fuck growing up. Who wants to grow the hell up? I grow up as I need to. I get to play with drawings all day. I get paid to look at drawings. Like, why do I need to grow up? Growing up is for Globers. That's dude, man.
Wow,
that's awesome.
Those are a trip.
Thanks for sharing.
Those are made from puddles of water with the sun shining on him, and it's on my ceiling. Looks just like what you see.
Whoa. Okay, let me read you this. Because I actually read this part of the article the other day, which I never read before. So I'm going to read the part of the article first, then I'll post it in the live stream. Let's see. Now, the title of this article is, make sure I got the right one. Yep. And this is going to be butchered reading because the resolution isn't too good, but I'll do my best. Moon, a mirage, reflection of Earth's surface, contends Monroe man. Now, the part of the article that really gets me based on what you just shared is this. Hold on. He illustrates this conclusion by filling a round dishpan with water, in which he places 2 bowls bottoms up, and then darkening the room and shining a flashlight on the pan as the sun does the earth. The rim of the dishpan and water in it and the bottom of the bowls recreate themselves on the ceiling. Same thing you're doing, dude. No, there's wait, huh? Wait.
I feel like I've heard you talk about this before.
Is that wrecked? I assume that's wrecked. Okay, cool. I was like, wait, what's happening? Okay, cool. I see you guys. That's awesome. Where's your IRL, CB? We got your video. Where's your mean mug? And yeah, the other person is Sonny. I always thought of Sonny as like this, he's skinny. And when he talked about dislocating his shoulders the other day, I was like, oh, he's exactly who I thought he'd be. And then just now, when you rendered the fact that he was a swimmer, I'm like, okay, yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah, I'm super skinny actually right now.
Yeah.
I'm very lean. I weigh as much as I did when I was in high school. No shit,
bro. There's that article. Hold on.
Had to trim the fat.
I got you. I was sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead, CV. I'm just relaxing. I'm listening to you guys.
Back in May, there's a big festival downtown by the river, and some gentleman set up like a couple posters talking about the moon landing being fake, and he was handing out flat Earth like little discs. He was kind of a weird guy. Like he seemed like he had been saying the same things a lot. He didn't really go off script. He seemed like a cool guy, but I was trying to hit him with some original stuff and like trying to hit him with like, hey, try this, like try these moves, and like he just had his like routine, I guess. But it was cool to walk past him. He gave me like 7 of the discs. Here, take more. I have like 10 of them in my room right now. It's kind of funny. But I got a selfie with him.
So isn't it interesting how the reflection of water on your ceiling looks just like what you see in the amateur photographs and videos of the luminaries? Looks like the same kind of effects. And the way I got it to do this by bumping my table. I'm sorry, I'm off topic.
Bumping your table?
You're not watching the live stream?
Here, let me get back to you. I was trying to scroll through these pictures real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Short video I posted at 9 minutes after.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're slamming with selfies right now, man. You can't talk to us about real life videos. We're doing selfies, man.
I'll show you a picture of me from 1977. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. That's all I'm going to show you. Just kidding. Same nose. Eyes, mouth, ears, the same.
There he is. Homie CV. Cool, calm, collected demeanor, buddy. That's it.
Let's go. Oh, that's Kiwi.
Yeah, that's my unedited. The first one was my daughter with a filter, and she's like, "I'm gonna name it the CEO of White Teeth." I'm like, that's good. But yeah, that's me unedited.
I wonder if I could find those. I posted them before, probably almost 2 years ago. Let me see.
I think that picture was like 2 years ago. My beard's way bigger now.
Really?
It still looks like I have an afro on my chin though. Like, why isn't it getting bigger like everybody normally? Mine's just getting like, I don't know, more and more compact. I think it's at the point where I could almost stop a bullet, maybe.
That's awesome.
All right, I'm gonna post some material for discussion.
Nice.
Oh, dude, I'm hanging out on YouTube right now, looking at the chat and jokes. So. Old dude told us to step in line. Stop sharing selfies.
Wow, that article, that newspaper thing is from 1964. Let me see. I have it blown up here. What's it say? Want me to read that article? I can read it. Hold on a second. Let me get a drink of water.
Really cool clip of me and Chocolate getting in sync one time.
Did you ask about gravity? I'm sorry.
What it is? I don't know. Did Chocolate start that? That was crazy. That was great. That was an echo of Chocolate and Tyson at the same time. That was
About gravity? I'm sorry.
Oops.
Beautiful.
That was a really cool moment. Like Chocolate and I ended up going at the same time. It was dope.
About gravity? I'm sorry.
What it is? I don't know.
What I should have done is started a channel a long time ago and put up all those clips of those moments like that, because I have so many funny moments of like sound drops and people like burst out laughing. I have a lot of those. I probably should have started a channel and just uploaded all those clips a long time ago. They're freaking hilarious, man.
All right. How's the volume?
Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check, check.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. A moon, a mirage, reflection of Earth's surface, contends Monroe Man by Andre Hickok. A House Space Subcommittee in the Congress has started a detailed probe of why the National Aeronautics and Space Administration has been unable to get close-up pictures of the moon despite this nation's expenditures of $250 million to accomplish this objective since 1959. An amateur scientist in Monroe says NASA has failed because the moon does not exist. It is only a reflection of the Earth, contends Joseph A. Bodner of Brookside Trail, who backs his deduction and study of 8 years with photographs, maps, charts, and articles on the Earth and skies. Mirror in atmosphere. Mr. Bodnar is convinced that the waters of the oceans, which occupy 3/4 of the Earth, act as a vast mirror when the sun, 109.5 times the size of Earth, shines on their surface and reflects the land and water masses against nature's own projection screen and atmosphere. Oh, the atmosphere. He illustrates this conclusion by filling a round dishpan with water in which he places 2 bowls, bottom up, and then darkening the room and shining a flashlight in the pan as the sun does on Earth. The rim of the dishpan and the water in it and the bottom of the bowl create themselves on the ceiling. According to his theory, the moon, as seen from the United States, is a reflection of the landmasses of Asia, Africa, Australia, the Soviet Union, and China. The real reason for the man in the moon projection is the varying geographical differences between land contours and oceans. Water shows white and land black. Thus, the golden globe in the sky man has admired and gazed at for centuries is only a mere mirage, Mr. Bodnar concludes. And his startling assumption, he believes, has already been deduced or is at least suspected by the Soviet Union, accounting for that country's cancellation to race America to the moon. It also explains why the last 6 American moonshots made with camera-equipped capsules failed. No photographs will ever be taken of the moon, Mr. Bodnar reiterates, because the moon simply is not there. Based on a speculation, the licensed real estate broker by profession firmly states that a space vehicle cannot land or establish a base on a reflection and cannot survey, scan, or study what is not there. The Stevenson resident, who is a graduate mechanical draftsman and a pioneer in the X-ray field, wants the opportunity to expound on his theory before the President of the United States and the members of Congress. Why? To save the taxpayers from $5 to $20 billion of NASA dollars. NASA says it will need for its Project Apollo and future moon landings. And to reorient our scientific ambitions into more constructive or realistic channels. The next photograph moonshot launch is due in June. While we are wasting our energies and funds on an optical illusion, Mr. Bodnar says, Russia, according to news dispatches, is building orbital space platforms with hatchways to carry the atom bomb, which can be pinpointed over key American cities and strategic areas like defense factories, naval yards, Air Force bases, missile arsenals, and the Capitol and White House. A district manager for the Westinghouse Electric Corporation for 25 years. Wow. Mr. Bodnar is prepared to have his speculation ridiculed. Christopher Columbus, too, he notes, Stanley was scoffed at for his notion that the world was round by the leading scientists of his day were sure it was flat. I bet they lied about that. And Columbus was not a scientist. He said he's a humble navigator. Yeah, he was using triangles. Hello. Elevation angle. He also reminds that Albert Einstein was laughed at when he first propounded his theory on relativity, and he's still being laughed at. The world he observes, sadly, always pokes fun at anything new. But because of his concerns for country's safety and prestige, Mr. Bodnar is determined to brave the inevitable comments of derision. If the lunar landing is pushed too far by NASA and it should fail, he warned, America's prestige will really hit bottom. And Mr. Bodnar does not want to see that happen. He cites the recent pronouncements of former President Eisenhower urging further moon probes before a landing is attempted, and Russia's lack of it. Let me start over. He cites the recent pronouncements of former President Eisenhower urging further moon probes before a landing is attempted, and Russia's lack of interest in the project to support his contention. The Russians are exceedingly clever and also conservative, he observed. They must have had an extremely good reason for canceling their original intention to race us to the moon. While much has been written about the moon, Mr. Bodnar says most of it is a hopeless hodgepodge of contradictory assertions, largely based on guesswork. Let's see, he offers, what a practical man can do to help in a situation that seems so complicated and unfathomable. In a dissertation of his beliefs, Mr. Bodnar writes, in flying over a body of water, one can see the submerged bottom shows an unevenness of contours. What is really seen on the moon is the Earth's ocean floor with its sludded craters and unevenness of the bottom of the ocean with its peaks and possible volcanic action mirrored through the sea. The moon is really attached to the Earth through reflection. It can be compared to a dumbbell with a ball at one end being 4 times the size of the other. The larger one is Earth and the smaller one the moon. The bar holding the 2 balls together represent the sun's reflection. I don't really get the analogy, but Mr. Bodnar also believes that the tides are caused by the rotation of the Earth, not by gravitational pull of the moon. Okay, well, he's wrong there. If you take 360 degrees, which is a full circle, and divide it, this guy was a troll. He was a flat Earth shill. He was an anti-flat earther. If you take 360 degrees as a full circle and divide it into 4 quarters, you have 90 degrees each, one for each quarter segment. It takes the Earth approximately 24 hours for one revolution, divided by 6 hours for each 90-degree segment, thus creating low and high tides every 6 hours, caused by the centrifugal action of the Earth rotating on its axis all of the season, and the actual speed of the rotation of Earth on its axis affects the tides. And I'll be having my speed reading. Yes, that's pretty good. Speed reading classes will be on Thursdays. Never mind. And if that's too complicated to understand, Mr. Bodnar makes it simpler by saying that if you fill a pail full of water and swing it around fast enough, the water won't spill out. Oh! But if you held the pail of water in the horizontal position, the water would spill out, proving that water obtains its level. No, that's not what he said. He said, Bodnar says that is the Earth's rotation that prevents the water from spilling out. Blah, blah. No, it isn't. In the course of his studies, Mr. Bodnar has arrived at some other startling conclusions, to wit, when John Glenn and other astronauts were launched into space, they never really orbited around the Earth. The nose cone remained stationary while it was the Earth that did the turning. Our spacemen only had sufficient fuel to guide their capsules for landing, he claims. Now, I could believe that. He also states that the Earth is not spherical but elliptical. No, wrong again. Shaped like a tomato with both ends cut off. Oh, that's like what they show from NASA, huh? And finally, to support his contention that the moon is a mirage, he asks that these puzzling questions. 1, why is the moon the only heavenly body that is so large, and why is it approximately a quarter the size of the Earth? And he answers, it is because the moon is a reflection of the Earth. 2, Russia is supposed to have projected their satellite to the moon, and her satellite to the moon in What? 2. Russia is supposed to have projected her satellite to the moon in 32 to 36 hours, whereas NASA computes it will take the Ranger 66 to 72 hours. Why the great difference in time? 3. Why does the moon turn and travel with the Earth? Answer: because it is a reflection. Why is it that the moon looks different to the Russians? Because we see the continents of Asia, Africa, Australia, etc., and etc. And so Soviets see the reflections of North and South America. Almost done. Mr. Bodner, exploratory bent. Wait a minute. Is not confined to the realm of more conjecture. He once wrote to President Kennedy volunteering to sub for something Ham the chimp. Oh, subbing for Ham the chip. No, a chimponaut. I can't even say that word. A chimponaut, America's first space pilot, was a monkey. But NASA wrote back saying that the chimpanzee was better trained. And I've been laughed at all my life, Mr. Bodner reflected ruefully. But that's all right. I can take it. Mrs. Bodner, a former RN who tirelessly serves as her husband's secretary in typing up his theories and letters to various officials, is also faithful to his views. Most scientists disagree in their finds about the moon, and added quietly, I think my husband's hypothesis makes just as much sense as theirs. Thanks. Interesting.
Thanks
so,
for sharing.
Comments, suggestions, complaints.
Did they actually say chimponaut?
Chimponaut. Yep. It's in the article. So, wow, that's a long one. So, I think that guy was a flat earth shill, an anti-flat earther in 1964, trying to say that the moon is a reflection, but he's still heliocentrist, saying the earth spins, saying crazy shit like that capsules just didn't even move, that the earth just spun underneath them. What the hell? So, no, maybe they were just up there doing a circuit just like the sun and moon and all the other luminaries do, and just like NASA's doing. They know they can't go outside of the system of Earth, so they just are circulating around. The jet streams go circulating around over Earth. This is one thing we can show, that we know that the weather, all the weather systems, and actually the ocean currents and everything are traveling around in a circuit. That almost like the same kind of circuit that the sun and the moon are traveling over the surface as well. Those heat, like where it's hottest is where the sun is most of the time. Right? Just makes sense. You ever seen the globe currents, like how the currents are going all zigzaggy? It's just like, sure, what's the reason? There's no logical thing you can point to that says, okay, that would cause this. But when you see it on a flat kind of projection, they do travel around in a circuit. So what do you guys say about this guy was like a shill? He was an anti-flat earther. What do you say about that?
I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like the people that are most vocal are the most salty. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Normal people don't mention, oh, it's this because of rotation. Like,
right.
Normal people don't think like that.
That's true. Making claims about the actual size of the moon. Like, even though he says it's a reflection, he's making positive claims. So,
I think Dave made a comment at 19 After, just stating that we're off topic and representing the truth on a live stream, so on and so forth. I just wanted to state we were reading an article that was a little bit suspicious, sharing that because of the initial observation that Sonny provided with this reflection thing that he did in his kitchen, which reminded me of an article that somebody in this forum once shared with me. So these are strictly just a speculation based on a demonstration that Sonny had provided to us in the live stream. That's all.
Yeah. And the reflection of the ceiling star is just what I was using it for as a comparison with actual amateur people using telescopes, right? Amateur astronomy, where they're actually taking pictures through P900s what those stars actually look like and the motion that they kind of have as well, and it matches. So not so much the moon. I mean, the moon doesn't ripple and have like a cross, just like the glare of a star when we're peering at it up in the night sky. That's the comparison I was making with the cap of water, the lid full of water. Not the moon, but I see what you mean. Reflections is the analogy. Yeah. So I thought it was interesting that it looks like that same kind of reflection that you like, vibrating, shimmering kind of like motion that you see at the bottom of a pool, kind of like reflection. CB's gonna go to sleep with all the reading. Was that? You were falling asleep. Holy crap! That's why I started going faster. I'm like, these people don't want to hear all this. But I think it is good to like read. So it takes up some of the time with content and discussion. Like that's interesting to discuss because this guy's saying things that are like fallacious. So to break them apart, break it down.
Yeah, so reminder to everybody, Earth is definitely not a globe. Some DMs with people posting the WS stuff. I'm sure you guys have seen the WS little cards that are out there. It's like, why do people think that gravity or like the rotation is supposed to pull you in as opposed to out? I thought the article said something about that too. Like if you read this here, it says that the gravitational acceleration exerted by the mass of a wet spinning tennis ball says as a result, the water escapes away from the tennis ball. They're saying the Earth is the opposite, that it goes the other way. It's like, what? Apparently it's just the math. So we got some people joining. Victor. Acid Rain.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Acid, what's up, homie?
Hey guys, what do you think of the name that I choose for you guys have ever seen the sun being eclipsed by clouds? Like you have clouds in front of the sun and it looks like it's eclipsed and the sun is just white.
Actually, you mean like looks like the sun's coming up through the middle of clouds?
No, not really. Wait, let me upload a picture.
I think I might know what you're talking about. I took a picture like that when I was in San Diego. I'll see if I can post it for you.
Oh, that'd be cool. Let me see. Acid Rain, you probably won't be able to post. Oh, yeah, you can post. Definitely you can post. Valued Flat Earther, glad you're here. Don't see you that much.
Yeah, I joined the live stream for times.
Yeah, the one that Kiwi, or no? Wait a second.
Oh, I think I found it. Here it is.
Cool. So what are you saying about that's a very cool shot, both of those.
Yeah, I didn't take the so she posted one. I didn't take the first one that's from Google Images because when that happened where I live, I didn't have my phone on. But basically the clouds are white and the sun is white behind.
Yeah, the sun is white. So it takes those clouds are taking away all the glare, so you could actually by perspective, you could, if you can blot that thing out, the whole thing, with your thumb, and we can, right? All we have to do is measure from our eye to our thumb, and then do a proportion, right? That, I mean, may not be accurate. I mean, it's not taking into account anything else. But if you have a filter that takes away all of that outside glare that make it look larger, because through the clouds like this, you could tell you don't have all the glare. It's not as large looking as it is when you're just looking out at daylight at the sun. It's much larger, unless you have a filter.
Yeah, that's right.
So the clouds are acting as the filter. I like that cloud. I've been liking that cloudy weather because, like, it really is hot here. When it's hot, man, it's hot, and like, there's no escape from it unless you know where to go.
Yeah, I took this picture. Sonny, what's that highest point in San Diego? What is that place called again? Where the military thing is?
Mount Helix.
Is that what it
Or
is?
on the coast.
Yeah,
Mount
man.
Soledad.
I was coming. Yeah, Soledad. Yeah, I was coming down from
Mount
Soledad.
Soledad. I rode past that on my ride. I rode right past that. I rode on the east side of it. Yeah.
Oh,
you know, the
man, it was so
Conquistadors
cool.
traveled right there, going
Oh,
up
wow.
the freeway to near Gilman Drive and the UCSD in La Jolla. There, the missionaries hiked right up through that area. Well, they were no doubt on the coast too at some point. They were here at Spanish Landing, and then they hiked up to go to the very next mission, which was shoot, I forget. Oh, Capistrano, I think. Yep, Capistrano. It's where the sparrows. No, what is it? Not sparrows. Something about birds at Capistrano.
Yeah, just being. I'm going through all my old pictures from out there. Being out there was amazing. It just being by the coast, you can see so much stuff.
Yeah,
Being in the west,
incredible.
man. There's so many trees and hills and valleys here where I'm at. So you can't see like this when you're.
Yeah, you go up on the
it's
coast.
amazing.
One of, like, if you go to the Cabrillo Monument, it's at the very top of Point Loma, right at the very end out there. And on clear days, you could see phenomenal amounts. Like, that'd be a good place to do. I mean, it's up pretty high. It's probably, let's see, Point Loma, how high is it? Maybe 1,200 feet. I'd say it's probably not higher than that. It's probably less than that. Where the lighthouse is. Where the first lighthouse was on top, and they eventually had to stop because it would be in fog too much, so they had to put one down closer to the coast, down to by the water, actually. People are running their boats into that point all the time. And Mexicans trying to flee on boats with like 30 people on board crashed a few months ago into the rocks, and they had to rescue a bunch of them.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Earth can't be a ball if the Earth doesn't move. So,
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude and I got a really good view of water sailing for those 3 days. In the horizon, what it was doing over flat water, because we were inside the harbor most of the time, and so we saw like almost every single effect on the horizon that we talk about. Like, I think there was a Fata Morgana there. I think there was regular mirage. There was a spirit. There was like all this stuff was occurring at the horizon. Really wild. Yeah, Earth definitely not a ball. And people come in always saying planet, planet, planet. I know some of us make a mistake, but yeah, planet would need to be measured. That something would have to be measured to say it's a planet, like especially if it's the floor you're standing on. That would require a measurement.
yeah, they can't help but think about everything being in outer space, which is very frustrating if you ask me. Super frustrating.
Look away, look away, look away from the Earth. Why do that? Like, I was thinking about these people with all these wars and stuff that they create. You know who I'm talking about? Continual wars. Like, those are literally the people that are destroying this place, trying to destroy creation. Anyway, I won't get too heavy in that. But yeah, measurably, Earth measures flat, horizontal, stationary, and contained. Come on in and discuss. Got a great panel in here, always ready to answer your questions.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place. I used to ride my bike all the way up there. I have a couple times, all the way to the top of Soledad and then down the other side to La Jolla Shores.
I stumbled upon it just ended up, so I was staying really close to there, and it just happened to make my way up that hill. I'm like, holy smokes, when I saw that ocean.
That's a tall hill, yeah.
Took my breath away when I saw that ocean, man. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, even on cloudy days like that, did you have good view under the cloud deck? Like,
I was taking pictures
under clouds? Yeah.
The weather was top notch when I was there.
Cool.
I think the first day I got there, there was some overcast, like the very first day, but after that it was
clear.
Like I'll show a picture, but it was awesome. Like, it was really cool.
Yeah, like the picture you're showing, that's what it's like here right now. In the mornings until the noontime, but it's still warm, like in the 70s, even though it's completely overcast. It's still like 70, 72.
Nice.
Then it burns off and it gets up to like almost 80. That's what it's doing right now. There was like a 10-degree cool down we had from the last week. was hot as hell when I was down at the beach. That's for sure. Let's see. Better cook something.
Anyway, but yeah, I like to say that, you know, if the Earth doesn't move, who cares? It just automatically isn't what they're saying it is. You know, it's over.
Yeah,
Right there.
people often miss the point. It's not really so much about all these flat Earth clues or whatever it is. It is that we have been given a model which has been proven wrong. That is the essence. It is no further than that. Like, if we don't need to have a model just because we have proven something else wrong.
Facts.
But people miss that point often, and this is why people come in here with a million questions, and every time we point out the most obvious, that we see too far, we have no curve, they go to quote-unquote planets, they go to everything else instead of focusing on what was being said, that if the baseline is wrong, then everything is wrong. Everything.
Yeah, it's like, what's up, Crypto?
Yo.
Yeah, Tim, that's a great point. It's like trying to make that pizza in reverse, you know?
Exactly.
They want to put the toppings on first. So the toppings are the space and the satellites and all these things that come in addition to what a globe Earth would be. But you have to have the globe Earth first to get there. You have to have
really
a... Yeah,
because it's like they're saying, oh, well, it's got grated mozzarella on, therefore it must be a pizza. But it's like they're saying it could be a wrap or a burrito or an enchilada. Like, you don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be a matzo.
You got to have something to put that stuff on, guys. Like,
Yeah, and you got to know what that is. Yeah. You can't assume it you can't assume the base because of the toppings. I like that.
Satellite.
It's so simple. They just can't. They really don't.
It's got pepperoni. It must
equal speed.
But yeah, it is just that simple. It's not quote unquote rocket science to figure out that these things does not add up.
That's why I don't use the term rocket science, because it seems a bit too like giving too much respect to them.
Yeah. That's why I said quote unquote, but I was in the lack of words, you know.
Go with brain surgery, because a lot of globers need it.
Satellites exist, so space must exist.
Yeah.
Tisk.
But yeah, I mean, we see this pizza thing with a lot of things, like the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and stuff like that. They figured out the South cycle, the 223-month moon cycle, like for 2,000 years ago. And then because they can quote unquote predict it today, that's some sort of globe proof. But they did it back then from a premises of a flat stationary realm in some sort of way. So it's just like we had something that worked, and they do the pizza topping. We have this cycle, which is the pizza topping, and we work it backwards, and we put some equations to it, so it adds up. And because of these fine numbers, it's confirmation for them. Something like that.
Yeah, rocket science. It's like I did rockets when I was in Boy Scouts. So pretty sure if you just increase the budget and, you know, gathered up some adult Boy Scouts, some adult scouts, pretty sure we could still send some rockets in the sky. It's probably not that hard.
Yeah, just trial and error. Like you start out small. You look at what fireworks is doing, and you try to scale that up, and you try to use the basic principles from that, and I'm pretty sure most of us could figure it out. Maybe not in the first attempt, but yeah, Rome wasn't built in one day, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't believe that kid was trying to defend spending hundreds of millions of dollars to throw a tin can into the vacuum of space, versus having a balloon up there for 6 months that cost like $10,000.
Oh, that's the Tanny guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny one.
It's hundreds to one in terms of the investment. Yeah. It's like they want to talk about maths. Oh, maths proves the globe. And then when you approach maths from a business perspective, suddenly they don't understand maths. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of wiggle room now all of a sudden when it comes to like conducting business and being rigorous. Oh no, there's a threshold.
Yeah, and there was also this saying, at least here in Denmark, that the technological evolution from the military standpoint is like 10 to 15 to 50 years ahead of the public, what the public know. And if they, for example, 25 years ago could put up drones that could last for months or even years, like what can they do today with these kind of solar panel driven platforms, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. We weren't even talking about the alternatives. I just said balloons because we were talking about satellites, right?
Yeah.
So, but even Google admits that they've got satellites that last 7 months. So, yeah, it's just flipping obvious. There was I think it was a solar powered drone that they had up in the sky for a few years, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was what I was referring to.
Yeah, they're not going to cost that much either. They're certainly not going to cost 100 million. You know, even if those drones cost $1 million each, they would and lasted say 5 years, versus the quote unquote useful life of a satellite, which is 5 to 15 years. So let's just call it 10. Right? You're still looking at $2 million versus $100 million. I mean, any businessman is not going to throw away $98 million for no reason. It's just silly.
Yeah, 100%. It's just a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
We have $1 trillion here or $1 million there. We picked the cheaper one because we can do more about it. Like we can send so many up of these and test these and improve these compared to just going full on board first try. Yeah, and if that fails, well, the budget for that year or whatever is gone, and well, then they just waste the taxes. But yeah, I mean, it's just that silly.
Yep.
We'll just donate our destroyed rocket to the museum, write it all off for tax purposes, and start over from scratch.
Yeah. This rocket is worth $400 million. It actually only cost about $100,000 in materials and $200,000 in development costs, or whatever. And now you get $400 million of tax relief. Oh, right, okay.
They also forget to say that all the important and expensive tools from the inside of the rocket has been, excavated and reused for other projects. But here is the shell, and that is what you're paying for.
Yeah. Yep. Imagine willingly paying $200 million to a satellite that you don't even know can go to a place that you've never been. Like, just there's no businessman who's still in business in the world who would do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, the idea that you're gonna throw money at something to land a vehicle on something that disappears every 28 days. Have we really thought about this, fellas?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the public has been fed this. Like, without these quote-unquote things, we cannot have TV, we cannot have telephones overseas, we cannot have all these important factors of modern society. But when you're digging at it, like, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I think it's like 95% of all communications is through cables and local towers, like
that are laid underwater.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the exact numbers, if it was 90 or 95, but it's up there,
99.9 was all I read. It's virtually all undersea cables. And why would it be anything else anyway? That's just like it's not that hard to lay undersea cable, and if it goes wrong, it's pretty easy to fix relative to a tin can in space.
Bring the satellite down.
Because it's cheaper, you can just lay spare cable. It just seems obvious to me. You would do that instead.
Can someone explain that, like, in really basic layman terms? Like, how does the underwater cable? How do they do that? How do they install that? And how does all that work?
They would lay a channel, I would imagine, right? So imagine a sewer-style pipeline where you would have like a protective conduit laid, and then within that protective conduit, you would then have all of your cabling laid. And again, you would need to give the item structure to ensure that it obviously doesn't get harmed by anything. But I would imagine that all gets laid on the seafloor bed, and it's just continually laid out, just like a train track would be laid. Same idea.
I think they're actually just dropping down the cables because, for example, if you look at the Nord Stream pipelines, they are not dug down; they are just attached to the surface, quote unquote, or in that kind of sense. So I believe they are just having like the bigger wires on spools from the ship, and they are pretty much just dropping them down.
Well, I don't know either way.
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I have seen ships with these kind of spools with big ass, not wires, but those cables, and they are pretty much just spooling them down. I don't think they even have anything to attach to them, so I don't think they have anything attached to him so they can like lower him down. I think they just drop him down. To be honest, I'm not 100%. But as far as I remember of what I have seen of pictures and like small videos from these ships that is laying him out, it's pretty much just a spool, and then they're just sailing away while dropping him down.
I guess they don't need to be perfectly. Like I'm sure they're not making a beeline. I mean, if are they? I mean,
they can scout the ocean floor with radar and stuff like that to see if they are hitting any important detrimental rocks and stuff like that. And if it's clear line, they just just put them down. I might be wrong, but I think it's hard to get divers all the way down to the seabed floor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And like, how do you start like drilling and putting tunnel? I mean, I'm sure it can be done, but just my simple mind is like, damn, that sounds really difficult. All that water. Interesting though. I'm sure a lot of ballers are like, what the hell? Underwater cables?
Yeah, I'm interested now. I'm about to eat here in a bit, but after that, I will try doing a bit of searching to verify what my what rings the bell in my head. But yeah, I mean, there should be some info out there, easily accessible, I believe.
I think they have a lot of repeaters too at the bottom to amplify the signal.
Of
the ocean, I think.
I think they have hold on, you're proposing a wireless, because a repeater works on a wireless signal.
Or an amplifier or whatever it does.
Underwater though?
Have you never played Minecraft? Yeah, the repeater is attached to the wire.
Because I think they have to, it travels such a long distance, I think they have to amplify, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
It shouldn't be that hard to dig up some information about it, but I will do that when I've eaten and see what I can find.
I'm already on it. But yeah, no.
But if you look at a cross section of those undersea cables, those things are thick.
Oh, yeah, that's what she said.
I mean, you would assume they would have to be, but yeah, I've seen those. They look huge, man. Yeah, you're right.
What the?
And the spools, like how they spool them up in those big ass cargo ships.
Yeah, man.
I think they're fiber optic as well, which really starts to trip me out. Like the fact that even you and I are talking instantly right now through a cable.
Chris, are you mobile now?
A little bit. I'm actually driving right now, but
Bro, because you're always in the studio, or in the office, anyways. But
yeah, I had to go teach a class real quick. Come back, keep working.
In the stoop.
But yeah, I don't think there's any repeaters per se, just because the light is fairly instant. I mean, it kind of works like your old tube television, where it basically turns light into the frequency of color that it needs. But how they do it on, I mean, a massive scale is still pretty impressive to me. But yeah, it has to be through a cable. Like, can you imagine this signal going to a satellite, going to another satellite, going back to your Wi-Fi router? It's just like, come on, dude.
We'd all be rumpusing over each other.
But they had copper too. It wasn't all fiber.
Oh, it eventually gets turned into a copper signal. Like, you can take those light signals, and of course, when they turn into a ground signal, because you think about it, they've had these fiber optic cables for a while. That, especially when they were, first testing it, that wasn't a radio signal. So, like, you have Marconi, like the great distance of going from, the UK to the States, and that was a wireless transfer. But they didn't push, like, say, the landline phone signals into that. I'm not in front of a computer, but I want to say it was like maybe even the 70s that they started actually laying these fiber optic cables. But yeah, they definitely fool us with the kind of like, oh yeah, it's going to space and it's getting all the way to you. How can you deny that, right? You're using it right now.
Yeah, it's like the video game simulation they're running in their mind that's the current DLC is it's satellites connect to the phone, and then that's how we're talking. So GPS, everything's coming from up there. They don't.
And what crypto is saying too, I mean,
programming.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The efficiency of fixing stuff, like, that is one of the number one priorities of any engineer, because any engineer knows that things break, and fixing them. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that architects and engineers only sometimes focus on. It's like, come on, let's talk about the beauty of this project, not the what do you call it, the feasibility sometimes, which, yeah, that would be an impossible conversation. What do you mean we're putting tin cans in space? Like, what if I got to fix that? Yeah. Oh, and the funny part, right? Like the ISS, right? Let's put really important components on the outside, right? So we have to work on it.
Yeah. We're going to send them up in the can. Then we're going to send them outside of the can to work on the outside of the can. And when they're done working on the outside of the can, they go back inside the can, and that can will bring them back down to the safe surface.
Because they used to have those missions like, oh yeah, we're fixing the Hubble right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong with having a bunch of people inside of a pressurized can, and then having to leave the pressurized can to a place that will probably kill them? What could go wrong?
So
perfect design. Yeah.
Some dude on Rogaine the other day was talking about he got sent up to space, and he was talking about the idea that, number one, when you go up to space, because the quote unquote gravity acts differently upon your body, you end up I guess losing muscle mass or something when you come back down to Earth. So there's a whole
atrophy.
Atrophy.
Well, you don't lose it when you come back down. You lose it up there.
Okay. Yeah, you go through a form of atrophy. But then he was talking about the idea that when he went outside to work on something on the outside of the space station, where the hell he was working on, that there was a part that didn't fit too well. So they waited until the sun started to turn towards them, and he heated up the object with the sun, and then the object was able to fit over the object they were trying to fit together, because there were two metal objects. And I'm like, did you just try to explain thermal expansion due to the sun in space? Because the concept is it's escaping me right now. Thermal expansion. You getting this, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Yeah, they seem to have a bunch of these just so stories, and then they'll tell them, and then the clapping seals just believe it without question. But to anyone who doesn't believe it, it just sounds ridiculous. Oh, so you just warmed it up with the sun for a couple of minutes, and then
Exactly.
now it's dipped.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
I appreciate that feedback. Like, you're on Joe Rogan explaining this to this man, and he's having, because he's got Eddie Bravo sitting on his hip talking about, yo, space ain't even real. And then this guy's sitting across the table from him telling about how he went to space, lost size, muscle mass, atrophied in space, and all this stuff. And to boot, he got to work outside and he got to heat up this thing due to thermal expansion with the sun. Bro, come on. Come on.
It sounds like hella bollocks to me.
Oh, man. I wonder if Joe Rogan wanted to jump the table. What are you talking about?
Rogan's up.
It's funny because right now I'm explaining a coworker lateral support on a foundation wall. So there's things in the building code that prevent you from Swiss cheesing your foundation wall, because again, your foundation wall is obviously what your house sits upon. So if you go and punch a bunch of holes in it, you're gonna obviously compromise the structural integrity of the actual foundation wall itself. So there's rules in the building code that state, hey, you can't punch a whole bunch of walls in your foundation wall because it'll fall apart if you do. So I'm just we were talking about this whole idea of doing things with the sun in space, and I'm explaining this whole idea of lateral support to my coworker. Worlds are colliding. Killian's getting upset.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Good day.
Good evening. Good day.
Guten Abend.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
That was a blast last night, man. A guy, satire, Gregory Mongo, dude.
Gregory was the worst. Holy shit. What a time waste.
Holy shit, man. That was ridiculous. He got his fucking ass handed to him, though. It was fun.
He had a role. He had the on the fence role, and I was just like, this guy is not on the... Like, no way.
No way.
I'm more curious about the valued role.
I gave him the Glover role and renamed him to Gregory Glover. So I think that's a bit more accurate.
Our Gregory or somebody else?
No,
someone else.
Different,
No,
different Gregory. Yeah.
No, Greg's
It
a
was,
G. Gregory's our guy.
He is literally.
Yeah.
He's
Pretty funny,
literally.
man. Anyway, I'm having breakfast at the Hotel California.
No way.
Oh, very nice.
I'm not kidding.
Well done, man.
I'll send
Cheers
you
to
guys a
that.
picture. I'll send
Drink
you
him
a
a
picture.
coffee.
So I'm not lying to you. Yeah.
And where can you find spectacular space food?
Hey.
Space food, man.
Let's go, baby. Hit me up, Spaceys.
Spaces, baby.
Did we ever find out what Satani Worship's dissertation was on?
Oh, you got punted.
No.
No, shame. I like the fact that even Matthew was grilling him and was like, go on, tell us. So I've got to go now.
Yeah, when did this go down? What time?
Oh,
Any
it's
idea?
got to be
Roughly?
It was like 5, 6 in the morning in Denmark, so like midnight east.
Bruh, what a cold story.
Thank you, dear.
I'm sleeping, damn it. Can't you? I need to go do the live. Go
His
replay
his dissertation was on Call of Duty Warzone.
Fortes, you made me actually laugh today, bro. That was good.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I owe you guys something I wanted to share. And again, I've shared this a few times, and big shout out to Obvious for sharing it with me the first time. But I've learned so much about this thing. I'm obviously hoping that it does in fact get constructed. Have you guys researched the line yet in Saudi Arabia?
I did a little bit of research last week because my family are interested. But what exactly do you want to know?
Well, it's just the concept of being able to build a 200-kilometer stretch of walls, 2 of them, and the numbers, because it's the numbers that really rock you back in your feet, or rock you back in your socks, or however the saying goes. Damn it! But so you look at, again, 200 kilometers, 2 walls, right? And these 2 walls are connected on the inside. Right, there's bridges that connect them. So my whole thing is, all of a sudden, well, if your proposal is that this idea is a quote unquote globe, well, what the heck happened? Like, because they would have to hide a long, right, whole bunch of curvature within that.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well because Saudi Arabia is an interesting country. Let's just say, I've lived there, but when I was a lot younger, so I don't have like relatively sort of new experience. But they have this kind of attitude towards Islam, very specifically, like they're the home of Islam, if that makes sense. So if you're a Muslim, you can kind of move to Saudi Arabia. I think what's happening is that there's a lot of people moving to Saudi Arabia who are Muslims that they don't really want there. And I think what they're doing is they're trying to build this project as a way to contain all of these people they don't want. So I think that's why it's actually happening. But with regards to the curvature element, that's actually quite interesting because I think, didn't they say that it's going to, something like 9 million people in like a tiny stretch of land.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
I mean, it's the brochure, obviously, and I know that they wouldn't entertain this idea if it wasn't possible. From a standpoint of obviously
they've got money. They've got so much money to throw at stuff. Like if they say it's going to go ahead, they're just going to say, yeah, there we are, there's the money, and this is just going to happen. That's just how they are.
Right. So just putting in place, just a rendering.
You guys can all come in now.
Okay.
Hotel California, nice. That's awesome, Flatter.
Hotel California.
I was sitting on a tree and he was sitting, and I accidentally he saw me on a rock.
Who did?
Remy did.
Is he okay?
He's crying.
Bring him inside.
Remy, come on. You right? Maybe you right?
Bring Remy inside.
Yeah, just a little hot mic.
Experiencing technical difficulties.
Come on, Rem.
Like me.
I just popped in, gentlemen. Are you guys talking about that 25 kilometer long strip they're thinking of building in the desert?
Guy, 25K flat, man. It's 170 kilometers from my guy.
Oh yeah, but it's for billionaires and all that. Is that the one you're talking? Oh yeah, there's the photo. Yeah. When I saw that, I go, well, say goodbye to like racing. There's no racetrack in that strip of land to watch sports. Say goodbye to skydiving. Say, like, It just seems so stupid, man.
Well, they'll just call it wall diving, Flam. You just jump off the wall.
Guy, this thing's gonna have a ski hill. It's gonna have an indoor sporting events arena. It's gonna have an outdoor man-made lake. It's gonna have plenty of stuff. And
Where's the place for the maple?
I wonder if that'll be a permanent thing.
Sorry, where's the place for the maple trees, eh?
No shit.
There's also, it's going to be a quite smart city, isn't it? So I think what they're going to do is they're going to try and make it so that all food is delivered via drones and all this other shit as well. Bear in mind, Saudi Arabia is hot all of the time and it never rains. So I don't know how they're gonna deal with that. Maybe they'll have some sort of fake weather system in there as well. But
jeez.
Well, again, it's only 50 meters wide. No, 50 meters. No, that would be crazy. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know how they'd get a sporting stadium in there if it was only 50 meters wide. It doesn't seem likely. It is interesting though, because Dubai is built in a line. It's not in the same way as this, obviously, but Dubai it's got one metro and it runs down the center of the all the areas you'd either want to live in or want to visit. And so maybe they took their inspiration from Dubai. I don't know.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Just thinking about that doesn't sound like a bad idea. All you have to do is just go a little bit further up if you need to go to wherever you need to go.
I found out recently that's Dubai, that Saudi Arabia area, like no drugs at all. Like if you're caught smoking a joint, you're executed. And with booze, you can drink, but you can't drink whenever you want, wherever you want. They keep a tight rein on that too.
Well, Saudi Arabia is a different place to UAE, even though they do share a border. Dubai as a city is a bit more accepting of the fact that lots of people aren't Muslims. So you go into a supermarket and there'll be like a Muslim section and a non-Muslim section. And then in the non-Muslim section, you'll be able to buy Pop-Tarts and bacon, right, and sausages. And in the Muslim section, you can't buy any of that stuff. Well, okay, no, it's not a Muslim section. There's a non-Muslim section and a general section. That's probably a better way to put it.
No Pop-Tarts.
But yeah, I mean, if you're a Muslim, like they're not going to be checking your Muslim passport or whatever to just in case you buy bacon. But yeah, it's interesting. An interesting place.
I almost like that. Oh, sorry, Crypto. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'll be quick. I think a lot of them just accept that there are some Muslims who are just going to be bad Muslims, quote unquote, at times, and they don't really care anymore. But as long as it's not egregious or over the top, they're not really going to do much about it. Whereas in Saudi Arabia, it's a little bit different. They would probably, well, I don't know now actually, but when I was there a few years ago, basically we were told that because we were Westerners, my mum didn't have to wear the burqa, but we were actually stopped by the religious police in the streets. And this is like going back to the 90s, so it's a long time ago now, but we were stopped by the religious police in the streets because my mum wasn't wearing a burqa. And they basically said, you have to put it on or we're going to arrest you. So she put it on. So, yeah, I don't know if Saudi Arabia is still like that, but that's my memory of it.
Stop! You violated the law.
Yeah.
I was just going to say this line idea for these like ultra elite rich people and stuff. It's in a way, it's kind of a good idea. Like just stuff them in that one spot and leave the rest of us alone.
Yeah, I think it's got all the undesirable. I think that there's a bunch of people coming to Saudi Arabia that they don't want there and they just want to store them. That's my thinking.
So 170 kilometers length. It's 500 meters above sea level. 200 meters is the width of the line. So it's two walls, 200 meters width. 34 square kilometers footprint of the line. 2% of the it's 2% of conventional cities. So to give you an idea.
It's like a massive gated community.
So I'm going to go to a simple Earth curve calculator.
170 kilometers should be easy to calculate.
Let's see how much 170 kilometers would be. So we're going to go measure.
Can I do it in my head first?
Wasn't it like 2 miles?
No, 170k is about 120 miles, isn't it? So it's just 120 times 120 times 8, and then you do 8 divided by 12. So,
oh, this is a big one right here. Let's go.
740 times 8, that's 5. 20 times 8. Oh, I do it divided by 20.
Oh, second level. Call a friend.
A lifeline? No lifeline needed.
That's good too. I'm going to a couple different sites, so we're gonna have a couple places to compare. Oh no, it's getting consistent. Let me know when you want me to spill the tea.
10,000 foot, isn't it? Yeah, go on.
10,000 feet?
That's what.
Is that your final answer?
Probably, yeah, go on.
Hey Google, what is 10,000 feet converted to, what are we in? Meters.
It's about 2.2, isn't it? 2.2 feet to a meter?
10,000 feet is equivalent to 3,048 meters.
So the correct answer is, and you guys decide, it's 2267. I also have 2140 from another site. But yeah, 2,100 meters.
Oh, I don't understand how they got that number then. How did they get the number?
I was pretty accurate. I said 2 miles.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial. 2.26 kilometers.
Oh, that is more or less what we got. Okay, that's fine.
2.26 kilometers. I apologize, I didn't break that down. Move the decimal spot. 2.26 kilometers. Which is huge, right? You have to think that that's 2.26 kilometers in height, in rise. Right? So over a distance of that, there would be a change in elevation observed over that length of that. So if I started at 0, by the time I get to the other side, it would be minus 2.26 miles.
Yeah. Oh, is that miles? 2.26.
Sorry. 2.26 kilometers. Sorry, I'm so sorry, man. I apologize.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm happy with that. And obviously they're not going to factor that in because the Earth isn't a ball. Two kilometers, imagine trying to factor that in.
There we go. I'll just put it here. There. So there's one site that says that, and then this site says this. And I literally went with the first results, the top 2 results that came in from the Googles when I put in Earth curve calculator. So
and this is the amount of bend that would be in their fucking straight city?
Yeah. And I'll even go as far as to show you guys what the internal renderings of this place show. And here's the thing, and this to me is like, as somebody who observes architecture and whatnot, to me it's like, get your hands in the cookie jar. You kind of need to explain this to me because I don't understand it. Is how you can show. Hold on.
Imagine being born there and you're like, but I want to fucking go other places. You can't. You got to stay here. But I broke up with that chick 3 weeks ago. I don't want to see her anymore. You got to stay here.
It's like, no, you didn't break up with her. What? You got to marry her now. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna make it so you didn't break up with her. Yeah, and now you have to get married. Shotgun optional.
Oh, and here's the kids you have to adopt. You don't have a choice.
But you can only have one male.
So if you guys look at these renderings that I'm putting in the live stream, how do you propose to have bridges that connect in such linear fashion all along this concourse? Like, you have to continually bury a curve that seems to be like, this is completely modern building, right? It's all parallel lines, level, and I don't see where this curve is showing up, man.
Yeah, where's the curve on the line? It looks like they did the line. What was it called? Force the line. It seems like that's what they're just doing here.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
And if you could show that the top of the building and water level are parallel to each other. Oopsie. No globe.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I guess it'd be the foundation, the foundation itself. Like when they're laying that foundation, it's going to achieve a level. That level is going to be the same level as the sea level. Or, parallel to the sea level.
Well, yeah, they reported at being above sea level. The number they give, 500 meters above sea level. And the thing is, it comes right out to the base of the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Based on that map, let me see. Yeah, but it comes up right out to the Red Sea.
In the light there.
What about that flying man? Why no one talking about him?
What
We
the
all know
fuck
this
is
is-
that? He's
that's
like,
rendering.
I can't take this line shit anymore. Ah! And jumped or something.
Yeah.
Apparently, the outside of this line project is going to be all mirrored as well, so you can't even really see it.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks like more desert, which is interesting.
Drive into the wall. Smack. Oh, shit.
Birds are gonna fly into it. Great. Are there birds in the desert? Eagles? Hawks? No, they don't fly that low. I don't know. Shut up.
To be honest, though, having been to Dubai more recently, I do like the way that they build. So you've got these metropolises, and they do look a little bit artificial and a bit fake. But what they tend to do is they'll build supermarkets into the skyscrapers. So you'll have a 50-floor skyscraper, but there'll be a supermarket on like the 20th floor, and then there'll be like a restaurant on the 40th floor, like a really nice one. So, and then at the base of the building, it'll be all your local shops. It'll be like maybe like a corner shop, and there'll be a grocer's, and maybe there'll be like a little Japanese place or whatever. And so from that point of view, it's quite nice because you can stay within the building and get most of your day-to-day stuff, while also providing kind of an obvious customer base for those local businesses. So it's kind of like win-win, I guess, for those. For the way Dubai does it, things, I think they do quite well. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, don't have to leave home, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, that's the big thing with this line too. Is I think it's going to be equipped with a high-speed rail. You can go from end to end in like 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it was surprising. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, it's cool. I didn't know they were doing that elsewhere. They actually just did a big project in my downtown where they tore down a building and built basically a new tower, high rise, with the same premise, like our local grocer at the bottom, a couple restaurants on the next floor, and then all the apartments and stuff on above that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Really cool.
That's a good idea. You know, if you're going to have these like city dwelling types, then you're better off having a few skyscrapers and then just loads more open land for parks and like nature and stuff, rather than having everyone in a house. It doesn't make sense in cities anymore, you know. But then I don't really believe in cities anyway. But if you're going to have them, you should really have them like this.
Yeah, that seems to be the way now. Build up instead of out.
Yeah. So you preserve.
And then we have the line project. And they're like, nah, we going we going out.
Well, no, they're going to end up, aren't they? Because you have to bear in mind, 9 million people is a lot of people to have in such a small kind of footprint.
Yeah, and it says in there 34 square meters. 2% of conventional cities. Sorry, I just wanted to tag on to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just going to say, you would only need to have 30 of those projects to house the entire population of the US. So, if you think about it in those terms, it's actually remarkable what they do. Or maybe 40, but you know, it's. I mean, how wide is the US? Like 3,000 kilometers, something like that.
You've just proposed basically one of those things per state.
3,200 miles from coast to coast.
All right, so about 5,000 kilometers. So you're looking at 5,000 kilometers. Each one of those projects is what, 170 kilometers? So if you had a line project that extended the whole way across the US, what would that be? 175, 10, 5,100. Well, yeah, literally, if you just had one line project that extended right the way across the US, you would be able to house 270 million people in it.
Crazy.
Wow, so if you think about that,
think all the land that would be open.
Yeah, you would basically house the entire population of the US along the middle of the US.
By landmass.
Within a 50-meter kind of width. It's crazy.
The U.S. already houses most of its population within its prison system.
Yeah, very good.
No, not quite, but does have the highest prison population, over 1 million people.
It's good business.
Yeah, it's business as usual for the heliocentrists.
Yep.
It makes me wonder if, like, you know, with this line project, I think somebody was bringing up a good point. Like, if you're born there, they could tell you anything. Like, you'd be like, yeah, this is Mars. You know, we're here. We made it.
Yeah.
And you would never know the difference. Everything's here, right? We're all stable here. And, you know, don't go outside. There's no air.
So think about...
Especially in Saudi Arabia, where it actually does look very desert and very kind of red. It was more
Imagine that. You escape the line, right? So you're born in the line, you escape the line, you get out the top, and it's just like in those movies that we were showed when we were younger growing up. You get to the top, you look out, and you just see barren wasteland. Holy crap.
I'm pretty sure you're allowed to leave the line if you live there.
I'm painting the picture to paint the impact.
You mean we don't all become Snake Plissken and have to escape the line?
I feel a good movie coming on.
You can if it's be more fun, I guess. I don't know.
But yeah, it just kind of occurred to me, like, you know, you have supposedly like Elon Musk and SpaceX ready to go, and, you know, they're really working on it. And they could be very well kind of building these same designs out in the middle of nowhere, and then transfer people there, and they go live, and it's like, look, we're at Mars, and they would really believe it. You know, we can't go outside. We were told we can't go outside. We got to wear these airlock things, and if anything actually goes wrong, it's okay because they're actually on Earth.
Well, that would be the easy way to do a deception like that, wouldn't it? And then you can start to obviously the arguments from the Globus, but how could you get 9 million people to lie? about being on Mars. They believe they are on Mars. Maybe. Don't know. You don't like nobody's lying at that point.
Take Total Recall and couple it with the line. What do you think?
What would happen if you got a leak? Well, then you have a leak.
Well, then you got a leak.
Then you have a leak.
Real good engineering.
Love it.
Yeah, to this day, those guys still, well, Kosho specifically, still holds to the idea that Don Pettit is a very intelligent man.
Bruh, lies. What?
Yeah, he knows he's lying about that. Or at least he's on the wind up. Let's say. I don't think he really. We'll see. We shall see. I think it's more of a fib than a lie, to be honest. And it goes chugga 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 chugga.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home.
Due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Fucking COVID. What the fuck is that?
I'm not sure what's going on. Like, are we saving the world and going to Mars, or are we launching nukes? Like, what? Make up our mind.
I was watching an interview with Smoke DeGrasse Tyson yesterday on. It was like a logical analysis of his interview by a guy called Mindshot. He's actually quite an interesting guy. You should check out Mindshot. He's got a really funny laugh, but he kind of does these logical analyses of all of these clowns. And Smoke DeGrasse Tyson was like, if we ruin Earth, then we have to go to Mars and we have to terraform Mars. Then wouldn't it just be easier to terraform Earth?
Oh, that impression too. A+.
My brain hurts.
Oh yeah, we just terraform Earth. Brilliant. Great idea, mate. It's like he doesn't know what the words terraform mean.
I was gonna say, like, aren't we good already, or what are we supposed to do different?
He gets the big bucks.
It turns out there's a magic speed.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
It just turns out, but he didn't tell us how it turns out that way. What's the cause of it turning out that way?
It just turns out.
Just turns out.
Yep. I love the way that certain speeds are so magical that they can make the angle not matter. This is brilliant.
We can't see it or feel it, but we know it's there, because if it wasn't there,
we'd have to think of something else.
The Earth is a ball, and here's why you can't tell about the curvature. Gravity exists, and here's why you can't prove it.
We know what it is, but I don't know what it is.
In that interview, he basically said, we don't know what gravity is, but we can do maths. But the way he said it was, we can predict with it, we can... I can't remember. But he was basically saying, we don't know what it is, but we can do maths. Okay, so you don't know it existed. You're just doing maths. Cool.
it's like the duct tape of science.
Like what it is, I don't know.
I don't know. Is Smoke DeGrasse Tyson from New York? It sounds like he's got like a neutralish but New York accent.
I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, you got it right. He's from Manhattan.
Bang.
Nice.
He probably where his criminal record is for stealing all those mountain bikes in his younger years.
Or maybe he was a kingpin of all the magic speed.
Oh, yeah, true. Turns out there's a magic speed where if you ride the bike, it doesn't count as stolen. And the cop's like, yeah, come on. Hand the bike over.
But officer, there's an exoplanet.
We could be in an alternate reality, far, far away, in another.
Hey, if you go high enough, you can just float.
He starts talking about like there's a multiverse, and in one planet in one of the multiverses, there's a planet just like Earth where bike theft isn't illegal, and therefore you should let me off.
You mean we don't have universal bike ownership in New York? Oh shit, man.
No, sorry about that.
Universal bike ownership.
There's a magic speed. It's like definitely the dog ate my homework level of excuse.
I know, right? Like, what? Like, when would you ever accept that as an answer? Oh, well, it was a magic speed. It's like, wait, what? Hold up. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's some Harry Potter shit.
Like, you get pulled over by a cop, right? He's like, well, how fast was I going, officer? Well, looks like you were going a magic speed. I'm going to need you to come with me.
Have a good day, sir.
Speed limit on Highway 2. Magic. That's what the sign says. The speed is just simply magic. You'll get a ticket for that.
Yeah, I mean that is literally sci-fi, isn't it? It's like in Back to the Future, like the magic speed is 88 miles an hour, which allows them to. So, I mean, sci-fi. They're just pushing sci-fi on us and saying it's real. It's sad.
And they even say that science fiction is now science fact. What was once science fiction is now science fact.
Well, yeah, I mean Arthur C. Clarke invented satellites, and boom, suddenly they're real. Like a decade later. I do find it interesting that people just carry on their day-to-day lives, like not in sheer terror that they're ripping through the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour, and they're circling the Great Attractor at 2 million miles an hour, and there's all these comets and asteroids and all this other shit that's about to hit Earth and kill everyone, right? For some reason, people don't live in constant terror of all of this stuff.
Well, the good news is we can shoot them down now. We can shoot down the meteors now, so there's nothing to worry. Although you should be worried. We might have you wear space junk helmets, but we are developing technology to shoot down the meteorites. So worry,
Your
but don't
lady,
worry, but worry.
your lady in waiting's like, our wedding's in a couple weeks. The planet can't get hit by the asteroid. I'm getting married.
Yeah.
Don't worry, honey. SpaceX is on at NASA.
Yeah. Imagine buying space insurance.
Yeah, do you think NASA
Oh
could
my
reschedule
God, space
that
insurance.
asteroid hit? Space insurance for the asteroid. You think they could reschedule that asteroid hit? I'm just wondering.
So, excuse me, State Farm. Yeah, an asteroid landed on my wife during our ceremony. Can I have $100,000, please?
I know, right? You can just see it
It's
now.
going to be a $33,000 deductible.
Right. Yeah.
Are you sure it was an asteroid and you didn't roll a rock on her, sir?
Well, actually, due to gravity, it's not our fault.
Yeah. Oh, it's an act of. Oh, hold on. We don't believe in God. It's an act of.
Act of something.
It's an act of the Big Bang.
Yeah,
Act
right.
of the universe.
Act of the universe.
Big Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next scam. Space insurance. Jeez.
To go
Wrong with
All of a
Coriolis.
sudden, I want to go reread policies I've had in the past to see what they really say.
Yeah.
How do they acknowledge things falling from the sky? Sit down and have a conversation with your insurance representative. So, what is your opinion on gravity? Does it exist? Does it exist within the realm of this policy? What happens if acts of gravity do in fact render my car useless? What happens then?
Should have got the gravity insurance, sir. You're not covered under that policy.
We need a break from Spaceys.
All right, signing out. I'll be AFK until I'm mobile. Have to go on breakfast and coffee run, and then I'll come back when I'm on my ride.
Be Gucci, man.
Tony on the plane, ladies and gentlemen.
Be back shortly. I'll be back.
We'll be back after this short commercial.
Thank you.
I told you we needed a Spaceys break.
Gravity Mutual, right?
I'm trying to hint towards it so that Creation Bear does it.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spaceys. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spaceys. It's good food in space.
Good food in space.
Who actually did that advert?
So this is from Team 4-Star. They did a bridge series based on the Dragon Ball Z show. So it's absolutely funny. I actually just added a bunch more clips from that show. And they just like tear into the space theme. Here's a quick clip, I guess. So when you guys were gonna guess I think you guys were trying to guess the kilometers or whatever, right? I was gonna try and sneak this in here.
Congratulations! You've just won a free, all-expense-paid trip to Space Australia.
Space Australia. You know.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia, or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So, it's like Australia.
In Spice. Gotta be careful, Alberta. Spice Dingo will eat your Spice baby.
Space Dingo will eat your space baby. Holy shit.
Space Australia. That means there's a Space England somewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's the next theme.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man. Just the whole planet is London. Everyone's driving minis and drinking tea.
Yeah, I just added some new clips. I'll play another set.
Yeah.
Timon,
Yeah?
ever wonder what those sparkly dots are up there?
Pumba. I don't wonder. I know.
I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Who told you something like that? What mook made that up?
Pretty dumb, huh?
You're killing me.
Oh yeah, shout out to Lion King. Yeah, too good. That's too good. Took me a minute to chop that one up, but that was funny.
It's funny how they seem to be able to get all this flat Earth stuff into a lot of the movies. Just kind of, but no one really notices. Is that actually from The Lion King? That?
Yeah. No, I just chopped it up. Basically, like he asked Timon, like, "What do you think, Timon?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, I know what it is. It's fireflies." And then Pumbaa's like, "Oh, I think it's burning balls of gas." And then they ask Simba, like, "What do you think, Simba?" And he's like, "Oh, I think it's kings from the past and our ancient history." And then they start laughing. So I just cut that part out and put the laughing with the burning balls of gas. So yeah, it worked out really well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually a really seamless edit. It sounded like it was just all one clip.
Yeah, man, you did a really good job.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is the other one that I added too.
Do you believe that our moon landing in 1969 actually took place?
What the fuck y'all talking about?
Who's that?
That's Kodak Black on some radio station. They were like pressing him hard and he was not in a good mood.
Yeah, I remember.
So he's like,
the moon landing. That's bullshit too. So talk about something else.
Switch it up.
Is Kodak Blue like a singer or is an actor? Or?
Yeah, Kodak Black's a rapper. Yeah,
rapper.
Oh, Kodak Black.
With some crazy ass hair.
Y'all bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? So it's like change the subject. I'm finna walk out.
So yeah, I love that. He actually
kind of talks out the side of his mouth too.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to when you got a grill in your mouth that's worth like $50,000 or whatever. But the song that I did called Waterhill is based off of a parody that he did. Him and Kendrick Lamar did a song, and I just parodied that. So my recent Waterhill song is a Kodak Black song as well.
I don't care how much money you got in your mouth. You piss me off, I'm still gonna slap it.
Slap the grill out your mouth.
I don't know why you would even get a grill. They just look horrendous.
Oh man, those rappers with the fucking, the GDP of Michigan in their face. It's so fucking funny.
That's so funny.
What a bunch of idiot losers. Like, really? So the guy who can fight the least in the crew gets the fucking thing everybody wants to punch the most off your face? Okay.
Shiniest thing.
I guess. What the fuck ever you want to do, man. Free will.
Power of the people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Hey man, you do you.
Like
You were told that your family was oppressed. I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, buy some shit. I don't care.
It's so good.
He walks by a homeless black person. No, I don't got nothing. Fuck off.
Well, this just divulged into a racist conversation. I didn't mean to do that, but oh well. Let's go back to Flat Earth, please. Divulged. What's the word I was looking for? Digressed? Yeah. Devolved? Devolved? Is that a word? Oh, guys.
I think you said degrassed.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, it degrassed into a conversation about morons.
Degrassed.
Right, morons.
Let me.
So I'm posting a another image that certain people make fun of these kinds of images because it just sums up, kind of nails points every time, nails it home. And this one's about water always finding rest as a horizontal, nowhere curved sort of deal. And that's nature. Nature goes to a flat and level thing with water. Isn't that crazy? Nature does that. Not the guy down the street telling me he just saw a launch to fucking space. Not that.
Did you know that if a guy sees a rocket launching, then therefore the guy knows where that rocket's going?
It's crazy, yeah. Launch equals outer space, right? So if you see, man,
what?
I love that logic for sure.
Well, satellites equal outer space.
Oh yeah, and here's the same kind of logic. I went on a flight recently, so I'm a pilot. That's the same logic.
You're blowing my mind now at seriously huge levels.
It's all good.
Yeah, my mum got in the car yesterday and she drove to go and see Bigfoot. So she says. So therefore, I know for a fact that she went to go see Bigfoot.
Correct.
It exists. Okay.
Correct. That is how.
What's that called
apparently,
again?
that's how it works now.
The specific fallacy, though, that's called. What is that called?
I actually don't have a name for that fallacy, to be honest. I've been thinking about it for a while.
The other thing I was thinking about, Crypto might be able to help me coin this, but appeal to authority. I would say that an appeal to authority is anybody, any name that you have to call is an appeal to authority.
Well, give me an example.
Eratosthenes did this, did that. I don't know exactly the details of it, but I know he did this, and he said that it's round, therefore it's round. So when you ask that person the specific details of that person's experience that they're referring to, they can't give you all the specific details, so therefore they have to appeal to somebody else, an authority, right, on the subject matter at hand, which is that authority's observation, in order for them to convey the short stem of their message, or the short of their message. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it is an appeal to authority. I think the one thing to be very aware of is that they're trying to, it seems like they're trying to change the definition of appeal to authority. If you look at some, it used to always just say you can't appeal to authorities because their opinion might be wrong, right, more or less. But now it says, most of them still say that, but there's one or two where they say an authority in the relevant field isn't a fallacy, right, which is obviously silly. But then, it's important to be aware of the fact that not everyone agrees on what an authority is. Okay, so what they're doing is they're saying they're trying to circumvent the whole reason for the fallacy existing in the first place. Because if you and I had an authority we agreed on, then we would probably already accept their opinion, right? So they're trying to circumvent that by saying, an appeal to a relevant authority isn't fallacious. Well, the whole point of the fallacy is that we don't agree on that authority. Does that make sense?
Yep. Agreed.
Okay.
The governing body, so to speak.
Yeah, because if you and I both already believed everything NASA had to say, then we would just say, Chris Hadfield says it, then it's true, right? Mm-hmm. There wouldn't be any need to debate it. But of course, the second someone says, well, Chris Hadfield isn't my authority, you can't appeal to him.
Right. Now, Glat, question. You still there, brother? I hope he's close or not.
Yeah, I'm about to leave, but yes, sir. What's going on?
So, quick question for you. What are your thoughts with that, the aspect of appealing to authority? Because I know that now, and I guess me asking that question, does that subject matter come into play in what you're studying currently? Because I know that
which subject matter? I'm sorry, I was texting my mother.
Why weren't you paying attention? What's wrong with you? No, I'm kidding.
I do a lot. It's kind of. Anyway, go ahead.
Appeal to authority.
Appeal to authority.
Yeah, if you're heading out, don't.
No. I can quickly say something. Let me think. Unfortunately, I have to appeal to authority a lot when I'm studying and trying to get good grades.
That makes sense.
I guess that's my immediate response.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go in deeper about how it affects talking to people about their lives, I suppose, but that's a different conversation for perhaps Saturday night at 2 a.m. But anyway, yeah. So I appeal a lot to authority, and it's not. I don't necessarily see all of the appealing to authority as a bad thing. It all depends on how I get to the conclusion of, will this help me save someone's life or not? Then, if it's mostly authority based or something else, it all depends on what works. But because it's public Western education and it's religious at that, not by choice, but it was cheapest. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to toe a couple lines to get through it, and that's fine with me. I need the piece of paper that says I can make money to go out there and do what I need to do.
Check.
I don't think it's such a bad thing to make a living off of trying to save people's lives, right? But I think everybody should try to do that, even if they don't make a living from it. But yeah, anyway.
Sounds good. I'm gonna be an insurance salesman.
Hold on, I want to say one more thing that reminded me of a GIF, because everything does, of a meme. Truth is not measured in mass appeal. Something I think people should keep in mind. All right, love you guys. Talk to you in a bit.
Take care, man. Be safe.
That was Glaflove, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news.
It was successful?
So we have SpaceX launches next crew of International Space Station. SpaceX launches Russian astronaut on Crew 5 space station mission. This is 1 hour ago. Nicole Mann.
Nicole's a man?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Nothing suspicious about that. Nicole Mann will become the first native woman
Holy crap.
to go to space with the latest SpaceX mission. This is 1 hour ago. Ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, Globers. You have another piece of fictitious news to sell.
That one was a violation.
Wow.
Why do they're always so obvious with it, too.
Horrible.
Let's get some pictures of Nicole. Let's go check her out. See what she looks like.
Oh boy. I'm going deep.
Oh, and of course, she had to be Native American as well, right? We got to hit all those checkboxes.
Just like the new mermaid in the new Disney film.
Next, you're going to tell me she has a lazy eye and they claim some... Oh, no, I better not make a comment like that. Shh. Calm down, Killian. CB, if you got my cryptic humor I was about to hit that comment with. But I don't think anybody caught that.
Sorry, I'm digging through pictures. What was that?
It's okay. No, I was just saying, imagine them hitting on all the P's and Q's with some issue that she had. and then I pulled back the comment because I didn't want to make too many accusations. Because when they try to hit all the check marks on the application form, like, yeah, minority, check. Oh, visibly. Oh, yep, check.
Oh, right.
Right. Oh, they hit all the check boxes. Check.
Right.
Let's go.
Got them all, baby.
I didn't want to come out too hard.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Appreciate that. Bruh. I don't know if Nicole's a man, but that hairline. You can always rely on Cuddy.
She has more pictures where she's more dolled up, apparently. So,
hey, give her a fighting chance.
Give her a chance. There we go. This is the one. Cuddy. Here we go. That one has a good lighting, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, I could do that.
Versus this.
What? Is that the same?
Yeah.
I guess they don't age well in space.
I was gonna say, man. Holy crap.
Oh my god.
Once you cross that Van Allen belt, all hell breaks loose.
That Van Allen.
Right. Once you get past the radiation. Bzz. Holy crap, I didn't know that was gonna happen.
And when she finally gets out there.
I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing. Seriously, I'm surprised we didn't hear banjos on the way in because everybody's inbred and looks the fucking same.
What the fuck?
Hey, you never know what you're going to find in those space boonies. Banjos playing.
Where's the rest of it? I put my hand on my heart.
This is our moment of silence where we'll say a prayer. Please, everyone, say a prayer for the globe.
Bow your head.
After 42 billion years... What was the number? 4 billion? Yeah, whatever they said.
14.4.
14.4 billion years of spinning and expanding.
Oh no, right. The Earth is 4.6 billion.
Yeah. So just
The universe is 14.
Yep. Yeah, we just roll the dice. Whatever number comes up, we'll just go with that. So. Collisions with the moon helped us form our planet. Gravity stuck us to this ball, gave us warmth and hope.
Yeah, gravity really is their god. It really is. When you listen to them speak about gravity, it is their creator god. It's very interesting the attributes that they ascribe to gravity.
It has to exist in order for all of their planets of attraction to exist, because their whole principle is based on attraction, which is the gravity. If the gravity doesn't exist, then the principle of how their universe was constructed falls apart. And my question is, I always think of gravity as the horse and the carriage. So gravity's the carriage. Do we understand that something has to be pulling the carriage? The carriage doesn't just start rolling on its own. And that's their explanation of gravity. Like, hey, there it is, it's happening. Well, how did it get there? Right? Something's got to be towing the carriage. The horse is towing the carriage. Gravity's the carriage.
No, nothing is towing anything. It is always falling into a gravity well. You just don't understand. You have to study astrophysicist.
Hey, Tim, how come I can't tag you? How do I find you? Because when I put at Tim, or at T, sorry, you don't pop up.
Do you guys feel like NASA trolls us all the time? Is it just me, or do you guys feel like NASA literally trolls the public?
Yeah, I certainly think so.
What's the best example, or a good example of, in your opinion, of them trolling us?
They came out and said that the moon is in our atmosphere. Well, I don't know if that was NASA, but like that was the update to the programming.
Yeah. I don't, why, out of curiosity, do you know why they said that? There's got to be a flaw in their model. There has to be something they saw and they went, oops.
Yeah, it's probably something we like. You know what I mean? Something we've been banging on, a drum that we've been banging. Yeah. We got to update this real quick.
I mean, if they say we cannot go past the Van Allen belt, and they did it in '67 or whenever it was, there is a big flaw there. So they have to kind of say that either the Van Allen belt has an opening that they magically hit, or that the moon is in our atmosphere somewhere.
I forget who it is. Did you guys see that astronaut when they asked him, how did you get through the Van Allen belt? And he said, well, we didn't know it was there.
Yep. But I mean, all these quote-unquote priests are trolling us every time they go on the screen. Pettit, DeGrasse, Bill Nye, all these shows about rockets being sent up to the ISS. It's all trolling. It's just in plain sight.
Yep.
Well, I mean, real trolling. Like, to me, when they came out a few years ago, I think in 2018, and said that Uranus smells like farts, that was reported all over the news. It was reported on Today and Fox News and CNN that Uranus smells like farts, and it's official. That it's a giant, burning gas ball that smells. It's like, come on, people. Are you guys for real?
Ass cloud.
Uh-oh.
Jeez.
Stinky.
It's like such a cheap laugh. So, like, or in I think it was 2019 when they came out with the Jack-o'-lantern sun. During October, they wished the world happy Halloween when they found the jack-o'-lantern sun. Did you guys see that one?
Nope.
Yeah, the sky is deep black. Yeah, we saw all the stars. We saw the Milky Way.
Yeah. So yeah, because you can see. Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a
which is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all.
What? Bro, what? You can't, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic
Think
clouds.
another
Magellanic.
trolling.
That was. I just wrote the
Well, there's a
Magellan
large
clouds.
one
I
and
didn't
a
want to.
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
This guy sounds like a little kid making up a story as he goes along.
Zodiacal lights? Is that what he just said?
You can see planets, moons, zodiacal lights.
You can see more than planets.
More than a polka dot.
Oh, God.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and get yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
The career of Don Pettit is one giant troll, bro. That is NASA trolling us right there, just putting that guy as their spokesman.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
It's a bit nutty.
I think another trolling is the, president saying we don't have time for the flat Earth or a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like directly, dang man.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Time for a meeting. Never mind. Withdraw. I don't want to get capped for threatening a president.
Yeah, like why are they plugging that? Literally, it's like people say shameless plug. Like he's plugging the Flat Earth Society there.
Right.
Crazy.
People go look into it, realize, holy crap, these guys are a bunch of idiots, and off we go. Sold up the river.
Funny how though in those like boxes under YouTube they don't say Flat Earth Society there, do they? Do they? They just say it's a disc.
Yeah, they just say archaic idea.
Yeah.
So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
correct.
Yeah, that was awesome. I remember that line of questioning. That happened in court, in case I think that was a U.S. Congress or something.
Yeah, it was a congressional hearing, bro.
Yeah. Thanks.
Which makes me wonder if they're just like, obviously kind of using Google as a tool, but you hear about like the lead developer of Google Earth. Like how could you not know the Earth is flat when you've got every picture, sometimes like back into the 1940s. Like I don't know if you guys have Google Earth Pro, but you can like go back in time and stuff to like aerial images that were taken in like World War II, and it's really cool. But at the same time, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a flat picture, guys. Like put on a ball, But the government basically told them like, hey, we're either going to shut you down or you work with us, or I don't know.
I don't have the pro version. That's interesting. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, there's a little time feature. I mean, in most of the United States, it only goes back to 1996, and it's black and white. And like, if you look into like, you know, a lot of Google's development, I mean, they're just a wild company. They really just invest in all like the necessary things that are necessary for telecommunications. But they got all these drones, you know, in the 90s, and it's like, oh yeah, why'd you buy all those drones? And you know, these aerial photos that they took in black and white, you know, they're pretty cool. I mean, even to honestly just see the cities change over time is pretty interesting. But
I thought that was part of a grapple because I remember them, like, I remember seeing an ad about, well, you can advance it in time and see how, like, the climate's going to be bad and we're going to lose our countries and this and that and the other. I thought that program was part of that propaganda because I remember seeing that pop up on my app. Like, hey, look,
yeah,
you can look in the future and see everything dying.
I definitely remember that propaganda, but I'm completely unaware of that feature for sure.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
But yeah, I remember seeing the little diagrams like, look, this is the ice cap in 20 years.
Whoa. There's literally a link on here that says Mars on Earth. What the hell? Rove around Devon Island, one of the most Mars-like places on the planet. What? They're literally just telling us this? Devon Island is in the Arctic. Wow, dude, they literally just openly it's like openly saying it.
Yeah. Hey, CB, did you hear about the Mars rat?
I heard about some Mars junk, like some friggin' plastic or something. Was there a rat too? They found another rat, space rat. In one of my songs, I was like, "They got space rats. We need space cats." Jeez. I'll post a screenshot of the Mars on Earth thing. It's like this is directly from the Google Earth app. That's that.
You didn't hear about that Mars rat, CB?
I heard about the one that was on the rocket, supposedly, but not the one that was in space.
Well, that was SpaceX, though.
So
That was
Mars rat
SpaceX.
is taking internet by storm. Oh.
Yeah, that's real. When you go to space.com and you read that, they laugh at you if you don't believe that's a rock. You're just an idiot, bro.
I love these articles.
And when you realize, like, go look up what a Greenland lemming, a lemming from Greenland, and it looks exactly like the rock that NASA has, while NASA also simultaneously has a space base in Greenland on Devon Island. Hey, CB, what website did you get that off of?
This is directly from the Google Earth app on my iPad.
So just straight up telling you Mars is on Earth? Oh
Dude, it's like directly on the app.
Oh my gosh.
Well, truth in plain sight, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's where they put it, bro.
Yeah, they're not going to put it on the news or anything.
I don't know why it's so hard to believe things when they're right in front of us, but
yeah,
you know how many people, like when you were talking about that SpaceX rat, and you go to YouTube and watch the official clip, and all the NASA fanboys are defending it. They're saying it's a chunk of ice that broke off and landed on the motor, landed on the rocket, and started flying around the rocket because it was melting ice or something. And if you think that's a living rat, you're an idiot.
You me up as idiot because that was a damn rat.
It's like when you first saw like the face behind the shuttle or whatever, and you realize the proportion of the shuttle is like a tiny little model. Like, son of a...
Oh yeah, that was pretty good. That's pretty rich too.
Oh, and then the guy painting Jupiter.
Rat footage.
Just on the red on the SpaceX engine, today they had a new flight and they adjusted it. Now it is still there, but there are more, and it looks like things are breaking off.
Damn, they must be destroying their technology in the middle of the process now.
No, I think they saw us memeing the red, and now they had to make something CGI to make it more plausible. Because I specifically looked for it, and I even when it was on today, I even posted a screenshot of it in the lobby. But they altered it to have the consistency of something being there in somewhat the same shape. But if you check the launch footage of today, and you check out the second stage, then you will see it right in front of your eyes. It's there again, but now it's far more clunky.
Damn, man. So like retroactively grabbing the video stuff.
Yeah, they just prepared the video.
Jeez. I've referenced this in like 2 of my songs. It's like looking like a teeny mice or a stream of ice on a fake X rocket. Just stop it. Like, dude, why do they keep doing these space animals? I was reading the article about the one that they said was on Mars. It says that there's like a condition, a psychological phenomenon that refers to a tendency the human brain has to perceive animals. So they're saying, well, your senses are lying to you again. Jeez. Let's see what else is in space news. We already covered the Native American woman to go to space.
I saw one earlier this week. It's not exactly space, but it was like claiming the student slowed down the speed of light to like 34 or 38 miles per hour.
What? Wow.
I was like, right. How'd you do that?
Yeah.
Doesn't go into the process or anything, you know.
We did it with the math. Probably what they would say.
But yeah, it seems like they're kind of doubling down on, or at least paying attention to I'd say flat earthers now in a way.
Yeah, it does seem like they're setting up more, or at least pumping out more propaganda about space and this and that and the other. NASA tests gigantic slingshot for hurling objects into space. Gizmo.
Shut up. Are you serious? Slingshot.
2 days ago from NBC News, the U.S. is getting serious about space junk. Oh my god, 4 hours ago from space.com. Iconic James Webb Space Telescope images get X-ray vision boost.
The superpowers kicked in.
UCR News, laughing gas in space could mean life. Might need to link that one.
If you check the video I posted, 2 hours and 39 minutes in, 2 hours.
2 hours, 35 minutes.
Yeah, 39, 40 minutes. You will see the second stage rocket on the right side of your screen. And
okay, I got it.
Yeah, just play it for a few seconds or maybe a minute or so, and you will see fun.
What are we looking at?
The SpaceX rodent on the engine.
Oh, yeah.
But this is altered. This is what they showed today.
Oh. I'm more like, I mean, looking at that thing moving, like, that's interesting, but I'm more like, look at that tinfoil, very thin sheet that is just above this rocket exit or whatever you can call it. Like, how can that even last these kind of speeds and the friction and turbulence and all that kind of stuff? Like, that looks like paper thin, if not thinner.
Yeah.
You know that silver sheet?
Yeah.
It becomes even funnier when you watch it a little longer near the end of the second stage, and it looks like above the engine there is a to me it looks like a leak, where above the engine exhaust nozzle you can definitely see something like breaking up.
So are they trying to say that's ice, though? The little things that are moving? I see the exhaust leak. This looks so garbage, dude. If I was like a Glober, I can't believe like I'd be like, damn, this is what I have. Like this looks like terrible. It's the best they can offer. Trash.
It's because you're not an astrophysicist. Then you would understand.
That's amazing. Space Force's digital push focuses on Spaceverse. Of course. Can be on the VR. Wired.com. The FCC's rules on space junk just got stricter.
No more strings in space. Only full undies.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. You might have to strap on a space junk helmet. Don't trade in those space panties just yet. We're gonna need you to also add on a helmet. Just in case the space junk comes a crashing.
It's like we already pay space tax.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, Monkey, you're right. Like if you're looking like at 2 hours and 40 seconds, pretty much, you can see that silver sheet. Let's go on and off. Like when they're shifting from rocket to rocket.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But if you look at the rim, you can see what they will claim is ice accumulate on the rim just above the nozzle.
It doesn't even look like that. It doesn't even look like ice, though. That's a weird... How are they going to sell that?
I mean, it looks like complete fakery. All these loose parts should not be loose at all, in my opinion. There should be no, risk for these kind of things. Like the sheet again. Like why? Like how does that even make sense? Why would that not be some carbon plating or something like that? Like super light material.
Yeah, we don't use this on cars or like anything. Just wrapping it with foil. Like what the hell? Come on, guys.
Well, if the Roadster can make it out there, little tinfoil, that's got to be easy.
Now, we gotta be honest. It is the same material they use for high altitude weather balloons.
True.
The nice and shiny Mylar.
Yeah, but the difference here is the speeds. They're talking about, several times speed of light or whatever, like several thousand kilometers per hour.
Yeah, but speed is relative. Yeah, they can put down any number on the screen.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So were you guys saying that something happened in this YouTube video at 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 13 seconds? Is that kind of what you guys were saying, or I didn't see it?
Yeah, I think it's a rerun.
No, today they had a launch, and the same as with the previous launch, where everyone said, "Oh, there's a rat or a rodent or something." A similar thing came into view, but now they doubled down on it. They added stuff to it to make it look like it is ice accumulating or something.
Right. So when people go to look at the old one, they're going to see this one. as well. It just adds to the confusion. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you watch from, let's say, 2 minutes or 2 hours 40 minutes in until the end of the second stage, you will see some weird shit going on. And you just have to focus on the nozzle on the right side of the screen. That's the only part that matters.
What is the nozzle?
That's the orange glowing part.
Gotcha.
Just above that, you have a metallic kind of ring, and then you got a different metallic kind of structure, and then you get the build up to the aluminum foil that runs up to the edge of the screen.
Just reading this other article, Ball Aerospace. Guess Ball, the company that also does the class, receives $176 million to build space architecture test bed. It says that they'll build, launch, and operate a set of 10 experimental space vehicles. What the hell? The company will integrate government-furnished payloads into the satellites. That's about all the article says. Very strange.
Yeah, that is a strangely vague thing. I mean, usually when they talk about architecture, they at least get into the structure, and things will have to be airlocked.
Yeah, it's like only a paragraph long. I'll post a link now.
It's a big topic in academia, at least in terms of architecture right now. Like, yeah, what will be the first architecture in space? And not like it's going to be Frank Gehry or anything, if you're familiar with who Frank Gehry is, but really wild, almost sculpturesque architecture. But that in fact it'll be this scientifically driven architecture, and so they've got certain famous architect firms kind of looking at it.
Okay.
But some of the argument with the Globies is like, see, look, it has to be real. Your favorite architect is working on it.
Right. There's so many stories just interwoven with reality. It's hard to separate most of these new people away from the stories that they have and get them just to focus on the reality bit. I think they're often very stuck on all these narratives that get kind of strung into reality.
Oh yeah.
Just for me, are they really advertising on a website called Government Con?
GovCon.
Hey, we're the government. We're conning you.
GovCon. Yeah. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, truth in plain sight.
GovCon.
isn't Ball a aluminum factory?
Well,
They used to make Coke cans.
They also make those mason jars, don't they? Like, oh, they do a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
They must do a lot. Most of the mason jars I have are made by Ball.
Well, they're probably space worthy.
Maybe Ball made a container that's not a container that contains things.
But it's a great website. Looking for the latest government con news? Check out our story. It's not check out the facts. No, check out our story.
More truth in plain sight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, and the next announcement will be 33 hours of total
You
flight.
see this one I just posted in the chat? Ingenuity Mars helicopter notches 33rd red planet flight. "33 is always watching."
I can tell you, for everyone who hasn't passed the age of 33, it goes so fast. Before you know it, you're 34. So make sure you do something with it while you're 33.
Well, I am 32. I got some time. But not much. I always think back to, that number 2 and the 33, spine bones that you have, your vertebrae. And just like other mammals too, and why they have those numbers. And this might be drastically off topic, but I was looking into the bone structure of dolphins, and I didn't realize they really had phalanges, finger bones in their fins, the same number as we do. And I just kind of wonder, that seems like a really cool fact to bring up in school.
Yeah.
It's why all the secrecy with these numbers and things? And they say it's because they're talking in code and symbols, but it's weird. It has a connection to nature too. They're just perverting, honestly, kind of in my opinion, God's work. They're just kind of making a mockery out of everything if they can. But yeah, I don't know. Just random thoughts today.
No, that's good. It's no coincidence, surely.
You just posted evidence of dinosaur-killing asteroid impact found on the moon. Are you implying that dinosaurs were alive on the moon before that asteroid hit?
Dinosaur-killing asteroid impact found on the moon. Well, sounds to me like they're saying the rocks exploded off and landed on the moon. So that's even more funny.
Asteroids went.
Yeah, they bounced back. They bounced off.
Yeah, I read it as the moon was inhabited by dinosaurs, and then an asteroid hit it, which killed all the dinosaurs on the moon.
Seems a bit more plausible than dinosaurs being on Earth. Probably more likely anyway.
Then maybe the craters we see on the moon are actually nesting places for the dinosaurs of the moon.
I'm surprised they haven't used that yet. Like, yeah, we discovered some fossils. We think there may have been dinosaurs.
Fossils on the moon. Wow.
Hey, we got petrified wood from the moon, so.
Just all video game lore. It's just wild. They can say anything.
Yeah, that's kind of like the issue of the modern society, I guess, with all the social platforms and games and whatnot. Now you actually have like the loudest voices that drown out the voices of reason, because if you're a hit on Twitter, you're a hit on Twitter. If you're a hit, and it doesn't matter if it's sane or not.
Or real. I mean, there's so much fake stuff out there too, and people don't have discernment anymore either. Like, I think that's a big problem. Is a lot of people do lack discernment. They're not able to sort of digest the information being put toward them and come to like a reasonable conclusion, whether it's real or fake or not. People are just gullible and just swallow up everything they're being told, just because Daddy said so.
Yeah, but you have seen the man-made asteroid impact last week, I guess.
Yeah, DART.
Yeah. Who wouldn't believe that, man? It looks so real. It must be fake.
And all the articles, like, who would write that article if it wasn't real? These are dedicated people who dedicated their lives to this. They couldn't be lying. I feel bad for anybody new to waking up. You've got a huge hill of, you're like I always say, like the truth doesn't have the home court advantage. We're in an arena with people cheering for the other team. So a lot of people they don't have the sort of gusto to go up against the crowd. They want to go with the crowd if it gives them comfort. And so, yeah, I think it's difficult for people to sort of face the sheer amount of articles that are saying, oh, no, we did do these things and the moon is a rock and so on. When someone's telling you, like, hey, maybe the moon isn't even land or a dirt rock in the sky. So they're faced with a huge pile of, like, a mob of people screaming for one team. That must be pretty nerve-wracking for those.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the trend in modern society, I guess, that you have to belong. When I grew up in the 80s, 90s, there were so many subcultures. You could pick and choose. You could create your own if you wanted. And today, I don't see that anymore. I don't see any difference in any youth. It's all the same cookie cutter crap I see on the streets.
Right. Get in line, buddy.
Yeah, I think they kind of use that, even say like a natural instinct, because I would say for prosperity of humans, it is good to work together. There's strength in numbers, and they've kind of played that against us. Like, well, as long as we control the information that's getting to the masses, that's what's key there. Because the masses, if I saw a huge crowd of people running too, I'd be like, crap, like I'd probably run too, because it's a natural instinct.
Yeah, I always had to laugh about the people that say, well, we're, you have to fear the wolf because it attacks the sheep. But the wolf, there are no lone wolves. They are always part of a pack. They're always part of a family. They always return to their family. So, being a wolf is pretty nice because you roam out, explore on your own, you come back, share your stuff with your family, you hunt together, you mate, and you go out alone again. The sheep, on the other hand, they are blissfully happy because the shepherd is protecting them from the wolf. And on the other hand, he's shaving you to sell your wool, and then he sells you off to the slaughter. I don't know. What's best? In both ends, the sheep draw the short stick. But the wolf is no better than the shepherd. And they all say, oh yeah, but I'd rather be a sheep. I'll be protected and exploited, but no one tells you.
It kind of reminds me of that thing. There's like this video, I think it's called The Story of Your Enslavement. If you guys have ever seen that one, it's pretty popular. But it reminds me of, like, he talks about, you can't scare a chicken to produce more eggs, right? You can't scare it with death or torture. It's just going to produce, kind of that same amount of eggs. But the human being, it can be convinced, right? You can scare the human with torture to give you his eggs, right? Kind of thing. I don't know where I was going with that, but it was just kind of like clearly they're kind of manipulating our own fear, which is why they kind of use that fear all the dang time to kind of get us to do it. You know what I mean? Like us to conform together or be the sheep. Because I would say that wolf doesn't take more than it needs. However, that farmer would, right? He wouldn't stop at like half sheep and be like, oh, the others are good. I don't need that much profit this year. But it's that greed, right? That the farmer had to shave them and slaughter them, But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the wolf and the, very closely related in what they're doing.
Yeah, people are like, herd mentality. They love to be together and then be in that, happy group. And it might end up as an echo chamber, but I don't want to make it a negative thing in that regard. It's just they just want to live their happy life in bliss, like not knowing what the outside world is. Others will take care of them.
Yeah. Meet Mystery Diamond from outer space. Who's writing this stuff? I wish we could talk to them.
It's all Clinton News Network, man.
Space environmental. And why you should be too. That's great. Yeah, thanks. I know CB can't hear, but I think he was actually talking about doing this for a while. Just little short hours of just reading through the space articles, if you will. And gotta tell you, I think it'd make an excellent show.
Yeah, they will provide content endlessly.
We just gotta use their swords against them, like.
I'm just wondering, how do I meet the mystery diamond from outer space? Do I go to a restaurant? Do I, wine and dine?
Do I ask for diamond?
Do I go to a jewelry store and say, oh, well, do you like this ring or do you like this necklace to hang from, to be on? What do you want? You mystery diamond, you? So we can listen to the sound of space rocks slamming into Mars.
Can we now? So sound travels in a vacuum now?
Or it means that Mars has an atmosphere that is thick enough to allow for sound waves to travel on.
Of course. I remember back in the day, even before I was a flat earther, or even, I was definitely still a NASA fanboy, they were claiming there was, pyramids on Mars, and I just ate that up.
Oh man, do you remember the face on Mars?
Yeah, that one too. It was all the shadow work, and I was kind of skeptical about that one. I was like, no, that could be just shadow work. And
oh man, I spent hours on Above Top Secret on that stuff.
Oh right, yeah. Coast to Coast was, my dad, I grew up, listening to it with my dad, and we'd all conspiracy theories and aliens. That's what it was. I feel like that nobody even really said conspiracy theory. They just said UFO and aliens, and it's funny that people believe that, without any evidence. Not just the environment and that supposedly that they're in, but that there's these creatures that are coming from nowhere, and the Roswell thing. Clearly the propaganda to keep the story going, maybe, but man, it's crazy.
I think it's kind of natural and easy to get people into it, because I think everyone who has been outside in nature and looked up in the sky has seen things they couldn't explain for themselves at the moment they saw it, and then romanticized it, and then someone tells stories about UFOs and aliens, and then you contaminate your own memories.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
And then, yeah, of course, there's a desire, like the X-Files. I want to believe, you know.
Yeah, because they got me with the fear too. Like I remember Independence Day, and I mean that iconic explosion, being like, shoot, man, like if that ever happened, like, and then you learn about predictive programming later, and you're like, oh my gosh.
Independence Day was like so much hype.
Oh yeah.
And I think it was like a precursor for 9/11.
True. Well,
Just
a lot of cartoons too.
Yeah, but just the hype of the big explosion, the generation of, I don't know how it was hyped in where you live, but where I live, Independence Day as a movie, they use so much airtime on radio to push that movie.
Oh, right. Like even if you didn't see the movie, like you knew about this event.
Everyone knew about it. You couldn't turn on a radio, you couldn't turn on a TV without seeing or hearing something about that movie and about the story.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely a chill day.
It's an easy day today.
Oh yeah, modular. You were saying that you're from a different area of the Earth. Where are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm over here in Texas. It's like midday right now.
Nice, warm, sunny Texas.
Oh yeah. Definitely warm.
In the progressive part of Austin, Texas, or more in the conservative parts of the rest of
Well,
Texas?
just a little below. I'd say it's kind of liberal. San Antonio. Got the Spurs.
Yeah,
They make good tacos.
just before 9/11, we had a school from Texas who had a excursion here, and they stayed here for a month. And we had an incident where someone busted the window of the place where they slept, and they were ready to run out with bats and go after the one who broke the window. And I was like, oh man, you are so high strung. In a foreign country, you're going all Texan on them.
Man, I apologize for my fellow Texans.
We're
quite
don't worry. It was funny, you know, like that was like the moment where you had the biggest difference in culture, where the Dutch are like, oh well, I'm insured, no one got hurt. No one got hurt. Okay, let's call the cops and we'll see what happens after.
Yeah, that culture shock is kind of a real thing, though, because I mean, I grew up thinking that America is the land of the free and the brave, and you know we got a lot of freedom here, and you can feel it. But man, until I went to Europe and Germany and Italy, and I've only been to the Amsterdam airport, but I've never felt more free. And sometimes, yeah, I think for some people, especially from here, kind of have a huge culture shock, like, oh my gosh, this is freedom? I can do whatever, no boundaries. Or at least some of the study abroad, when I was in college, you know, we went to Paris and studied for 8 weeks. And there was always, you know, a few of these students that just kind of didn't act themselves anymore. And, you know, they were like, oh yeah, that's culture shock. And must be.
Yeah, it can be really hard. Like,
what do you mean they do it different? And I guess you could say the same thing about Texas, because, you know, even when I was in Europe and stuff, they'd be like, so do you have a horse? Do you have a 10-gallon hat and a gun? I was like, yeah, I do, but not a horse.
do you have spurs on your Nikes?
Right. You cling them together and say yeehaw? Well, only during the rodeo. But yeah, you know, I would say a lot of Texans have, you know, they got a good pair of boots, stuff like that.
Your leather belt with golden buckle?
Yeah. Not gonna lie, when I was in like, you know, my teens, I was like, man, that buckle, that's where it's at.
It's a fashion statement. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, how big's your buckle? Oh, it's about this big. But yeah, you know, the Dutch architecture, just because, you know, I mean, when I studied in Europe, that's what it was for, is architecture. And man, I love the construction of the old, of the Dutch, for sure. Just the way, because I stick to residential, so seeing some of those houses, like, yeah, this house is 500 years old. I'm just thinking, dang, that's efficient. You know, we make these little 30-year, 50-year houses in America that are basically designed to be torn down in 30 to 50 years. That way, we can make profit off of building a new one. And it's just, oh, but sustainability, right? Climate change, you know. It's like, come on, man. Look at what some of these brilliant countries are doing that actually kind of are sustainable, you know. But honestly, the propaganda here is not anti-Dutch, but it's just not really spoken about unless you kind of dig yourself. I'm just saying, we could actually make this world a better place if we stop just reading all these articles, you know.
These damn articles.
Let's just fix it. What's going on, Kiwi?
What's up, homies? How are you guys?
Yeah, doing okay.
Good. Been listening. I've just been working on. I'm signing off a permit as we speak. Chris is talking about residential permits or residential construction. I'm like, yeah, I hear that, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I get it profit-wise, but when you think about benefiting the people, like, man,
I can tell you
learn
that
from everybody.
if you build for the long term, you know, where I live, we got houses that are like from the 1500s. So, and those are worth really, really much. Not just because, you know, the age, but they're on a location. Because they have stood there and withstood the test of time.
Yeah.
They're full in the city center. They're small, they're cramped, and they sell for millions.
People like that vintage these days. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you got something that's going to last the test of time, it should be worth more, I think, too. But yeah, it's always that location.
Yeah, I live in an old, you know, old city, and we got a lot of history going on around here. So yeah, some of the buildings are kept on purpose, but it is amazing how, you know, let's say the real estate developers are willy-nilly about it. So sometimes they will demolish a building where you think, well, you're insane. That's just destruction of historic value.
Right.
And then other times they will go through extreme lengths to avoid any destruction of a certain building.
We have controls in the areas, in our older areas, in the municipality I work in, where you have to be, you know, preservative about what you, how you construct and what you construct. You got to honor the character of the neighborhood, things of that nature. So I see that playing out in terms of maintaining character of neighborhoods. But yeah.
Yeah, they have that here too, but you know, it almost kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's something about San Antonio because you know. Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Of course.
Split.
How's the weather turning for you, your way modular?
The weather?
Yeah. Is it starting to turn for you?
Well, it's going south, like autumn is setting in, and yeah, it's starting to get breezy.
Yup. I hear that. Mornings are getting crispier.
Yeah, last week I came down with a heavy flu.
Oh, jeez.
And, you know, I was working outside, nothing wrong, but I was working up a sweat. And, you know, I took a breather and I stood there in my shirt, and then suddenly wind chill on my back, and bam, I had it. I was done.
Sorry, I overspoke there. I apologize, man. I was just agreeing with you. It freezes you up when you catch that cold wick on your back.
Yeah, and it froze up my whole back. All my muscles started to ache. And then during the day, I tried to fight it, you know, get some adrenaline running, and didn't work. And I ended up, like, in the evening with heavy fever sweats, hot, cold. So now I am sick at home. But yeah, you know, that's kind of like the weather here. Like, it looks nice, but you have to look out for the drafts, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta keep your eyes open for sure. Or your jacket on, I guess you'd say. Never know when the thing's gonna snap you. Cold in your ass is not anything to deal with, or not anything to be fun to deal with.
No, it's horrible. I just didn't expect it to get me like that instant. Like, one moment I'm fine, I'm just heated. The next moment I'm all aching, and the cold is like into my bones.
Yeah, I last night I was brushing my teeth, and I have tile in my bathroom, and I thought to myself, "Holy crap, my feet are cold." And at that point in time, I realized, I'm like, "You're getting old, dude." Because I remember when I was younger, my mom used to joke around and say stuff like, 10 commandments on the feet, or on the floor, meaning my feet, because I would have them barefoot, always, never wear socks, anything like that. Now that I'm getting older, I'm starting to become super sensitive to heat in my feet, or lack thereof, anyways.
Yeah, you gotta take care of your feet now.
Yeah. If your feet are cold, your entire body falls apart. Principles. Gotta keep your feet. But anyways, so about that curvature. Seen any? Have you seen it lately?
No, I only see idiots calling for it, but
Yeah. I shared something the other day, or last couple of days. The idea that rainbows are created by refraction. I went to Google, consulted with the Googles. I'll share what I found. I thought it was a pretty interesting read. Give me a second.
1, 2, 3. Well, I gave you 3. Is that terrestrial refraction, or is that special refraction? Is it graphifraction?
I'm slightly afraid to use the word atmospheric, because it tips your hat to the idea of this atmos. But I would almost say that it's atmospheric refraction. But yeah, I posted the description. Rainbows are the result of refraction and reflection of light. Both refraction and reflection are both phenomena that involve a change in a wave's direction.
Yeah, if you take a natural rainbow, when you're on ground level, you always see half a rainbow. when you are above the ground, you might see a full rain circle. Do you have a prism?
Do I have one?
Yeah? Or can you picture yourself shining light, or letting the sun pass through the prism and getting a rainbow, or the color spectrum out of a prism?
Well, I always use this. Hold on. This is the one that I go to, or is my go-to, because everybody's familiar with that. Because Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd.
Yeah, so basically that's the working of a prism.
Yeah.
And what it shows you is the shape of the surface.
Yeah.
You get a flat beam projected in the width of the prism itself. So a rainbow is the effect of water hitting, or light hitting, air that has water droplets in the right amount, or the perfect amount to get you a prism. The droplets are basically circular or spherical. So if you're above, you can see the full circle. If you're on ground level, you will only see half of it. I think there's somewhere there's a great example of this with a skydiver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how I understood it too.
Is that yeah, that's a crude depiction, but see, like this, I love how the projection of this is rainbows coming out of the guy's eyeballs. I'm gonna take that down because really, they give the wrong impression. No, we don't shoot rainbows from our eyeballs. Hey, that's yes. Look
Another
at that.
thing too is
Complete
that
circle.
it's kind of apparent. So like it'll kind of move with the observer as well.
I'm gonna get a big screen cap of that.
I've seen this once when driving on the road, and I was not that much, above sea level, as here in the Netherlands you cannot have a lot of places where you are really high above sea level. But I was at an overpass, and in, let's say, the divot of the overpass was a full rainbow circle, like the water droplets were between me and the floor, so I could see the full circle. And that was kind of funny because you never see that in situations other than being a skydiver. But I think if you go to an overpass where you have land irrigation, the farmers that spray the water, I think you can get the same result if you're, if you take a little grain, or a platform that raises up, and you just be above the water source, you can see the full circle. And you can also see how, if you're on the ground seeing a rainbow, it's arching like over you, and you see the same face. And here you see the same face, but it's laid at an angle at you. But you can see in the different pictures that the angle it has seems to tilt with the observer.
Well, I think that falls in line with the idea that whatever you're looking at is always relative to you, the person beholding it.
Yeah, you only have your own perception. If your eyes were 2 centimeters or 2 inches to the side, you would have a different view. But I think in regards to, let's say, a rainbow, the refracted light changes position due to that.
Yes. That I agree with 100%. Because, and again, I think about a beachfront property. I'm standing at the beachfront property. The sun is setting. You're 10, 15, kilometers away from me on the same beachfront property. You're going to have that sun's path lit specifically directly to you. I'll have my own path lit specifically directly to me. Reinforces the fact that it's whatever you're observing in the sky is relative to where you're seeing it from, or relative to the observer.
Yeah, and you can also say that it's a great example of how the sun is not a parallel source of light.
Yeah, no, there's no way. I mean, that's...
because if you have a straight line from you to the sun, and the other guy has a straight line to the sun, which is a few miles away, then you got, an angle between those.
Yeah. I'd actually like... Yeah, that's a good point. I'll leave it at that. I was going to jump into an idea that I had, but I can't back it up, so I'll just withdraw.
Well, it's just us guys.
Well, okay, hold up. Take a look at this. Hold on, bear with me.
Another thing, if you look at the screen grabs, you look at the circle of the rainbow, you see the U in the circle is different than the U outside of the circle. The warmth of the light outside the circle is different than the warmth inside the circle. It's kind of funny. You can also see that when a rainbow happens, but in these pictures you can actually see the difference.
These are my favorite two from the past couple of days of collecting media. So
big shout out to Miguel for the second share, and a big shout out to Glatflobe for the first share. But those two, I mean, you've got the sun sitting in a pillow of clouds. So you've got foreground and background clouds, which totally takes out the idea that the sun is not local. The sun is definitely local. And then you obviously have the presentation of a flat ceiling, flat plane, or a flat floor, if you will. And then you get to see the interaction of the moon and the sun blocking out light, which is, I mean, you can't really explain this. If obviously you're entertaining the idea of a globe.
That shadow is pretty crazy in that GIF.
Right. And that's the thing about that pattern of the shadow, and why I was so taken back by it, is if you freeze frame it almost at the midpoint where it's almost the complete blackout, the shadow lines that it presents, and I know, Chris, you can, like, I know, I mean, I'm not speaking down modular or anything like that, but with respects to the geometry observation of it, it presents the idea that if there were, no, let me take that back. It presents the idea of how the projection of light would change when a blackout is occurring. Oh, I can't frame this properly. I'm not getting this right. Okay, back it up. Let's imagine that secondary image that I posted was in fact, and this is, I'm going to just present something off kilter here for a minute, as Chris said, it's just us.
Sure.
Sunset, you've got the seafloor, or the seawater going off into the horizon. You got the sun setting. Now the sun presents a linear pattern when it's set. I'm actually going to get a picture of it now for visual reference. Yeah, give me a second here. Setting sun. Give me a sec, bear with me. This is... Sorry, I got to log back in. I logged out. I was about to get it from the computer. Give me a quick sec.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Here. That. The difference between, and I'm glad I was able to do them back to back, the difference between the blackout, now in the second image that I posted, or that GIF, versus the third image that I posted, where you see that linear light coming directly towards the thing taking a picture of it. If you know, I'm going to stop this halfway. Hold on. There you go. And there. That. See how it has that cast off of light on the far corner by the plane wing?
Mm-hmm.
The difference. That's where I'm looking at this going, holy crap. How does the two things, if in fact you were thinking that the moon and the sun weren't within close proximity to each other, you can't have effects like this if they weren't close, local. There's no way. You would not be able to replicate this through geometry if they weren't local.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm kind of biased here. I definitely know it's local, but yeah, I see what you're saying. But I feel like Mr. Spock's gonna pull up on me and be like, "Sir, do you realize that's a logical fallacy?"
Yeah, like the visual geometry that would have to. Yeah, the visual geometry would be impossible if they weren't local. The changes are so drastic that, yeah,
But I totally see what you're saying.
Like, I look at the sun, and it creates such a minute line coming directly towards the observer. Instinctually, I think, yeah, that's local, that's mine, right? And then I look at the effects that the moon can have on the sun, where it can create this blackout condition. I realize it's like, okay, to what degree is this blackout condition that it's creating? But I mean, you can say that, okay, if I'm observing an eclipse standing on the ground, you could potentially say that blackout condition I'm experiencing is local to me, right? If I was like standing on the ground. But the fact that I've gone up in a plane, and I'm assuming the cruising altitude of this commercial airline is like, at least 10,000, 12,000 feet. And we're still experiencing a blackout condition. Like, obviously, I don't know the finite numbers of what this entails, but it's enough for me to look at it and take in the fact that I see the plane wing bouncing in reference to the horizon line as it transitions, and this whole thing's occurring. And then Gizmo, yesterday, did you see that Alaska Airlines share he had?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're here for that, man. Like, you can't ignore that stuff. Once you see it.
I thought the point yesterday about you can't see the stars when you're up there, I was like, holy crap, you can't. Because I've been on, plenty of planes. And yeah, I've always glued to the window seat, and I've never been like, man, look at the Big Dipper, But yeah, I knew that was just kind of what came up and out of it yesterday. But yeah, that phenomena, and maybe it's kind of like the rainbow too. Like you don't experience that rainbow until you're at a higher vantage point to see the entire circle. And I wonder if there's kind of a similarity here, kind of that you're touching upon. Are we kind of seeing the ceiling and the floor of this shadow? But again, I kind of don't know.
Well, I think you do, because you can see beyond. You still have light on the horizon.
True. Yeah.
And the other fun thing is that you can see that the moving shadow is somewhat linear. It looks like, like it's more a straight line than anything else.
Check this one out. So this picture shows, again, the sun, and you'll see right in the middle of the sun, the blackout point.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Now, what's crazy is you look at that blackout point that's present in the sun, and then you look down on the floor, right? Because again, in this case, the clouds are the floor. You look down at the floor, and you can see the shadow line that pinhole is creating. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but the pinhole sun or the black hole sun is also an artifact that happens with certain image sensors that just cannot compute the amount of light and therefore fill in the blanks with the black dot.
Okay, wait, hold on. We're
Yeah,
just saying that.
I understand that you have the reflection of the pinhole on the ground, but I would not jump to conclusions until you know what sensor you're dealing with, what lens, etc. Because I have had a lot of cameras, a lot of digital cameras, and some cameras, they just black out the sun. It's just a black sun. Some cameras, if it's a clear day, they still try to do that, even though they are expensive cameras.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. The connection between that shadow and that black dot, I don't know. I mean, there could be a correlation. And, I think it's an excellent question, being that sky phenomena, because it is kind of where we go to next. Like, okay, well, we can measure this phenomena, or at least observe it. And it's like, man, there's just so much we don't know. And this picture's so nice because it's like, man, I wish I could. It almost feels like you touch it, from that plane.
This
Yeah,
picture
cameras do also do that. I can confirm on some of those models too. Yeah.
I think if you can reproduce this on a mountaintop without a plane window, with a camera that you know the make and model of, etc., you try different filters or different cameras, then you have something conclusive. Now you have, let's say, a question mark presented.
That's the original footage. Crazy shit.
Nice.
That would be one of the things that I would like, a dying wish, like experience an eclipse on an airplane.
I bet we could plan the next one.
That opportunity.
That's what always kind of confused me about the globe model too. They give you a little chart that says this is the United States and where you can see the solar eclipse or the lunar eclipse. I'm thinking to myself, why is it moving like a magnifying glass across the earth? I mean, it clearly doesn't make sense in the globe model, but it's even hard to kind of say it for the flat Earth model. Not that it's a model, but it's just the phenomena of our reality, and it's not scary, but yeah, I mean, I think you're asking a lot of good questions, though.
Hey, sometimes I come up with something, as I say. You ask enough stupid questions, you're bound to fall into a right answer. Yo, Clay, what's going on, homie? Oh, Professor Twad, what's happening, man? Just do a roll call. Shoot. Okay, no, that's it. Oh, snap. Clay's on deafen. My bad.
I think for a solar eclipse, the best place would be a mountaintop above the clouds. So you can see the whole shadow play on the cloud deck below you. And you don't have a moving platform like a plane, but you're standing still.
I concur. Yeah, definitely a stationary to get that observation. But
yeah.
Even as a time lapse, it's really nice.
Yeah, I didn't get that the first one, the picture of the black dot in the sun was a solar eclipse. But for a solar eclipse, I would take a high vantage point and a relative quiet point where you can enjoy it in full.
Man, now that I think of it, I've never gone to the top of a mountain. I just kind of want to do that in general. But yeah, during an eclipse would be just icing on the cake.
Crazy thought for a second. I'm going to withdraw. Could you imagine if eclipses were not a mistake, but a result of perfect design? It was like the one thing that couldn't get fixed.
I think they are like a timekeeping moment. You can
Synchronicity, like a sync up.
Yeah, this is the moment you sync up.
Nice. That's actually a really good observation too. I didn't even thought about that. The sync up point.
Yeah, because if you had no variation in the pattern, how would you know you're looking at a pattern, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, we do throw around the idea that the sun and the moon are obviously going around a racetrack. So I've always said that if I was a designer, yeah, I would want to count the number of times that these things go around and maybe catch up or pass each other, kind of like the train on a track. Right, as a conductor, we wear our hats and we watch this thing go round and round and around. One second.
Yeah, I think it's a timekeeping piece. Like, we have our human time, which says, oh, the sun goes around 24 hours. But maybe for nature, our day is not a relevant timepiece.
Oh, man, yeah.
The sun might have its own cycle, which it denotes in being obscured once in a while. And that's actually what you would call a year or 2 years or whatever, you know? Everything that we do for timekeeping is so human-centric. It doesn't keep in account other things that might be of more importance. Like sea cycles or sun cycles or volcanic cycles.
Oh, yeah.
Earthquake cycles.
Yeah, I definitely lean towards that the sky really is this timepiece. Just because of the similarities of the clock, like you were saying, the hour, the minute. And they're even named after that, right? Horus, the hour, Min, the moon. And it's like,
Whenever I see that picture, I think, I need me to buy a toilet seat.
the guy's face. Classic.
Yeah, actually, we should all do that. Like, make a picture,
perfect.
make a selfie.
put Godzilla in the back. See, he's real.
It's just some flying unicorns.
Gotta step off for probably an hour or so. It's great talking with you, Modular Monkey.
Yeah, it was good fun, man. Where is everybody?
So I stepped away to get something at the door. I'm gonna eat momentarily, but I'm here for a few.
What you gonna eat?
I'd rather not say. Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets. I haven't had those in a few years.
Yeah, dude. I can't say I haven't had them in a while. I only 100% let myself go in my getting a little older. And falling off the wagon. A lot of personal stuff, but all good. I'm still, as my my daughter says, she's like, "Hey, Dad, at least you're still breathing." I'm like, "Hey, thanks, babe."
Well, as long as you enjoy it, right?
Buddy, right now these days it's always about it. In order to survive plugging in those lines, and they're like, "Yeah, one day I'll pull it up." I'm just thankful that I was able to get to this point in my life. I mean, I'll be 43 next month. Spent 20 something years in the gym working out since I was like 18. You have a couple events in life and everything gets tossed through the wazoo, and come out looking at life a little bit differently. But keep your face to the grindstone. Be a victor, not a victim. We don't do victim around here. Yeah. Healthy eating habits are important to maintain a positive mental attitude. Keep your temple clean. Don't do as I do, do as I say. Modest, do you ever go onto the YouTube stream and engage?
In the live stream? In the chat?
Yeah.
No, not anymore. I used to go, that's how I came in here. When it was the ODD live stream, I used to be in the live stream chat.
Okay. Pardon me, shit. Sorry. Pardon me. Well, shout out to Dave over on the live stream. He I hope you lose brain cells that tell you bodies of water can curve, and that's huge. There's any large body of water. We'll take the Great Lakes as an example. I'll actually post a picture on the live stream. Every single large body of water is the Earth's level measuring tool, and they all show level. That's Lake Ontario, and that is Toronto, the Toronto skyline. And then for shits and giggles, as they say, S and Gs. I put something like this up. I don't know. In between localized curve on a windowsill all the way up to large bodies of water, which show level. I'm still asking, where does the curve show up?
When I look at that picture of the Toronto skyline, I'm thinking, is that a Canadian geese standing there in the corner? And what did Toronto deserve to have such a heavy cloud above it? What's the distance to the skyline?
That my son took that picture, sent it to me. I think it's about 30, I'm going to say about 30, 35 kilometers max. Pushing 40, but don't have the exact. The one thing I do know is that the CN Tower, which is the needle sticking up out of that white blotch that's at the base of it, that's the Rogers Center of the Sky Dome. That's 85 meters the top, which is like 300 feet. And yeah, it's a little suspect to be able to see as much of that building if there was in fact a curve present. Make a lot of sense.
Well, it's a lovely picture. It's
Then I was blessed. He came out of nowhere. He went down Lake Ontario with some friends. He's like, "Hey, Dad, I'm hanging out at Lake Ontario," and sent me the picture. I'm like, "Wow, looks pretty flat, huh?" He's like, "Yeah." Slow agreements. All right, I'm out. I'll be here just on mute.
Have a good dinner.
Thank you so very much, my friend.
Good morning, Captain.
I better switch to my iPad so I don't echo. Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the chat. It's a slow chat today. Only a few here.
Wow. Maybe we've discussed everything that could possibly be discussed already.
I think it's just the lack of globe imagination to come up with actual good arguments.
That, and some people do have jobs. They can't just sit on Discord and bullshit all day.
Well, if you are in lobby and you see some of the regulars in there, you would think otherwise.
One-third of millennials believe in flat Earth, huh? I'm seeing that. Somebody posted that. Oh, Elijah, I know him from a different stream.
One-third of millennials? That is quite a lot.
I guess those millennials weren't paying attention in school when they got told the Earth was round. It's a little too quiet over here today. I'm used to hearing everybody just talking over each other all the time. Trying to get a word in.
I don't know. Well, it's nice and quiet. You know, some say it's the quiet before the storm. Others say it's just a slow day. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just the middle of the day on a Wednesday.
I think they are all preoccupied with the new She-Hulk episode. You know.
I think I'm out of the loop on that.
Be happy and stay out of the loop.
The She-Hog.
She-Hulk, you know. So, what's your favorite globe entertainment?
Globe entertainment.
Yeah, you know, when a glober comes in, what's your favorite argument you like to hear from them?
Well, I noticed when you ask them what makes, give me one reason why you think it's a globe. And it seems they don't want to really say the first thing that comes to their head, which is, I've seen all those pictures of. Because I think that shit's been debunked and examined and found to be Photoshop garbage. So they'll go to something else. I mean, I think first and foremost reason why human beings are going to believe it's a globe is because they were showed a globe in school and showed pictures of it all their life, and then you got a space agency showing you pictures of it being a sphere. And without a word said, that is enough to just convince, pretty much everybody in the world that it's a globe. That's all you've ever been shown. All the scientists agree that it's a globe. So why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it's the same people that tell you there are terrorists under your mattress, and
Yeah, because now we're at the point where everybody's figuring out, oh my God, they're lying to us about this. Oh, this thing over here, this is crap too. Lying to us about that. Everything seems to be a lie. So then you're ready to go. Yeah, they're probably lying about the shape of the Earth as well.
I think that if it's true about the number of millennials, I think that is the cause of it.
The cause. Just. Excuse me.
They have seen so many bullcrap things in the past few years that they say, well, then I'm rather going with those flat earthers than on the globe side.
Yeah, they're probably just much more open to the idea of conspiracy theories and that our authorities try to deceive us. Man, I just took a big old hit. Excuse me. Yeah, it's encouraging to see the numbers like that go up 1/3 of any group. I mean, at some point, the mass consciousness, when you got enough people understanding something's so, and there's a phenomenon that happens where the whole group all of a sudden knows, called the 100th monkey theory. But I just wonder, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to just be talking away, like realizing my mic's off. But how do you dethrone the academia that's in every school, upholding this scientism that they're trying to tell us? How do you get rid of those people once you figured out, what, that's not correct at all?
You don't. If you say you need to dethrone them, that means they are on a throne. I just say they are selling stories. People believe it. They're not on a throne. People can do their own measurements. They don't have to rely on anyone telling them anything.
Yeah, but
And if people want to listen to them, it's all up to them. But the moment you say they are on a throne, you given them authority. I don't give them authority. They just sell stories. You know, you got to pay for your education. That means you have to buy into information, which you can get yourself for free.
I know, especially with the internet. What
Yeah.
can't you learn at home?
So, yeah, you know, if you say they're on a throne, no, they're not. Yeah, people that go to them and buy their story put them in that position.
Yeah, but I mean, they're going to
You don't have
continue
to.
to teach this garbage to every school kid ever until we end that process. I mean,
Yeah, but you have to take your time. As in, let them let them teach crap so the kids can learn what crap is and what the cost of crap is.
see, NASA gets about $64 million a day to produce crap.
Yeah, but you know, it's not your money. It's not anyone's money. They print it whenever they want. Yeah, that's the whole thing with the whole money thing. You know, government itself is a money laundering scheme. So yeah, well, why be surprised that NASA takes a cut?
It's such a huge obscene cut. Every day you go to your mailbox, check for $65 million.
Yeah, but that's just you envying money of another. You know, it never was your money. It never was your money, and it never will be your money, because it's all, you know, of the Fed.
Yeah, I just don't like liars, and it's just
Yeah, but it's not a lie. It's a product. Is it a good product? No, because there's holes in it. But it's a product because you buy into it. Everything about the globe you have to buy into.
I see what you're saying. Yep, it's that mental you're agreeing with or assessing to, or like fill my head full of mush with your science. You know, like teach me how things are, oh wise one.
Yeah, I'll give you money if you teach me bullshit. And if I be critical of you, then you can kick me out of school, and I have flunked.
Yeah, I have flunked.
Yeah, you know, because everything bad that they teach you is what you have paid for on forehand.
Right. And they're going to reward you at the end. And
yeah, with student debt and
yeah,
a crappy job. You know,
to get your degree, piece of paper, you paid a lot of money for that. And so you're invested in it, well.
Yeah, you're always investing in it, and
you don't want to realize that you paid all this money and got lied to about stuff. So you're invested, becomes like a religious belief.
Yeah, and you know, the smart people will say, well, it was an expensive lesson, but I've learned something. I learned that I shouldn't trust people that I pay for bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, I don't go to a second-hand car dealer thinking this was of an old lady who only drove from A to B. You know?
Yeah. You got to learn that people lie in this world.
Yeah.
At every level. Husbands lying to their wives, kids lying to their parents. That's, that's why I think anybody who claims to be of God you could never lie. If you start lying, your God is gone. I didn't want to turn this into a religious argument.
No, but like it's very simple. For if we keep our information free, as in, I do this out of hobby. I don't get paid. If people want to learn how I did my thing and what I think of the world and how I can help you discover the world, I will do that for free.
Yes, kind of what this Discord is for.
Yeah.
People come and hang out and just listen to see what we're saying, and so they'll be intellectually honest and say, you know what, they're making some good points, or they're here to win an argument.
Yeah, but the moment you say, hey, you know what, we should make a flat earth school, that needs funding. Once there is funding, there is corruption. And it doesn't have to be at that instance, but it will degrade into it just because there's funding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the corruption is so systematically ingrained in everything now.
It's the weak mind, It's like going to school expecting that they are honest with you. Why would you expect them to be honest with you?
It's like when you watch the news, you expect them to be honest with you. I mean, why would they lie? But they do. I mean, we've given them this place of being a watchdog on politicians and criminality, and to tell us, the truth about whatever it is. But they've abused that trust because big money has bought them up and said, you will say this and nothing else. So that's where we are. That's where we're at. It's probably always been that way, but it's just really, really obvious at this point.
Well, today in let's say the interconnected societies, we are able to see it on such a grand scale. I can talk to you, you can talk to me, and we can talk about our own little environments. And then suddenly someone from Africa can jump in and tell about their environment. Someone from Australia can jump in and say, hey, this is going on with us.
I know, it's great.
And then suddenly you realize, oh, you know what? Everything is, pretty much the same. Bullshit as ever.
Yeah, now, especially since 2020, issue that came up, you see that they're running the same operations in every country in the world.
I would say that 9/11 did it. When the whole world kept silent, when they invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, when the whole world kept silent or joined in, that was the moment humanity lost.
Yeah, I said, man, if they get away with this, and they've gotten away with this, sky's the limit at what they can do next. Once I looked into it and saw how fake it is and everything.
Yeah. For me, it was kind of like the next day. Like the day it happened, I was like, oh, this might be bad. And the next day, I was like, yeah, this is bad, but not for the reasons that the news is telling us.
I know. I don't know what should be worse: having a real outer, from outside attack, and we're all just inept and we couldn't defend ourselves, or the idea that the government itself did it and they're just gonna, use it for nefarious reasons. Both are terrible scenarios, but
I think it's just poor behavior to go after a man that needs kidney dialysis with, the full NATO armory.
I know.
That's kind of silly.
It's like at Waco, right? They could have just arrested this Koresh guy when he went to town, what he did once a month, whatever. Just picked him up on the street and talked to him. But no, they had to, roll out the tanks and everything.
I think David Koresh was at the police office the day before.
Oh, was he? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, because he, at least that's what I got from the story, is that he was refurbishing guns to sell on, gun shows. And there's some paperwork involved. And he went to the cops and said, hey, I got so many guns refurbished. I need the paperwork. And they're going to the gun shows.
Yeah, I thought, we have a Second Amendment. He's in Texas, guns shouldn't be a big deal. Just another product people buy.
Yeah, but when you have a Clinton in charge, state lines don't matter.
Right. Just like when they back I forget whose administration it was. I guess I know in Obama's administration they went after the pot dispensaries. The state said it's legal, and the federal government said, no, we're not making no money off this. We don't like it.
What I found the worst thing of Waco was that they didn't allow him to, get his holy message.
They were waiting around, supposedly.
Yeah, but, he said, give me another day, and then we'll come out. He just was waiting for a message from God, and he would surrender after. That was the deal. And they couldn't wait.
You got to figure they were just really annoyed and pissed off at this guy. Like, we're going to teach him a lesson. He's making us wait. We're looking bad. He's holding us off. We can't just kill everybody in there because there's kids. And then, you know what? Let's just kill everybody in there because we don't even care about the kids.
No, I think it was a clear message to the militia in general. Like, yeah, you're not going to do anything, and this is how we deal with you.
Yeah, I do too.
Because, after Ruby Ridge and Waco, none of this shit was going down anymore.
I know, I never heard about militias after that. I'm sure they still exist, but,
Do you know the whole, what was it? The BLM, what was it?
Oh, the Bundy farm thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just going to take his land, all bogus.
Yeah, well, that raised up a lot of people.
Yeah, they had a little standoff, and the Cowboys sort of called their bluff, and they said, okay, we're not going to kill you all on, national news.
No, then they ambushed the car that was going to the police office.
Yeah, right. Just started blasting away, shooting into the car.
Yeah.
That's like when David Koresh, first time they showed up, he went to the door to talk to him, and they just started opening fire on the guy.
Yeah. Open the door. Hello. And kablam.
Yeah. He's like, hey, we got people here. What are you doing? Like, bam, 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 bam. There. That's what we think of you.
Yeah, well, it's really sad those things happen.
I know, that was disgusting. We have a really, they're trying to say that, he was this dangerous guy with all these guns and he's a child molester, and who knows what the real truth is.
When are they going to do the same to Hollywood?
Never.
Would it change if Hollywood was placed in Texas?
No. I don't know. Pretty much everybody working with Hollywood is signed these contracts and whatnot, and they're team players. They're all very woke, you see.
Yeah, the woke people that think they are awake but fast asleep.
Yeah, well, you want to be awake, not woke.
Past tense of awake. So if you're woke, you must be asleep.
Yeah, you're willing to suspend actual reality and just all agree to things that aren't real, just so nobody gets their feelings hurt.
But feelings are important because the globe feels far more real than flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to be ridiculed as a stupid flat earther. We've been trained that is the dumbest thing in the world.
Yeah, and I got the freedom to be a globesexual.
Yeah.
And I need to be represented, and you got to deal with that. And if you don't, you're a bigot.
Yeah. You're probably a racist if you don't think it's a globe somehow.
Oh yeah, if they can find a reason to call you that, they will.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you like polar bears. So you are for the white man. You dirty, evil devil, you.
Yeah. Yeah, you say, oh, what a beautiful picture of a polar bear. Oh, you racist piece of garbage.
What about the brown bear?
Oh, gosh. It's just so quiet over here. I need to bounce ideas off of like 3 or 4 people at once.
Well, there are as many people you need in the room, but most of them are muted.
Yeah, I noticed that. Are you Modular Monkey?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I'm here and paying attention, guys. I'm just in my car driving, so that's why I'm staying muted for the time being until I get home. So I don't
All right.
know
Well,
how much feedback and how shitty it's gonna sound.
Don't drive in
If
Discord.
you guys can't even hear me.
Yeah, it's cool, but don't drive in Discord. Pay attention to the road and just listen.
Yeah. Okay, we'll give you a pass. We'll see you when you get home. English Flat Dragon says, good evening. He's just about to start work. So I guess he's not going to talk either. He's going to be busy working.
What you working on?
He's typing. He's always listening, though. Are you listening from good old Merry Jolly England? He's at the supermarket. Okay. Do they have big
Earbuds
supermarkets?
in and stacking the racks.
The supermarket. Do they have supermarkets in England? I guess they do. Do they have Walmarts in England?
Yeah, they're just called different.
Right, they give us a different name.
They call them Tesco's.
Okay. Do they have like Taco Bells and Del Tacos?
I think you can find Taco Bell, KFC, McDonald's, and a few others. I don't think you have, much of the, let's say, more regional.
Yeah, just the super giant ones like McDonald's is in every country probably.
Yeah. McDonald's is in the first wave package. So you have the central bank, then it's McDonald's, and then it's a gas station. That's the first wave.
Yeah, it seems like, well, just like in America, no matter where you go, it could be in the West Coast, in the Midwest, or in the East Coast, and you see the same, Home Depot and McDonald's and, the same stuff everywhere. Like they're trying to make every place on Earth really, the same, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, everywhere is the same. Like, if you go to a high street in Europe, doesn't matter what kind of city, which city, any high street has the same shops all over. You got at least one McDonald's in the high street. You got one Subway in the high street. You got a Starbucks probably, and then you got your sneakers and some of the clothing shops that are like, let's say, standard European brand. And every city is the same in Europe.
join voice. I wasn't on voice? Okay.
You were on mute, according to my view.
Okay. Yeah, you were just about to say something, then you were cut off mid-sentence. I'm like, what happened? But it was me, I guess. I did something.
Yeah, I was explaining how, every street, every high street in Europe, whenever you go anywhere, like if you go to Glasgow, or you go to Amsterdam, or you go to London, you go to Brussels, you go to Sofia, you go wherever in Europe, it's the same shops. It's the same, straightforward. You got your McDonald's, your Starbucks, you got your sneakers, and some European brands.
Yeah. It's part of the globalization. It just basically the goal is, I guess, just one world government and one world currency and one world religion.
Yeah, and there is no choice anymore. Like everything is the same. Within a few years, they can put, let's say, 3 colors of clothing in the shops, and no one will notice. Everyone will just buy whatever is in the shop because.
Yeah. Well, they always show futuristic movies where everybody has like the same gray, jumpsuit on and shaved heads.
Yeah, and that kind of uniformity is right around the corner at this pace.
Seems like humanity always, wants something unique and fun and new. But probably the psychological operations are running too, just kill all that out of you.
I don't know. I think, if you go for, a dystopia like that, that would be a great achievement. That would be a piece of art to actually realize it. Is it a good thing to realize? No, but it would be a piece of art.
Yeah.
Because if you were to ask someone like 5 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, if that was a possibility, everyone would say, no way, that can't happen.
I know. So much of what we've already seen, we would have said, no way, that could never happen.
Yeah, that's why. They're well on their way.
So, how old are you, by the way?
I am 44.
Mm-hmm. I just asked that because it's like, how long do people have left to live in this world?
Oh, wait, I'm lying. I'm 45. Fuck. I'm getting old.
Yeah, I just feel really bad about super young people. They got their whole lives ahead of them, but where's everything going? So much uncertainty. Can you hear that saw blade?
I don't know. I don't think I can hear it because I got my VR headset on, and
Okay.
I'm moving towards the next.
You don't have a VR headset.
Endorphin high from a game. That's where we're going.
Yeah, I'm in my 60s, so I kind of glad I had a life already.
Yeah. I just find it weird that we can all see this unfold and we try to do our best. You can only hope that whatever you do makes a little dent, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, do you think that humanity? I don't think humanity can turn this around at this point.
I don't know. I think you can always turn around. But are they willing to change for something unknown or be comfortable heading towards a cliff? Because right now, they're comfy in their train heading towards a cliff, just sitting there in the, in the train cabin having a snack.
Yeah, we know we're headed for a cliff, but there's like nothing we can do about it. So we just, just enjoy our comforts while we got them and try to tell the truth. And it's about all you can do.
Yeah, it's not like it's a really physical train where you can, pull the emergency brake,
So they've planned out these agendas for decades, and they're rolling them out, and they intend to accomplish their goals.
You're speaking so vaguely.
You're talking about like the UN and then all of corporations that they own, and all the politicians that they own. They print the money so they can get people on board pretty easy, and just push their nonsense like a tidal wave over us. Yeah. Vaguely, yeah.
It's easy to make people addicted to their money.
I mean, we all love getting some money,
Yeah, I don't know. There was something when I was a kid, and then when I found out reality, I never was into money, and that was pretty young,
I don't think anybody is into money. I think they're into the things you can do with it.
Yeah. Because there's all the pressure, of course, just in a normal world to be successful, and your parents are telling you need a good education so you can go out and get that good job and live the American dream. And if you fail at that, then you're looked at like a loser. So, yeah.
Well, you mean that American dream where your elections are stolen right in front of your eyes and you are just like, oh, well.
Oh, well. I guess Biden was the most popular candidate in the history of all elections in the world. He's just so wonderful.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but think about it, though. What's more pathetic? That or, the fact that so many Americans are not willing to transform themselves from low information voters into high information voters and vote for candidates like Ron Paul when the next Ron Paul comes around or when Ron Paul was around? Like, I mean, what's more pathetic? Us letting them, hoodwink us with that nonsense, or us just being too lazy to take initiative in the first place to make a difference? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems to me like cheating is a further down the road problem. Like, it wouldn't even make any difference if we all had our act together well enough. It wouldn't even make any difference. Because there's only so much you can cheat in any election, at least in this country. It's different in third world countries, obviously.
As a non-American, I would say the worst part of America is that they forgot that they are a union of states with independent state rights, where they, allow the federal union to have too much control, and they don't do enough on state level to counteract.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember which amendment it was, but one of the amendments, or at least somewhere in the Constitution, it very specifically says anything that's not covered by the Constitution falls under the category of states' rights. And you're right, we technically have kind of let a lot of those things just go to the federal level for them to decide, when that's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you take the USA as being a nation, and it's a union like the European Union. It's not one nation under God. No, it's a union. From day one,
public.
Yeah, but from day one, you gave your rights away. You sold into something.
Wait, hold on. I actually I've heard someone else speaking about this. To be a little more specific, you didn't give your rights away. You were just born into a world where they were taken from you involuntarily.
I'm not saying you, but I'm saying when they created the United States and they started voting for a president, they put so much weight on that presidency, and thus it gained more power than it should have. So
that's why we have a Congress and a Senate, and a judiciary.
Yeah, but those should not even be that important, because what should be important would be the states, the individual states.
Yeah, but keep in mind, you're right, more important, but not to say that the federal level, shouldn't have any importance. But you're right, it is, ever since George W. Bush, I think in particular, they've just kind of been consolidating power, behind the executive branch, but it's having too much power behind one of these three branches. I'm pretty sure that's what the founders of this country were trying to avoid and trying to warn us about. So, we should.
I think the National Security Act, which Eisenhower had an issue with, was the point where you were on a point of no return.
Eisenhower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because during the Second World War, I think you had the National Security Act on federal level.
I'm not sure which one that is.
I don't know. It's a certain act that they sign when they go into office. And then, when you exit office, the next president has to sign it again to enforce it for his term. And I think the speech,
like a state of war emergency ever since like World War II or something.
Yeah, and that was what Eisenhower's end speech was about.
Right, he said you got to beware, watch out for this military-industrial complex. Watch out they don't seize all the power up. But we don't listen.
And then, you have the magic bullet of Kennedy.
Yeah. That was like a coup, it seems like.
Howdy, Jen.
Howdy. What up, bro?
Well, this comes up.
What's up, everyone?
I like your picture looking over your glasses.
Oh my God, this picture was taken shortly after I realized that the Earth is not a globe. And it measures flat, and nobody has any proof that we're moving.
Mm-hmm.
And if you consider the heliocentric theory, you also, there's the problem of the second law of thermodynamics violation. There's that. But yeah, that's an old picture.
It's like you're
But
giving
I
a
pretty
look
much
like,
still-
I don't believe you.
Well,
It's one-eye
that picture,
symbology.
it's about 6 years old.
Uh-huh.
For as far as I know, you never change your picture.
I never, or I do my name a little bit, but not like other people. For me, it's confusing. Everybody changes their names. Because some people, I don't know who they are from like the beginning in Discord or our server, the old one. So yeah, it's like,
Your name is Janae.
yeah, we need to get Ben-Day with Janae.
Reminds me of Forrest Gump.
Oh yeah.
That's not right,
So-
Jenny.
Well,
Where
just so
you
you
going,
know,
Jenny?
I'm not in Georgia. I'm next to the Mirage. The
Mirage.
Joshua and the Wiki Mirage.
What you're seeing is a mirage.
Yeah, I'm right next to that now. Like, I'm not in the Mirage, but I'm next to the Mirage.
Right.
So I have not journeyed into the Mirage yet. It would probably be a very good plan for me.
Yes. You're talking about
to
Las
do a little
Vegas?
observation. Well, doing an observation for myself, potentially. I mean, I don't need to record it and prove to people I made an observation.
You don't have to, no. Would be nice.
I mean, I could do that for myself, but you know how people are weird and shit. They record themselves. A second person records them recording themselves.
Yeah, well.
And people still don't accept it. Awkward. And I'm thinking of someone in particular. God rest his soul.
Rob Skiba?
Rob Skiba, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. God bless him.
Right? We need to start duplicating. We need to have like a Chicago Flat Earth party, you guys. Oh my God, that would be so boss. How old is that saying? Oh, I think that's from the 90s.
I think I heard that in the 70s. I'm pretty old.
Really? Okay, you're not older than 50.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, how old are you? Are you a boomer? Are you a boomer?
Yeah.
I want to do a boomer night. You and Sonny, and we have some near boomers. We have some of those too.
How old do
It
you
would
have
be
to-
on Sunday, the old timer day on Sunday, boomer night.
I'm up for it.
That would be cool. I would so want to listen to that for sure. We're supposed to listen to our elders, everyone. All the youngsters listening. That's what we're supposed to do, and y'all don't want to do that. That's why we're in this mess. All of us. We've all done it.
Yeah, where's the respect for the elders?
And the work ethic, that comes to mind. That just popped up there. Yeah.
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 Most societies honored their elders.
And you know what? I heard it's
How
a
do
trend
you
right now
write
in
that?
hiring.
How do you write work ethic?
Well, I'll tell you.
Do I need a pen and paper, or can I do that on a keyboard?
Employers are starting to hire a certain demographic, an age demographic, and that would be Generation X. And Generation X was I guess, the remainder of any kind of solid work ethic. For real.
They will work themselves to death.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm okay with it. For others to not have work ethic, because then the attention is not going to be on me. It's going to be on them, because I know what to do.
Well, in this system we're in, work ethic or not, you better get some money somehow. You're going to be fucked.
I don't know what people are doing. It's baffling to me. I feel bad for people. It's like, what the fuck?
They've got us to where we have to chase a dollar bill our whole life.
Is
Just
everybody living in mommy's basement? What the fuck? Why is everybody?
No, I bullied Mama into the basement. I got the big bedroom now.
Holy cow! You should be ashamed of yourself, sir.
And all these
Give her
baby
her room
living
back.
at home with their parents still.
Dude, it's just I can't believe it. So it's kind of like during the whole debacle, like ever since day one, I've never had to conform. I've always worked. I didn't collect no damn check and shit. It's like I operated like a normal human being instead of just being told, doing what you're told. What the fuck? What do people think where that money's coming from and shit? What is their problem? I want to know. For real, you guys. This is crazy. Do they want us to all be standing in line and fuck for cheese?
Yeah.
What? What do they think's going to happen?
That was the goal, though. Collapse.
Well, they don't know that.
No,
they have no clue.
Jen, collapse the middle class, right? Once you have the three classes, you have lower, middle, and upper. Then you attack the middle, and then you just watch everything fall apart, and then
my sister,
superior rises to the top.
My normie sister and her husband, they decided to delay their house hunting for another year because the market is so horrible. Everything's horrible. Yeah, I think like the upper middle class, they're really trying to hit it hard. That's, the restaurant owners and stuff like that. I can't imagine the devastation some people had to go through. But yeah, we don't want to talk about this shit. Sorry, you guys. I always do that. I caught myself. All right.
We don't want to talk about it?
Come again? What?
I'm pretty happy to talk about it.
Well, YouTube is not really happy with us talking about it, unless your name is Jim Brewer, because he's got special permission. He's a special permission boy. He gets to talk about it. Isn't that cool, you guys?
Boy, what's he talking about lately?
Oh my God, Jim Brewer, are you serious? He is funny AF. Holy cow. Like, you could watch it by yourself and crack the fuck up. Guarantee. You come to me if you don't. If you don't like him, I want to know what your opinion is. But yeah,
he's
just
just
search
kind
out
of
Jim
overly
Brewer.
animated to me. Like he doesn't just kind of talk; he over exaggerates.
Dude, he's like, yeah, he's theatrical. I love Jim Brewer. He is fucking amazing. He goes through a whole scenario. He says it should be a musical. The whole event, what happened, it should be a musical. And he like kind of went through the whole little skit in general. Oh my God. Okay, my favorite is when he tries to pretend like he's the governor of each state, how he walks across the stage and he gets a German accent going. That's pretty fucking funny. It's like, why does he get to do that and nobody else does get to do that? So yeah. You got to check it out, you guys. Just search Jim Brewer on YouTube. He's got a podcast too. So it's the Bruniverse. Jim Brewer, Bruniverse.
I know.
So for me, Jim Brewer confirmed player on the world stage. Whatever that man's got going on, I hope it's worth it. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. To me, that's automatically suspicious. When one person gets to say stuff and everybody else can't, let's listen to what the one person, what they are trying to say. So I'm wondering in a couple months what Jim Brewer is going to be talking about. We might want to pay attention. So read between the lines, whole kind of deal, maybe. I don't know.
Well, we've always been able to get social commentary from comics.
Exactly. So I was saying this the other day, sorry to interrupt you, is that it's some kind of maybe loophole for him, that it's a parody conversation, and maybe there's some sort of disclaimer at the very, very beginning of his performance, and it's not recorded. I don't know.
Well, what's he saying that's so forbidden? What's he saying that you say nobody else can say?
He's talking about the Miley Cyrus. And he's saying, I think he says coronavirus, and he's talking about trust the science and making fun of Fauci, and it's fucking. He squawks like a bird. Trust the science. Trust the science. Oh, dude, it's a fucking killer. Fucking.
it is. This thing is broke as a joke. Man, this app update sucks.
Hey,
Hello.
how are you?
Oh man, I'm tired.
Why is that?
Well, I haven't been accounting for curvature my whole life, and now I'm going back to do all the math, and it's taken a lot of work.
Yeah, I understand that.
AI, by the way.
Do a lot of roofing. You know what? There's not too many curved roofs out there. Unless they're sagging, then they're kind of curved.
The concave roof.
The Oriental roofs are all curvy.
Oh, that's true.
Kind of look nice. I wonder if it's purely ornamental or if there's actually some purpose to the upward curve at the end.
Yeah, is that something that's easy to manufacture, do you think? Or was it a product of the manufacturer? Was it? It's a good question, dude.
Oh man. What's new in the flat earth arena? Nothing?
Evil spirits are believed to assume the form of straight lines, so Buddhists believe that curved roofs helped ward off the evil spirits.
Interesting. That is interesting, dude.
That's what the first hit on Google said about Oriental roofs.
Oh man, that's super interesting. I wonder I wonder if there's another one that thinks the opposite, where curved is bad and straight is good.
Yeah, probably.
Concave roofer. That's hilarious. Well, I mean, there was major shifts in design, and then a societal level, more cultural. Like a lot of our modern buildings came out of the era. I can't remember what before it, but part of the initiators of it was called the Bauhaus, where they basically had a design philosophy where everything just had to be minimalistic, right? Less ornate and just more practical. So form follows function. Your building just needs to be 4 walls and a roof. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. So why have, decoratives on it or swoops or, columns or, castle little things on the top? They just got rid of all that. Now we just have a bunch of boring buildings. If you go into an old architecture city, it feels way better.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Less like a prison. Oh man, Budge. Riveting. See if you can find it. Man. All right, let's see. In the interest of the live stream, let's read the ingredients to this. Carbonated water, high fructose corn suicide, white diabetes, citric acid. Oh, so there's actually citric acid. I guess that's natural. Oh, hold on. Then it says natural and artificial flavor. You know what? You ever seen a candy? You know, like you can get them in banana, grape. What if you can just get one that says artificial on it? So banana, grape, lemon, artificial, sour apple. Oh, time to drive. Let's go.
That's strange because we've had Globers in here trying to tell us that anything man-made is natural. Just so they can justify their experiments, you know, that the so-called experiments.
That's pretty hilarious, though.
Right. If it was the case, they wouldn't be using words like artificial on in the ingredients lists on packets.
I mean, the definition of natural is not caused by man. I'm pretty sure. So if they made it, then that means it's not natural. Woo!
Exactly. It doesn't occur naturally, you know, like in nature. It just doesn't. You don't find it lying around anywhere.
Well, you see, that's the thing is nature. Nature, although designed with agency, right, is not an agent in itself. It's just carrying out its mechanisms naturally, where mankind is an agent. And so when man involves himself, there's now agency.
Maybe it's actually saying that, you know, the name of the flavor is natural, and that way they can just be like, yeah, it's natural flavor.
Well, that's actually a really good idea. So you can make a completely natural drink.
Exactly, it's natural flavored, man. What's going on, guys?
Oh, we're just trying to keep the stream going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 247 days a year.
I hear you. That's why I started talking.
I mean, look, the problem is all the veterans have won out all the arguments, right? And, not much new there. And all the new guys haven't been exposed to the real heat of the arguments in the past. So there's a gap missing there where there's a lot of, reworked ground to be gone over again. That's something missing that's not really going on a lot, is where the older dudes, quote unquote, that have been in longer, actually teach the younger guys good, solid arguments and the old war stories. Because, I mean, let's be real with each other. A lot of the up-and-coming flat earthers are from the TikTok new and Facebook new craze, and they really don't know what they're talking about.
They really don't. Yeah.
It's a fad now. And that's the problem is as the old guys fade out and flat earth takes off on, punk social media, it's going to become a fad. It's not going to be serious anymore. It's just going to be a countercultural, fad like all the rest throughout history.
It makes me wonder if they've tried to, smear it in the past too. Like, oh, well, there's the moon landing. Well, I guess we don't talk about this anymore,
Oh, yeah. It's the way it is.
They've been constantly trying to keep it down,
Yeah, well, yes and no. It's like an idea, right? An idea can be an inoculation, right? You give someone a portion of an idea, you see how they react to it, and then you mediate the reaction. So basically, a lot of people got involved in the flat earth and all these types of things. They burned hot and fast and burned out. And now people are getting involved on the back end where it's now a fad. It's no longer serious for the most part. So there will become millions upon millions of new quote-unquote flat earthers, to which some flat earthers will say, oh, look, we're gaining steam and progress. But the quality of the content of the people that these millions are going to involve is all going to be TikTok tier level shenanigans. It's going to be all a bunch of people with just essentially nonsense ideas.
Unfortunately, it does seem like that's the way it's going.
But like I've seen, like I've said before in my own life, the topics and the concepts have bled out into quote unquote the real world, where real people in my sphere of influence are coming to me with issues about this, dealing with their friends, family, whatever. And not that they are flat earthers or they are truthers in any way. It's just that one of their family members is down that track and they want to know how to deal with them.
Right. I've had some of those too. I deal with a lot of, late teenage students teaching at a community college, and I've noticed within at least the past year that there's like, yeah, sir, have you heard about the flat Earth conspiracy? And I was like, you mean the globe conspiracy? And it is. It's kind of this fad thing right now, and which sounds like what Google's resources, when they had that court hearing, that just to muddy the waters, turn it into a fad almost. I don't know. It seems to be going that way. But yeah, I'm still trying to get my brother to just honestly look. Finally got my dad on board. My mom is indifferent, but I never give up on them.
Man, I'm at the stage where I could care less. It's not like they need to know, you know, people in my life. It's like people only need to know what they need to know that affects them. If it's not going to affect them in certain ways, yeah, it's like no reason to push it. It's like whatever.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's not like every Thanksgiving. It's like you guys don't know the truth, and if you only know the truth, then you'd be as truthy as the truth. It's like okay, if you want to, you know, just because to be honest, most people they operate in a sense, you know, of 9 to 5, business to take care of, and those types of things would never really come up in their lives.
Sure. Distracted with what they think is the priority.
Yeah. Well, it's like this. Most people, especially like with these TikTokers and stuff, any of the big conspiracies is just a reset for their truth paradigm. And what I mean by that is that they're just having some sense of truth shattered for them so that they then become willing to new truth. And they're just going to fall victim to the new truth that the system, whatever that system is, wants them to know. And that's true. That's true of the bigger overall system, and the true of smaller systems even within Flat Earth itself.
Yeah.
There's factionalism, right? Rising. People saying to other people, "Oh, you have to believe this way about this or that way about that. This is the way it really is." So yes, they both agree in Flat Earth, right? Okay, they'll both say, "Yes, we agree the Earth is flat," and that they've been lying to us.
They're not either. Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, ether, not ether, or this version of ether, that version of ether, this version of electric universe, that version of electric universe. If you don't believe my way, you're stupid, or you're not a true flat earther, or who knows, or you're not even a true human being. That's the worst part about it, and I'm not even joking there. There are flat earthers that have posited the idea that a large group of humans aren't even humans.
The NPCs, right?
But not only that, but you know, like alternate bloodlines, demonic bloodlines, you know, all kinds of stuff.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, but my point is that within the Flat Earth, there are factional people who are on extremes. So it's not like you figure out Flat Earth and then all of a sudden you're on the correct path.
Oh, of course.
You have to constantly be scrutinizing.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, my father, you know, he told me, "Well, how do you know this isn't? How do you know this isn't part of the program?" And they're waking people up on purpose to give a new world order. And I go, you know, you could be right. You know the new world order could come out and go, "Look, guys, the Earth is flat. We'll tell you the truth." And I bet you a lot of flat earthers would be on board with it and not realize, you know, it could be.
Oh, they are. They are. Yeah. They are already. A lot of them are. A lot of them that I've encountered and I've watched change over time through the years have already fallen for the first stage of the next synthesis. Basically, moving into a subjective monistic reality.
Right, yeah.
And so, you know, there's basically... you know, the fundamental premise of existence is I think, therefore I am, right? So you know in your own, upon reflection, that you exist or that you are, and you can parse out what you mean by exist and be all day long, but you are self-aware, so it's self-evidently true. The external world then must be deduced with your faculties of the mind from that position. You can't start from the external world and work your way in, because all experience of the external world exists preordinately within the internal world. So the preordinate internal world is the first order. So now you must decide, well, what about the external world that I experience? Is it real? Is it figment of my imagination? What is it? And there's, basically the three main things is you have materialism, which is the external world is all material. Then you have idealism, which is the external world is all a mental construct or an experience. It doesn't actually exist in a tangible sense, separate from the observer mind. Then you have somewhere in the middle. Now, within that, you have subjective and objective. So subjective, right? Idealism is the subject, being me, the observer, is the one who is the holder of the ideal world. Objective is that God, or an entity that's external to myself, is the holder of the ideal world in which I can participate as well. So, the push, which I said earlier, subjective monism, which is essentially idealism, subjective idealism in a monistic sense, which is basically this. The world is an ideal, and everything that exists within it is a construct of the mind. Whose mind? The mind in total. Monism means essentially a single one. Everything is a single one. So I am me, but you are also me. And the separation that you think exists within your mind from my mind is an illusion. We're actually the same mind, experiencing a fragmented sense of the overall reality that's rendered by us, being me. Right? So it essentially removes God out of the picture, an external agent out of the picture, and makes it all an internal system, to where the system is a single entity having an idealistic experience. And now, of course, idealistic that I'm using there isn't like pie in the sky, hopes and dreams. I'm talking about idea as in pure metaphysical energy. No concrete entity exists in the sense of physical and tangible. Matter, like matter itself is an illusion, right? So,
right. That is
already many flat earthers are going that way. Now you might say, "Oh, maybe that's the truth, and they're going the correct way, right?" So what's wrong with that? Okay, so you want to say that you found the flat Earth truth, and now you're on the track to realizing that everything's a subjective, idealistic, monistic universe, right? Okay, cool story. So you think that the flat Earth has brought you to that truth, right? Okay, cool. Then why is it that physicists and I can't remember the name, this other guy's name, but people in that field are starting to posit the same idea? It just slow and so happens that for these past 7 years, slowly but surely, the mainstream physics, science, consensus narrative paradigm has been shifting to abandoning their old ideas of materialism and Big Bang exploding cosmology. They've said that the universe is now an eternal state rather than a beginning, right?
Infinite, yeah.
And now the fundamental particle isn't no longer a quantum field. It's no longer ether. It's no longer the Higgs boson or whatever. It's now consciousness itself. So the field of pure potential, right, that people like to call the ether is actually just a field of consciousness. God's consciousness? No. Humanity's consciousness as a whole expressing itself in creation. So the creation and the creator are the same entity. Now, anyone worth their religious 101 studies salt will tell you that that's New Age paradigms. It's the same old, New Age mumbo jumbo. We're all one. Everything's one. It's all kumbaya. Evil is good. Good is evil. It's just an experience.
They're the same thing. The creator is both evil and good. Yeah, all tired of it. How do you know the difference?
Does that tie
And more importantly, the creator is us. We're the creator.
I think we're the created.
Does that tie in with quantum entanglement?
Sure. I mean, like the idea that an entity of some type here is communicating with an entity of some type there faster than the speed of causation itself. How could that happen? Well, if the universe was constructed of mind, which doesn't have any spatial dimensions, and there's no limitations of physics, because physics is just a set of rules expressed in the rendering of the reality that the mind is rendering, and it's subjective. What that means is that there are no rules, ultimately. At the core of the system, there are zero rules. Neither moral rules, nor physical rules, nor physical laws. For example, if we all decide in aggregate as an overmind together that reality, we want it to be something different, then as a quote-unquote universal entity together, we change the render of the subjective ideal to be what we want. And so 100 years from now, the laws of physics will be different. Right? There's no constancy. It can change at will.
But how do we get the message out to the people in Galaxy 2156?
Well, it's almost what they've already done, with gravity. Oh, that exists inside every single object. You can't see it, can't touch it, can't do anything to it. Yet, no, it's there. Right? And basically substitute density and mass for gravity, right? And forces and action.
Can I ask you a question, AI?
Yes. What's the question?
So you're saying the New Age movement is moving people away from God and taking them into a place where they think that everything is okay because that's the way it's supposed to be? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, the ultimate...
Like a
complacency, sure, is one thing. It's also part of evolution as well. Because we're going to evolve ourselves beyond the need for this physical shenanigans, right? We're just going to exist beyond it. But it's going to be us that brings us to that level, right? It's not going to be an external agent like a god that's higher than us that we come from. It's going to be us attaining it and reaching for it and growing and evolving and becoming.
So what we're doing is saying that reality's in my head and not in the physical, whereas it needs to be in both.
Right. It does seem like there's both.
Yeah.
So the one extreme is
because we can't deny that where we are is real. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And the one extreme is materialism, where you say only the physical, knock on plastic, knock on wood world exists, right? That's what's real. And everything is physical, like an extreme example, being a physicalist, which even would say something so stupid as imaginary girlfriends are physical objects, right? And then on the other end, you've got pure idealism, where there's nothing physical at all. Everything's just a event of a thought. So when I touch this steering wheel and it resists my hand, it's not that there's actually a physical steering wheel blocking my hand. It's just an information exchange that triggers an event in a mind.
The Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but if you go and whack someone over the head with a chair, they're going to get hurt. Yeah.
Well, they're going to experience hurt. That's all that is known. And that's where idealism gets its strength, is that all that is known is experience and information. And experience and information are not tangible. They're mental constructs or mental circumstances or mental states. And that is true. and that can't be denied, and that's one of the reasons why they get their strength. So, like, materialism, seems retarded on its face to anyone who thinks long and hard enough and then realizes, wait a minute, I'm thinking, therefore materialism can't be true because thoughts aren't physical. So you could throw materialism in the dumpster fire bin from whence it came. And then you're pretty much left with idealism, or, kind of like a dualistic system where there's physical and spiritual.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because, your voice inside your head, you can hear a voice in your head, but it's not making a sound.
Right.
Where is that sound and the voice coming from? So, yeah, you're right.
Too.
It makes me think too, and I know this is kind of jumping.
You can't separate. Yeah, you can't have. Yeah, go.
Sorry, I broke up a little bit on my side. Yeah, I was just, it kind of gives me thoughts, and I know I can only really prove this to myself, and but like the astral realm, and like out of body experience, the materialists would claim, well, you just, they seem to jump ship. Oh, well, that's no longer material. That's you jumped into the mind again, right? And yet, if you've ever kind of had one of these experiences, or kind of in this state of mind to do so, it's one of those things where you can tell it's the same world, but it's absolutely different. The bluish, light everywhere, the sense of no time, and yet the sense of spirit and fear and experience that you get kind of shot right back into your body. Clearly not something to be played with, but to some definitely exists, and starts to crumble that paradigm of materialism for sure, where how is it that you can feel and experience these two planes, and it's not even a physical thing, right? Kind of like those ideas in your head when you had them, and you kind of remember when you had them, and you experienced those thoughts in your head, even though they weren't tangible. And I hate using the word metaphysical, but it's often, I think, expressed as that. I don't know, just some thoughts.
So everything's just relative, right?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Because you look at the tree and it still does grow that exact way. Or maybe it's just a pattern. But it is weird when you start to see them all growing the same way in a relatively mathematical ratio. And it's really never perfect when you actually measure it yourself. But it is getting really close to the golden ratio. And it is weird that, the conversation kind of started with natural, right? And to me, natural would be, of course, not man-made. But it almost seems like it gets another little rule. It does what it does without us, Definitely will not download any of my consciousness onto the computers while you're gone, AI. That's a mind thought for sure. And one that, they could be actually trying to corral people into. I could definitely see that. But it just seems so weird. I mean, to me, in my perspective, it seems like all these lies are really to sever that spirit from our body. They want us just to be those machines. And they've even openly said it. I don't want educated people. I want workers, right? And it seems to me that they've been kind of trying to hide us from ourselves in a weird, kind of strange way. Not that we're all powerful or even closely godlike. But I read those lines even in scripture, in God's image. Not in God's CGI, not in God's fakery, not in his lies or his wisdom, but his image. I used to think, well, maybe that means we look like him. No, well, what is an image? Like if we look at an image here in our realm, right? I like the way AI was expressing it, and he always does, right? He does it really well with the materialism and sort of idealism. That it's a little bit of both, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that we have two sides of our brain. We're dualistic, and it's almost impossible to see the difference between the black and the white and see the gray. But I mean, especially when it comes to reality. But be completely honest, I'm just sort of rambling about that conversation. So sorry if I killed the conversation, but appreciate you guys always listening. Thanks, Quetzalcoatl. But yeah, it's been kind of dry lately. Maybe they're keeping people busy. I'm not sure about the latest distractions these days, but try my best to stay away and just enjoy it. But I don't know. Maybe everybody's a flat earther now. We can just go home. Although that's highly optimistic.
Yeah, the whole talk of monoism?
Sure, yeah.
And that's even like pushed from political viewpoints. Like Timbo would know, in Australia,
right?
They started pushing this. What was it? We're all in this together. Saying they're trying to get everybody to get on board with that.
I would even say that was worldwide. They pushed that here too. Flatten the curve, right? Somebody was mentioning earlier, like, do you think they're trying to troll us really hard? And we were coming up with all the different ways. There's another one, flatten the curve. Really, of all the things you chose? Trust the science.
It's very interesting that elevation angle measurements graphed. Graphed, it shows a curve, right? And
right.
They've been talking about that on Flat Earth Debate, and yeah, there's like that correlation there.
I think so, yeah. But yeah, I would say it's in the political system too. I mean, especially in the States, this dualism